situation that we find ourselves in means that it's only a matter of time before a storm of wonder starts to fill my mind. And for the first time in a long time, you're the first one to make me feel like I want you more, like I want you more and more than I know. I cannot take my eye off of you. If you're a storm, I'll dance in the rain and I'll hold on by my fingertips. Maybe I've already lost my mind. Maybe we've come so far so fast and now there's no way we could ever go back. And now it's only a matter of time before a storm of wonder starts to fill my mind. And for the first time in a long, you're the first one to make me feel like I want you more than I do. I cannot take. When your government asks to take your soul, do you give? Caesar and twisted social cast to be truly chasing men from the dark catacombs to keep the inside clean. Up here, where we're free, bound only by frozen memories. Lost in time, racing on these broken dreams.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the CWL London event, coming to you live from the GFINITY Arena. We have gathered 16 of the best teams in Europe, and they are all here, crowned number one. All right, welcome. This is CWL London coming to you live from the GFINITY Arena. We are ready to kick things off. 16 of the best teams in Europe. My name is Bryce, and I'll be hosting the desk for the next 4 days of action. But I am not alone. I will be joined on this desk by two experts, or so I've been told in Call of Duty. One from America, one from Europe. And good guys, it's Momo and Miss Guys. How are you?
I haven't seen you guys in a while.
No,
Feels like
it's
been a bit since what, COD XP?
Yeah.
I haven't been to Europe to do an event. I think since I was like a COD Champs qualifier for like or AW or something like that.
Was a while.
It's good to be back. Good to see these European teams go at it.
Unfortunately, you brought Jack with you, but
now,
I forgive you. I brought Jack with you, but I forgive you.
I know. Sometimes you gotta take the good with the bad, right?
Yeah.
Could have been worse. Could have brought Clint.
Yeah, that would have been considerably worse.
Could have been worse.
We're glad you're here. We are glad you're here. And Phil, how are you? Phil, how are you?
I'm good. I'm glad to be back here. It's been, I mean, for myself, you know, I'm only across the pond in Germany, but it's I don't know, been so long since I've actually been in the GFINITY studios. It's good to be back. A lot of good teams coming up this weekend, and now this is, you know, even longer. We've got 4 days of this. It's not just a weekend, you know, feeling more like a week.
It certainly is. Well, that's because we've got groups coming up,
yes,
and 16 teams in those groups. So while we are waiting for it, let's have a little look at some of these groups coming into it. Of course, there are some big names entering in here, and a few of these teams people are really kind of keeping an eye out for. Which team maybe have you got your eyes on?
Look, I'm obviously Splice, I think, is the heavy favorite in this. I think Elevate is a very good team as well. You know, I feel like we don't really have a clear-cut number 2 in Europe yet behind Splice. I feel like Elevate may actually slide themselves into that spot where we thought Orbit might be.
For me, I look at across all of these European teams, and we're so used to seeing maybe a top 1 or top 2, but each group has that kind of star team. You know, Splice, Elevate, Orbit, Infuse. Don't rule out Fnatic. You know, you've got the teams that have been playing really well online, for example, like Aware. But it's time to shine online.
And something we should just point out as you are looking. Yes, there has been a little bit of a change. A lot of things going on Twitter that you may have seen, but Epsilon are actually here now. Supremacy have had to duck out of the competition. They could not squad here, and Epsilon are here. I guess that email must have finally gone through.
It's like they're on their route here. I don't believe they're actually here until I actually see them. But no, it'll be good to see Epsilon compete with one of the better teams in Europe. They get here a little bit last minute, so it'll be interesting to see how they kind of adjust. You know, just being thrown into this competition.
And touching on that, I mean, if you're Elevate, you're sitting there going, we were feeling really good just a little while ago. I
still think Elevate feels really good.
I think Elevate will be okay, but I think it will be that fairy tale storyline of Epsilon.
Imperial not very happy then.
Yeah, I mean, Shane and the boys, you know, maybe thought they had got, you know, a little bit of an easy one, but they can't change how they play. They've got to go at it, and I just hope Epsilon come here hungry and like with a bit of a point to prove almost.
That's fair enough. Well, before we get too far into these teams, some of the matchups we're going to see this weekend, let's have a little look at the matchups for today. So this is the schedule we're going to see. Match 1, it's the big dogs. Number 1 rated team, it's Splice going up against Bando. Match 2, we're going to have Aware versus Fab. Match 3, Imperial Intuition. Followed by Orbit Millennium, Team 3G, Cyclone GG, and then ending it out with Fnatic versus Black. Guys, anything that jumps out to you there?
I'm looking at that. I think there's going to be some very one-sided games, admittedly. When you have like giants like Splice going up against Bando, but you know, this is really a lot of the first kind of telling tale for a lot of European teams. Yes, we've had Atlanta, but I think, you know, we've not seen a lot of these teams on. So Fab aware for that one for a bit of a start.
Well, look, I mean, when you have groups, you generally get a few blowouts in there, and you expect them all to be pretty much on day one. So I think a lot of your top teams you're going to see kind of coast through. I still think you can see good matches, towards the teams that we think will be like 3-4 in the group. Maybe we see an upset, a game gets close. We can see a team that gets close. We can see a team that gets through groups that we don't expect.
Yeah, I think for me, this is going to be one of those where we start benchmarking. Is it all talk? We know who the favourites are supposed to be. Are they actually going to be the favourites? Will somebody come out of left field? Like I said, 16 teams have entered this. They've grinded. They've put in the work. We know a lot of these players have been putting in a lot of hours. So maybe there's someone we've just not really focused on.
I think as well, with so much time put into this game, no one's coming in unpracticed. We all know how much these guys have been playing and grinding, and I think that's where maybe the lesser known or lesser named teams, they may surprise a few people. There's always There's always one team that kind of comes out the blocks like, okay, we didn't expect this. So which team that will be, I don't know right now, but.
And this is also probably the first LAN this year for a lot of these teams. I mean, all that didn't go to Vegas. I mean, you look at that, your first LAN on a game, every game feels a little bit different. Every game feels a little bit different at LAN in a different environment. So I'll be interested to see how some teams get better or get worse depending on online to LAN.
Okay, is there any sort of dark horses? Who are we keeping an eye on here? Who is someone we maybe have question marks over, or we're unsure of how they're going to perform, or maybe there's just questions about you don't know how their playstyles adapt.
I actually think the Fnatic team, for me, I just definitely want to see them play. Like there's sometimes where I've watched Tommy stream that looked really good. Sometimes they just can't win anything. I'm excited to see how they go in this environment because I feel like Tommy's leadership can definitely propel them over the top, or if they get frustrated a little bit, could definitely see them slip down.
I think for me, Epsilon, 100%. They come into this, with almost, I said before, a lot to prove. They've been very vocal, saying they deserve here, they should be here, and whatnot. But we'll have to see, back it up. Can they really show us why? Can they top a group? Can they push forward? So my eyes are on Epsilon.
I'm so glad you two picked those teams for a very good reason. What we've just said is those are the teams to watch. We don't know how good they're going to be. They're the underdogs, right? One of them is Fab squad that come forth at champs.
Yep.
There are question marks now around them. The other has Tommy captaining it. Raps. Now, Tommy obviously used to be in the Millennium team. That used to be the #1 European squad. You go forward 4 months, and all of a sudden, all these question marks have arisen. We don't know how good they are anymore.
Well, I mean, he loses arguably his two best players to Splice. I think that's an easy way to kind of get some questions going that way. But I do think also for me what's interesting is like seeing how Splice, obviously they've looked better online as of late, winning the 2Ks. Like just throughout the year, like they were so good last year with that lineup. It's like you make that change, it's a pretty big adjustment, getting rid of Raiden and Joe and bringing in Mad Cat and Jerd. It's like whether that turns out to be a positive or a negative. I still think we're like really early in the season, where I don't think But I think Orbit, they have the potential to get there and be as good, maybe even better than Splice. It's just whether they adjust fast enough.
Well, there's also going to be that Orbit-Splice rivalry. Let's not forget about that. You split up the Splice squad that did a historic come second at XP, and there was maybe a little bit of bad blood when they split. Obviously, it's a little while on now. It's probably a little bit cooled, but
there should be bad blood.
Yeah, they're gonna want to kind of go.
I mean, if you're Raiden and Joe, how could you not hate those guys? I mean, you get second at XP, you guys play out of your mind, and then they kind of just drop you on the side of the street. Like going into this game, I think that bad blood's well deserved.
Well, while we're on the subject of these two, because I think they fit into the next bracket, which I want to talk about before we go any further. Last year, we designated some squads the elite level. There was a clear divide in terms of talent. Now, there has been a big switch up in Europe. No team really remains the same, apart from Fabi, who weren't even actually part of that old elite kind of level, even though they showed everyone up at champs. So, who do we think's maybe making the cut? Is there anybody that may sneak in?
I'm looking straight away. Your Splice, Orbit. I think there's definitely potentials. I think Elevate could be in there, but we're too soon into Infinite Warfare, where we can say this is an elite level team. I think yes, we can with maybe Splice, or maybe from Europe. But how do they match against North Americans and the likes?
I mean, after watching European Call of Duty for the last few years, it's the same names always at the top. It's just going to be the same names, just in different lineups with different team names. At least for me, I still think the elite is still going to be the elite in this game.
I thought you were going to make a funny quip about North American God then.
No, I'll wait for Jack.
Yeah, sorry, Jack Europe. I saw it on Reddit. It's funny.
Right. Maven doesn't even believe Europe exists.
All he knows is he gets onto a big tube that flies through the air and he appears somewhere else. He's tired a lot of the time.
He comes here, spends some London bucks, it's like good money to him. He doesn't know what the hell's going on.
I imagine that's his day-to-day life. All right, well, let's start talking about this first game then. Let's move on to our first game. It is going to be Splice versus Bando. Now, interestingly enough, this is pretty much the #1 team. If you're Bando, you're not really ranked that highly. You're not really the nod. What a first game out of the gate.
You're in trouble if you're Bando. That's what you're trying to say.
100%. And you're going into hardpoint straight away. We all know it's map 1. I think this is something that Splice will be able to punish them out there. They'll be able to put big numbers up and they can really shut them down. It's going to be difficult for Bando, let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like if you're Bando, I feel like your best chance, always when a team is underdog, I feel like the chance is the search and destroys, and then a low-scoring uplink. You know, Frost uplink, pretty low scoring. I think I casted a game at Vegas, 1-0. Like unheard of for uplink in the last few years. You go back and look at some of the scores. So I think you slow the game down in those, great. You're in a position to maybe take the series in a game 5. I don't even think we get there, to be honest. So I think Splice probably takes us 3-0.
Well, I had a quick conversation with Splice while they were warming up earlier in the booth, and I said, just, you give me a small prediction. He went 3-0, and I went, that confidently. And he may have been joking, but he went, if I lose a map, I'm going home. It wasn't even in his mind that this was even any chance of a competition for them.
Well, when you're as good a team as them and you're going up against somebody, you know, a big underdog in Bando, you have to expect to 3-0 them. If they said any other response, I would kind of say they were dumb. Like, you have to go into this match, you know, with the mindset that you're going to 3-0, you're going to make a statement. You can't take anybody lightly, because we have seen in the past, you know, in groups where you lose to a team you're not supposed to, then the next match against a better team in groups is that much more important, and then you don't want to put so much pressure on yourself to slip up there. So Splice needs to take care of business in this first one.
All right, so what are we kind of expecting to maybe see out of this Splice roster here? Like I said, a great roster, maybe another God Squad that's been assembled in Europe. You know, Josh, Bats, Jerd, and Mad Cat all come together here. I mean, that's just, it's an incredible list of names just to kick things off.
I mean, even looking at the guy, very strange to see Jerd wearing a Splice jersey. But I think you look at those 4 and you just think, how can these guys, you know, be competed with against the likes of Bando? I think we're going to very, very high slaying game. I don't think there's a player that's going to particularly go off, because I think all 4 will just be putting. I just feel so sorry for Bando right now, because there's not like one.
He's about to fall asleep over there.
Just casual. Just casual. Could you be any more casual where you're look like you're about 3 seconds
you could
away
be mad.
from
You Mad Cat, actually, to be honest with you, looking at it again, it's like he is just in recliner mode there.
Yeah, I think it's just an interesting kind of thing that goes through. I mean, you've got the duo-ship of Mad Cat and Josh. It's been a recurring theme in European Call of Duty for a while, to always come back together. And it used to be with Josh used to get dropped for like Jerd. But now Jerd's in that team, and they picked up Bats as well, you know, breakout player from last year. It's an incredible roster. Going against Bando, and I think we have to touch on them a little bit here. These players aren't unknown. We have heard of these players. They're not something that's lit up the main stage of CX. I don't think you've ever cast over any of these.
I don't think so.
But, you know, Bobby C, I've heard of Hesk.
Briggs as well. I mean, don't forget it, you guys at home may not know, there's actually a lot of drama between this team coming into this. So, you know, players were dropped and picked up last second, and, you know, there's a lot of things that I think I know, but behind the scenes, I think there's a lot going on with this squad as well. So to be here this far, they have a point to prove. But it's just
not a good scenario to be in. You're the underdog. There's a lot of drama going on internally. I don't really like what you're telling me about this Bando team.
Well, I think that's the issue. This Bando team. Not only are you going against the big guns in Europe, but like I said, a bit of controversy that we saw. Obviously, we can't touch on it too much because we don't really know exactly what happened. It didn't look good from the outside.
No, not at all.
But you know, so this team's come here. You know, so this team's come here now, and obviously to everything that's happened, they've got to kind of prove a point to the community and to themselves. But can you do that in this game? I mean, well, you can do it in this game if you win.
Yeah,
but,
sure. If you beat Splice, of course you can. But
can they actually do it? Is the real question.
I don't think so.
I think if you ask me one thing that's positive going into this is if I was a player and someone said, when do you want to play Splice? I'd say, give me first game of the tournament. you know, I want to say Friday, but it's not even Friday yet. But yeah, Thursday morning, first game is the only hope, because as soon as those guys get warmed up and, you know, their shots fired, like, I don't think it's going to change anything, but we've seen crazier things.
I mean, I guess that's kind of true. You can catch somebody off guard, maybe. There are people traveling, you know, yesterday or this morning trying to get in.
Josh does look asleep.
I would still be really hard pressed to believe Splice loses even a map.
All right. Well, Phil, you've been an underdog a few times when you used to play,
and he's never upset anybody.
Exactly. Let's go, Captain Phil. Captain Phil. You're the underdog. You're playing the #1 team. What are you saying to your squad?
Let's just have some fun.
Let's just have some
have some fun.
This is why you retired.
No, I would say to them, seriously, like, I would say what I just said then about the Thursday. If we're going to play Splice, we're in their group. It's better to play them now than, you know, even this afternoon or tomorrow, whatever it is. These guys have been grinding 24/7 for the last 3 months. They have the game time. I just think give it your best shot, and that's the best I got.
Then it's also kind of nerves, too, being the first match that opens up the stream, opens up the tournament. I think there are some nerves in that. So
maybe not in Splice.
Yeah, and obviously going up against Splice. But I'm saying for Bando. I think if
they have no pressure on them.
Bando. Yeah, I mean, I guess not. I mean, if you're a Bando, I kind of look at it and it's like, well, if we can take one of these respawns.
There might be a little nerves. I think you're right about the nerve. There has to be nerves. You know you're about to go live on the stream. It's a big experience. The lights are on, and sitting next door is an absolute behemoth of the team. There's no way you're sitting in that booth calm and like, yeah, this will be fine.
We got this.
Yeah.
No, there's no way they're thinking that. I think if they can, come out here and potentially take one of the respawns, I think highly unlikely. But let's say if they did take like the hard point or they had uplink game 3, then all you have to do is really win one search to force that game 5. That's their best scenario. But I think Splice is way too strong in the respawn game.
All right. So this Splice team. Now, one of the things I kind of noticed when this team formed anyway is I actually don't think it would have been a good team for last game with the way that those players were playing. You got to remember, Josh dropped back to AR. I've actually seen him running the ERAD a lot recently, so he's kind of gone back off of that again. So he's no longer being that kind of holding player. You've got Jerd, who's a famous objective, but he counts himself as a slayer. Mad Cat, who's famous to be one of the biggest slayers in Europe, and main time slayer. In the last game, I'm not sure it would work, but in this game, I think realistically this could be an incredible squad to see how much the amount of firepower they bring into every single map.
For me, this team was made for this game. They went into it, you know, knowing that they may have to change a little bit because, yes, previous one, it's 4 slayers. You know, Bance, we saw him at Codex P and for the likes. All 4 of them can put up big numbers. But somebody has to take that bit of an objective role. Yes, you've got to be able to do everything. You've got to be, you know, transitional in all the players. But I don't know. I mean, this team, I look at maybe Jerd stepping back into that objective, but
for me, I don't know. I feel like the objective role died a while ago. You need an objective player.
I think it did, but I think it morphed into fast SMGs. It was you'd put forward 2 fast SMGs all the time.
I think you've all got to do it.
You just need
this game. You're right.
More aggressive slayers, and whoever's playing the worst is your objective player for that game. It's like when one guy is hot, just get him out of the hill, let him slay, let the other people go inside of it. I think. You know, too many teams right now are like focused on like, oh, we need somebody who's a captain, we need somebody who's a leader. It's like, well, if they can't kill anybody, it doesn't matter. Well, this
is the point I was getting to. Look at the team that they've arranged for this.
Right.
For a pure slaying perspective.
Great team.
Is there any kind of bigger names you want in there? The only one, and you know, this is Josh, who's never been known as an amazing slayer. When he was in Splice, was dropping massive numbers because of the role switch.
And I thought Rated was very good last year. Yeah. Same with Zero. I think you could make an argument for either of those guys. I thought they were top-notch players last year. 2 of the better slayers we had during Black Ops 3.
So yeah, I think realistically, and for me, this is kind of, I want to see Splice now. They've done the 2Ks, they've done everything, but I really want to see them and benchmark them when they're against real competition and an event. Is this going to work perfectly for them? And it may actually be indicative other teams might have this issue. Is their play style wrong? Is it something they've been doing online that just doesn't work when they come here? Is it something that we may come out of left field? We've seen teams have to make adjustments mid-tournament.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can develop bad habits online. You can get away with some stuff that you normally just can't get away with at LAN. Like, you know, you can make some plays that just you're not able to do. So I think sometimes we have seen that. teams can kind of get used to like an online playstyle, and then it doesn't transition over well. I remember, I think it was before G2 when Optic was so good online during Black Ops 2. Then they picked up JCap, and then they came here. They were using the Scorpion, and it didn't work out too well. I don't think we'll see anything like that. Obviously, I still think Splice plays a style that transitions pretty well to land.
All right. Well, X, now we're going to move into your area of expertise a little bit, because it is a question that's been around the Twitter sphere a little bit, and the community's been talking about it. NA versus EU. A lot of friction, a lot of anger going on recently.
People have been tweeting each other back and forth, evidently. I don't know.
Where do you stand? Do you think EU's got anything to kind of give this year? Is it the same thing?
I think EU got a lot better last year. I mean, obviously, still they weren't able to go to North America and win any events, but they definitely got closer than they ever have. I think there are some North American teams. I think we did some interviews earlier when they were just asking, like, well, what do you think? I was like, you know, I think some of the North American teams are a little bit like too high rated, but I still think the cream of the crop lies in North America. I still look at the strongest teams in North America, definitely stronger than the top EU teams. But I think the top EU teams may be stronger than your 5 through 8 in North America. I think it's pretty wide open. 8 in North America. I think it's pretty wide open this year.
All right, well, I look forward to seeing it. But first, we are going to have to sort out who's the best in Europe. So, coming right up after this quick break, we are going to see Splice versus Band. Don't go anywhere.
Force. CWL London event. Here's a look at your rig draft that went down earlier on. Centurion picked for both teams, Rel, but outside of that, are you looking forward to this weekend of all the top European teams going at it?
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's going to be good. I mean, we were talking earlier about our favourites, who's going to take the event. I mean, for me personally, Splice, I can see going the whole way and taking this championship. But between 2nd and 5th place, it really is wide open. But here we go. Hardpoint on throwback. We're going to start off with Splice, and I'm watching Bants.
Yeah, number one thing I'm looking for this game, what is the slight difference going to be like between the likes of Splice and Bando? Off the break, we are on board with Bants, as you said, and Briggs across the map with the NV4 does actually cut him down off the break. Map like throwback, obviously, you know how it plays out. This first hard point, a little bit scrappy. You go towards the barn where you can see teams lock down a little bit more time for themselves. But off the break right now, the Bando boys are putting up a little bit of a fight. They've got an early lead, and they've yet to give up a second. As I say it, though, Splice do get on the board.
Absolutely. And I mean, this is one thing that was maybe overlooked a little bit. Bando really don't have anything to...
I don't think you need to be friends, you know, outside of the game, great. Like, you shake hands, like, everything's, like, squashed, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, in the game, like, go at each other. Like, I'm all for it.
Well, I think it's interesting because obviously in North America and in Europe, in fairness, it does it in both cities. Like the players from those regions are all friends with each other. It's hard to be enemies with someone you can see regularly. You have to play in 8 lobbies with them. You have to play with them all the time. In North America, you're only going to see these guys like 4 times a year. Yeah. So it's kind of go, yeah, I don't like you very much. No, that's it. I don't like you. It's like me and Jack. I don't like Jack very much.
It's okay.
It's
I'm sure Jack feels the same way about you.
No, he doesn't.
No, Jack does genuinely like Bryce, and Bryce is just he's put him out. But,
look, I only dislike his personality. It's a small thing, tiny thing. It's just how he is.
Just a small thing.
But no, again, I think this rivalry is good. It's dividing fans, and that's a good thing in my opinion because it adds some storylines to it. I know when the internationals are coming up, when we go into the internationals in the next couple of weeks, that's what everybody's going to be looking at. They're going to be looking at these teams. You've been talking a lot. Can you back it up?
Yeah, I mean they have. Yeah, I mean they have to. I mean, for it to be a rivalry, like it can't be one side winning all the time. For it to be, it's got to be like a little bit on both sides. But I think, look, Europe when they go to North America, obviously very tough. Sometimes they have to play through open brackets. Sometimes they end up at the bottom of the groups, like playing against different types of competition, different types of play styles. I think just as the year goes on, I think it's better for Europe. Just the fact that all this kind of is going down at the beginning of the year and like they're going back and forth, not great for Europe.
Phil, did you have any rivalries back in the day?
I'm a very, very neutral kind of person, you know. I sit on the fence. I'm a peacemaker.
He's the worst type
but
of
no.
person.
In fact, yeah, I did have rivalries. I did have rivalries.
Oh, you did have rivalries?
Yeah.
With who?
We won't get into that.
Why not?
Because it's, you know...
Is it still bitter? Is it still like a pill?
It's done. I'm over it, and now I'm professional.
Now you're professional.
Exactly. When I was a player, I really wasn't, because that's when rivals were either on social media or whatever. But I am definitely on Matt's side. I think it's good. I think it's very fun to watch. Storylines are really important. And you said how we're going to see them maybe 4 times a year. That's not far away. We're going to see ESWC where they're going to go head-to-head. And then it's like, okay, which one wins? And then it's the next one. You go out for revenge. And I love it. I love kind of the passion that goes into it. But I think as well, a good important point what Matt said is outside, shake hands.
I used to love coming over here, like G1, G2, me and Aches just yelling at Swanee and Mad Cat, and it's
You
like
were the worst.
Those are like,
oh yeah, I remember that.
Like,
yeah, I remember that. Wait a minute, while we're
and
on
those
this.
are like 2 of like my best guys from the European scene. It's like, look what happens in game. Like you yell at each other, like you go at it after, like let's all go out to eat, like let's hang out. Like I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No, I don't think there is. I completely forgot that you were probably one of the worst. Yeah. Back in the day.
Probably was.
Never seen anything like G1 Complexity versus Impact. That's something you certainly.
I believe at one point we had to get security.
There was security call.
Yeah, there was security call at one point.
But we got you out of that environment, and COD became a lot better.
You got me out of that environment. You put me in a dress shirt and a blazer. That's pretty much
we kept you away. We kept you away from the players, the people with talent. But all right, I think this is a big coming through. Now, I actually step out of this because I have my own opinion on it. But EU versus NA. Obviously, Phil, you're going to be a little bit biased towards Europe just because you talk to these players. More same thing with X. Yep. Where do we kind of stand on the actual placings of Europe against North America? Do we think that Europe has ascended, maybe put 3 teams in the top 8, 3 teams in the top 8? Is it 1 team in the top 8? Is it a fluke? I'll ask Phil first before X jumps in.
I think what X said obviously before, the top teams, the world's best, if you like, do lie in North America at the minute. I think fantastic for Europe. The CWL kind of put a real schedule for these guys to practice. They got a lot better, but I think it's maybe 6-2 in the top 8.
Okay.
Well, look, I think last year was the first year where Europe could really like dedicate the time to make this like a full-time thing. The North American guys were doing it for a few years. So you expected Europe to be behind. It's like they were just way far behind for a while. It's like I feel like now they're getting close. But I feel like they're only going to take that next step if they play against that better competition. If they play against the North American teams more, I don't know what that is. Whether they go to North America boot camp for a few weeks, obviously more international LAN events coming. So I feel like they do have a chance. I do feel like your top 4 to 5 will always be North American. I feel like Europe has a chance to sneak into that bottom half.
All right, thank you very much. Let's get this game underway. Splice Bando over to Courage and Rel.
Let's get it started. Ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 of a fantastic four-day weekend of Call of Duty here at the CWL London event. Here's your rig draft that went down earlier on. Centurion picked for both teams, Rel, but outside of that, are you looking forward to this weekend of all the top European teams going at it?
Oh, absolutely, and I think it's going to be good. I mean, we were talking earlier about our favourites, who's going to take the event. I mean, for me personally, Splice, I can see going the whole way and taking this championship. But between second and 5th place, it really is wide open. But here we go, hardpoint on throwback. We're going to start off with Splice, and I'm watching Bants.
Yeah, number one thing I'm looking for this game, what is the slang difference going to be like between the likes of Splice and Bando? Off the break, we are on with Bants, as you said, and Briggs across the map with the NV4 does actually cut him down off the break. Map like throwback, obviously, you know how it plays out. This first hard point, a little bit scrappy. You go towards the barn where you can see teams lock down a little bit more time for themselves. But off the break right now, the Bando boys are putting up a little bit of a fight. They've got an early lead, and they've yet to give up a second. As I say it, though, Splice do get on the board.
Absolutely, and I mean, this is one thing that was maybe overlooked a little bit. Bando really don't have anything to lose going up against Splice. Splice has such heavy favourites going into this game. Yeah. They've won both the previous 2Ks. They had a really good showing at MLG Vegas. Bando don't really have that history that Splice do in terms of the caliber of players. So, anything they can produce from this series would be a little bit of an upset.
And it was touched a little bit in the pre-show. Heavy underdog this team really is. Right now, I've only seen one hill from them. So the big question that always comes into mind when you face teams like Splice in Europe is, can you match their play for the entire 10 minutes of the game, or do they wind up clawing back into things? You expect Splice to take over this game. Might just be a little bit of a slow start of scrap time here. Not the worst thing in the world if you're Splice to give this one up. As you play for this middle rotation yet again, I think the player that you need to cut down is Hesk, who's closing in on earning himself some streaks, just 150 off a second one here.
Yeah, and Bando, it's as you say, they really have to pick up the scrap time now, and that's going to put them in a bad position going into these rotations. They're going to have to make some quick pushes. You can see 3 go down, though, and Hesk needs to stay alive. Almost manages to find a kill against Jerd.
That would have been absolutely nasty if he snapped on for the 2-piece. Unfortunately, with the rest of his team dying around, I'm not sure how much of an impact it would have made. Splice closing in on the 200-second mark as they look to win their first map of the weekend, one that you expect to be of many with how solid this team has looked online coming into this weekend. It's no secret that they're one of the top 2 teams in Europe at the moment, alongside Orbit. All things going in their favor. As time has gone on in this game, the slang has gone into Splice's favor. The rotations have gone into Splice's favor. They've looked like the vet. Even see there, Josh, when he had a K-bar, might be able to challenge at this time, though, decides to back on up. Currently the score, 48-35 in favor of the boys on Bando. But Josh had fly right into that hard point with the submachine gun, and this is where the gun is at its strengths, right? Cleaning up weak players in those close quarters engagements. I like to see the variety right now, but so far this is still a very close game one. To be completely honest with you, I thought this was going to be a slaughter in favor of Splice. But right now, it's been far from that, and it's really a great way to start this weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, one thing I would say, Bando do have a lot of practice. I mean, you only have to look at Hesk's Twitter account, see how many GBs he's been playing for them pro fights. But one thing I will say, there was some business decisions made on the run-up to this event where they had to switch out some players to get here. So that lack of cohesion between them may play against them.
I like how you put that. Some business decisions made prior to this weekend, and will it pay off? Right now, Splyce finally clawing back into things. They've got themselves the lead. They're also on the rotation, but some very nice shots there from JME to pick Mad Cat off that cover where only his head could be seen. Still though, baseball field locked down, and you can see now where the pressure's coming in from the side of Bando. They're pushing down this backfield area. They're going to wait for everyone to come off spawn, and now here's the pressure. First player flying on in. That's going to be a kill from Hesk. Mad Cat there to trade it immediately right on out. Jerd holding a beautiful angle, though, but three players actually come soaring on in, and it's a clean break there from Bando. Fantastic communication to wait for their teammates to come off spawn, and that's a deserved break as they picked off the player in the back of the map from Splyce and then flew in at the same time, overwhelming the boys wearing yellow. Yeah.
Yeah, and they did that at a really good time as well, because there was 30 seconds still on the clock now, and as we enter those final 10 seconds, they're still going to retain the control. So Bando really put him a good fight here. I mean, they'd completely been written off coming into this, and I think that surprised a few people.
And now, yes, they had a great first rotation, but this is where I begin to expect Splyce to really step up. Slaying has been even. Yes, you haven't seen anybody really stand out so far in this game, but this is where the best teams normally begin to shine. Once they get in their groove, once the second rotation comes over, they're now going to begin to adapt. That's where these teams really stand out, as they begin to read the play style, expand on it further. You're seeing now the kill feed lighting up with yellow. Two of the players now back to even. Bance already at 13 and 10. Josh with that submachine gun, 46 seconds inside the hard point so far this game. And shaky shots there, but positioning himself in a great spot to be able to succeed. If he hits those bullets, should easily get a two-piece for himself there.
Yeah, it was a beautiful setup there from Splyce. I mean, Jerd was quite comfortable sitting on it, but Josh needed to make that kill. Didn't really go too much against them though. They still managed to rack up some points, but we are going to be switching over to the next hard point area, and you can see the rotation is going to go in favor of Bando.
One thing I do want to point out is currently with the setup of weapons between these two teams, you can actually see how the roles are developed. You've got a submachine gun in your objective player's hand in the hard point. You've got an NV4 in the likes of Mad Cat, obviously sitting in the back of the map, playing for his team. That longer range sight line, so good for him. And then still K-Bars, really the all-around solid weapon. There's really no going wrong when you have that on your team. Do like seeing the variety in this current meta. How long does it stay for? Perfect example of where the NV4 will excel. People are lining up for him. Does tag up two more. Should possibly have some assists coming in from his teammates in the next few moments.
Very nice there from Bob. Let's see if he can continue this streak. He's thrown inside into the hardpoint area now, and after holding on to a lead for so long, they really have let it slip, and they've let Splyce get back into the game. He cannot stay alive, and Splyce are going to breach once more.
Yeah. Again, I'm actually impressed by how Bando have broken some of these hard points there. They send two players down towards that back green market area. Once they kill off Mad Cat, who's the main anchor holder for this Splyce team, they're able to just push on in for the pinch. Splyce get overwhelmed, and again, we still have ourselves a 15-second game. Bando keeping this one close over and over. And as Mr. X said, if they can win one of these respawns and then clutch up in the search and destroys, recipe for success for this team, and right now it's absolutely possible.
Oh, and put them in a great position in the pool, if they can manage that, because obviously that's going to determine how easy of a bracket they get later stages of this tournament. Mad Cat though holding fast on the hardpoint area, and you can see that lead becoming slightly notable, but we do see Bando break right in.
And you're seeing jammer grenades coming out and disorient the Splyce team, force them to weaken their communication, not be as confident as they want to be in some of these scenarios. Splyce do break on through, and they're already in control of the side of the map they want, as the new hardpoint will rotate towards this back baseball area. Splyce now up by 25 seconds. They know where two more players are. There's Josh getting one, and the other should come in momentarily. Bye-bye, Bob, says Jerd. 160 to 125. The scrap time will go to Splyce. They've got a payload ready to be used as well, with Josh having the active camo. We saw last time Bando did have a clean break when pushing through this field area. It looks like they're going to try their hand at it again, but the veteran Josh reads it like a book. And what did I say earlier, Rel? Adapting is where Splice, and they're now doing it. 173 to 125, the largest lead of this game.
Yeah, I mean, Bando just had that excellent start, but the composure that's been shown by Splice really shining through now. Great setup, great rotation once more, and they're just going to hold on to this. I think Bando are going to have a really difficult time breaking in.
Well, they do actually take Jerd down by the back bathroom area, and you can see Briggs pushing on through with the AR of his own. Splice do have players spawning up right in that field blue area, but it's tough to break in from that side if you can't get the entry kill. Unfortunately, the kills that come in are a little bit late. Jerd will be traded on out. 17 seconds of scrap time. 17 seconds of scrap time here. Not the worst thing in the world if you're Splice to give this one up. As you play for this middle rotation yet again, I think the player that you need to cut down is Hesk, who's closing in on earning himself some streaks, just 150 off a second one here.
Yeah, and Bando, it's as you say, they really have to pick up the scrap time now, and that's going to put them in a bad position going into these rotations. They're going to have to make some quick pushes. You can see 3 go down though, and Hesk needs to stay alive. Almost manages to find a kill against Jerd.
That would have been absolutely nasty if he snapped on for the 2-piece. Unfortunately, with the rest of his team dying around, I'm not sure how much of an impact it would have made. Splice closing in on the 200-second. Josh and Mad Cat, 2 of the most veteran players in the European scene. 1 player just around the corner. They will make this one a 2-on-2. Mad Cat and Josh going up against Briggs and Bob. Another
Well played by Mad Cat, as you said, experience just shining straight through there. And again, the B-bomb push.
Yeah, and Bando involved in that kill. Happy to see that, as they've made some improvements going into that round number 2. Got ourselves a 1-to-1 game again, as Bando are making sure these games remain close, and that's a good sign of things to come, because remember, the top 2 in this pool make it on into that championship bracket. So if this Bando team can play this well against the likes of Aware and Fab, then we could very well see them moving on into that championship bracket. Would not put it past them at all. But first, they've got to do their best in this series. Jerd again with the sniper getting first blood for his team for 2 rounds in a row.
Yes, and here we go with Bance. He's going to find that kill, and this is looking very good for Splice. It just seems that the attack is so dominant.
And I mentioned these teams needing to adapt, Bando needing to make sure that they stay on top of their game against Splice, and there's a quick 4 up, 4 dead for Bando. But that time, you immediately had Josh laying down, watching their flank, so there was no opportunity for a pinch or a fluky play to come in. Here's your final kill cam from Bance yet again. One of the heroes of this Splice squad last year in the first season of the CWL, still impressing now as we move into Infinite Warfare.
That's it. It's stuck with the organization now with some new recruits as well. And the guys on the analyst desk were talking about this, that, you know, is this potentially the new generation of God Squad that we have?
Opportunity for a pinch or a fluky play to come in. Here's your final kill cam from Bance yet again. Bance yet again. One of the heroes of this Splice squad last year in the first season of the CWL, still impressing now as we move into Infinite Warfare.
That's it. It's stuck with the organization now with some new recruits as well. And the guys on the analyst desk were talking about this, that, you know, is this potentially the new generation of God Squad that we have here?
Let's swap on over to Jerd. Does he still have the sniper rifle? Doesn't appear so. So Hesk, though, does for the side of Bando, which beautiful grenade there to even things back on out. And are they prepared for him to push around this corner? He has the EMC, but because he's got sniper, this is not the weapon he wants to have. Gets one, makes it a 1v1. Thankfully for that cover, tough hand if you're Hesk. Did what he could with only having that secondary pistol, but we'll go ahead and watch it now. From Jerd's perspective. Stays calm, stays behind cover, and there, K-Bar versatile. I take K-Bar every time.
Yeah, I mean, very aggressive play with just the sidearm, but I feel given the situation, he didn't any chance there. He was caught right out in the open, had to go for that challenge.
I didn't mind it at all. He really didn't even have to pick up enough time to pick up a weapon that would even be on the ground. So now Splice with a 2-round lead. They're back on offense. Mad Cat playing the objective for this team. Briggs currently 0-4 on the side of Bando. The team's essentially playing a 3 versus 4, which is not a good sign at all. As 3 players are now stacked on the drill, this could spell disaster. 2 now dead. There's the trade. 1 versus 1. And Splice wind up taking it there again. Splice trading efficiently.
And this is going to be a very quick search and destroy if we carry on at this rate. I mean, this is already 5 rounds in. Splice looking very, very strong. Only 1 attacking round won by Bando. Now let's see how they fare up now if they get the attack again.
I really, really do like the Splice team right now, and I think that they're only going to develop and flourish even more as this weekend goes on. And I think it's all led by Mad Cat with that NV4. They're so sure of his ability to shoot. I mean, this is the guy that many regard in North America, pro players, as the best EU player of all time. He's played in North America. He's lived there at a point to try to further his Call of Duty career. Now against some of the top European squads this weekend, you expect him to excel. 3 now dead again on the side of Bando. It's a 1 versus 2. JME last alive.
Let's see what he can produce from this, as he needs to do something very, very special here. They cannot go to if they take this 5-1, Splice are just going to be running away with this. So a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
And look at your minimap. And look at your minimap again. Staying active is the correct way to play this.
Ooh.
If you're on the side of Splice, oh God, some miserable shots right there. As that will now be a 5-1 round lead in favor of Splice. Here it is again, though. They stay active, and Josh lays down and just absolutely destroys him there with the ERAD. I'm so happy to see this weapon now more in play. And this gets me excited to see how it all plays out now with North American teams. Will they begin to enlist some of those legendary submachine gun players to use this in the current meta? We have a potential James Bond alert now with the 0-7 with Briggs this round, so we'll have to see if that winds up developing into a true statement as things play on out. Grenade comes in. JME with first blood. Will Splice back on up. Well, they don't have to worry. They've got Jerd with the sniper, and the flank now coming in from Josh. Unfortunately, the weaknesses of the submachine gun still shown there, as that little bit of range still throws off the weapon. Bance should have a call from his teammate. Will he begin to push in towards his close door? There it is. Challenges Briggs. Not going to work out for him there. Briggs will get the kill. All the streaks in the world, though. For Jerd. 10-2 with the sniper rifle. Absolutely great gameplay. He'll ping them as well and see exactly where his opponent is.
Oh, and surely.
Oh, God. Rewinds back out. Still hasn't closed the game out yet.
Yeah, and that was a very rushed rewind there. I don't think that's when he wanted to be using it particularly, but again, had no choice. He's wanting to close this out now.
Yeah.
And he has decided to go for that plan. It has gone down. Here comes the chase, though, and he's not going to latch on. He's revealed his position. Hesk is in trouble. Hesk is in trouble.
Oh, gosh, I was actually not ready for him to try to do this. Calls the Scorchers right away. A misplay.
Wow.
Off the side of Jerd. Kind of panics and tries to use those streaks to close out this map. But you could see Hesk was immediately chasing, following that kill, right? He saw him go into that back control area. So he just pushes him right inside the deck and decides, hey, I'll just push you before the Scorchers even get down. Not only does he get behind cover, but he cleans up the kill to make this one a 5-2 game.
Yeah.
Side of Bando not out of it yet.
I mean, that was huge there. He forced Jerd to use the rewind and used what is considerably a powerful score streak as well for Search and Destroy. Great plays from him, but still a long way to go if they want to be able to take this. Let's stay on board with Hesk. Seems to be the top performer for Bando right now.
Yeah, I think another thing too to point out is Jerd winds up using 2 streaks there in that round. So hey, the game does go on longer. Something to keep an eye on. Hesk trying to be the opener now with the active camo. But look at how Splice played this. They've sat so far back. Finally, it's looked like one has been cut down. This will put it to a 3v3. Jerd does his final streak, but that's a big kill that you need to get if you're Hesk. Mad Cat now cut down. And just like that, a winnable round goes to shut down Splice, up 2-0. Taking care of business. That one was a little bit easier than that first respawn.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of occasions there that we just saw some sloppy shooting from Bando, and it really has cost them. We could have been seeing potentially a tied game at the moment if they'd have managed to clutch up in those rounds. But no, they have been denied, and once again, Splice victorious, 2-0 in the series.
And this is where it worries me, because Uplink is a game mode for me that separates the good teams from the best teams. And on a map that we're going to be seeing in Frost, where control of the certain lane of the map is so key as we get into it. We'll touch on it a little bit more. I'm worried. I'm worried now. If you're a Bando fan, which wondering how many there are out there, you've got one in me, Bando. If you can take a map off Splice, you've done better than a lot of teams will ever do. Let's go ahead and take a look at your scoreboard, though. With you got Jerd 11-3, monster game from him, a plant as well. Mad Cat 7-4, Josh 7-5, and then Bant sitting at 5-6. 1-8 though from Briggs, rough game from him. Want to see how he bounces back now as we head into the uplink.
Yeah, absolutely. And Briggs just having such a tough time, and Call of Duty, with these games, it's one of them things where people don't like to associate kills with the victory or the difference. When it comes to Search and Destroy, I mean, 1-8 is just, it's not acceptable.
Yeah, and I believe only one assist there with his team. So we will get Game 3 started up right away. Match 1 of a very long 4-day weekend of Call of Duty action here in Europe. Right now, what time is it in North America? 3:47 p.m. here. So people are waking up. People are starting to wake up on the East Coast. They've got some European Call of Duty action to watch. If you're from Australia, couldn't tell you what time or year it is out there. So we hope you're enjoying this in 2019. And then here in Europe, I got 4 hours of sleep last night. So thankfully for energy drinks and your presence, Rel. We're gonna keep casting some great Call of Duty.
That's what I do. That's why I'm here.
Actually, too, Mr. X's suntan is his spray on tan is very bright as well, keeping me wide awake. So I've got everything I could ever need to excel here on a broadcast. And as well, shout out to everybody on the GFINITY production team, always doing a stellar job to get the day started. Again, we're going through the rig draft on our screen. We'll be sure to show you guys that in just a few moments. Rel, for you, do we see a game 4 in this series? Do we see another hard point, or is this one done?
I think the Search and Destroy really showed the difference between these two teams. I mean, yeah, the later stages of that hard point were quite Splice dominated. But there were just glimmers of hope from Bando. But that Search and Destroy was completely one way. And I think, as you said yourself, if there's any game mode where that's really going to resonate through, it's going to be Uplink.
Yeah.
Splice are going to walk away with this.
And I'm wondering how practiced the teams come into this, because as you talked about a little bit earlier, you were showing off your Call of Duty knowledge, and you brought up how Precinct and Frost, two of the maps that are only seen in this one game mode. So how comfortable do they feel? How prepared are they to go up against the likes of Splice. If you're on Bando's side, a lot of teams will hop online, play through a couple rotations of the hard points, get some uplink scrims in when they can. I'm looking forward to this one though, because I think this could be an example from one team of how to play this map when you outslay your opponents. In the first respawn, it was close to the majority of it, but it ended with nearly an 80-second victory for Splice. Bando, I'm rooting for you. I want to see Game 4. I want to see Breakout, hard point. But my gut tells me, and I've got a large gut here, I brought the American gut over, it tells me that this one is done 3-0.
Well, from the mining facility atop an asteroid we go to.
Oh God, I dislike you.
One of Jupiter's frosty moons.
What are you, a marketing man now?
in Europa, as we take it to map number 3.
He's still going with describing where this map is located. This map is located.
People need to know.
Here's your rig draft. Reactive, overdrive, active camo, rewind. Mirror matchup there makes a lot of sense against Centurion. Really the one that you wind up seeing be the outlier in hardpoint. Game number 3, a potential for a sweep now. As we're on board with Splice's Mad Cat, the same weapon he's had all series. If it works, you might as well keep it on, which is the NV4. First blood does come out for Bando, but already Jerd, and this is why I love. Look, 2 submachine guns brought out by Jerd as well as Josh, and they're just going to sprint all around the map, keep catching Bando off guard. Right now, how would they ever expect Jerd to be in the back of their base? The only reason why they would think that is because they're currently all spawning up on top of each other near this blue side.
Now look at this. It is Hess going objective. Manages to find a kill. If he can get this one, it would have really opened things up, but he does go down. Bob and Josh got to fight for this kill. Very important in the map.
See, that's another example where that 1v1 gunfight win could result in a one-point throw potentially for the side of Bando. Instead, it's Splice cleaning it up. Now they're going to flood down middle map. Look at your mini map right now. It's all yellow, and this is the area of the map we were hinting about a little bit, Rel, prior to this game starting on up. You want to control the sub-bay area. Back robo. Already a dunk coming in for Splice. They're up 2-0, and with the setup they currently have, they're looking for a rally.
Yeah, I mean, he just ran that through completely unchallenged, Josh. Great support work from Bance, who picks, and you can see it just being continued now as Bance lighting things up with a 4-kill streak.
And Bance, they're actually going to wind up rotating this one towards this outer cliff area, and you can see Bando not really expecting this one. Already the kills coming in. You've got one player sitting back. Construction, it's Briggs, who's just nervous for his life as Bance comes out, snaps on him. There's the dunk as well. 4-0. As this is what I was worried about. Typically, from what I've seen, Frost, a map that, if it's even in slaying, it is very even in score. But with everyone on Splice currently positive, you've got Bance pushing towards triple positive scoreline. It's all signs towards this one. Absolute slaughter. Again, the drone being pushed up. Will Jerd wait for the help of his teammates? He'll turn back around. Quick beat down. Not going to happen this time. Either way, it's a 2-possession lead.
Yeah, I don't think he could make up his mind to go for the melee on. And are we gonna see Bando answer back in some way, shape, or form? I mean, 2 carry captures down. It's early days, right? There's still plenty of time left in this to make something of it.
And already you're seeing how the players of Bando are pushing towards unorthodox sides of the map. They're going from cliff. They're just trying to do whatever they can to keep their base clear, and they're not actually getting the setup they want. There they try to advance the drone before actually getting some kills. And yes, they were just throwing it forward, but either way, I'm not even picking up the drone there. I'm getting 3 players inside of that sub-bay area, trying to force out some spawns and get some kills before I do anything objective focused. Air Splice do exactly that. There's another dunk coming on in. Already 3 players of Splice, unselfish, getting the drone when they need to, and getting the dunk in when their team has the opportunity.
I mean, they're just making this look very, very easy. We've not really seen anything but Bando apart from defense. Whether it'll be the same story when we switch sides, we'll have to see. But for now, still just short of 2 minutes play on this side.
Somehow Hesk is on a 6 streak. Does get cut down there. Was close to earning more score streaks for himself. Bob just trying to stall time out for his teammates to come off spawn near middle map. I do believe Splice has spotted him. There it is. And again, Splice putting so much pressure towards his side. I do like how they're giving themselves options. They've gotten dunks from the cliff side, from pushing through this mid-ice tunnel, as well as moving towards this sub-bay area. As I said, Bando always having to rotate, switch positions, and they're not able to get comfortable anywhere in their base. Jerd again moving up with the drone. He's got a lead blocker. This will be a dunk, 8-0, and we're only 4 minutes into this game, Rel.
Yeah, and it's looking like it's going to be the same story for the final 6 as well.
Yep.
On a 7-kill streak there. Let's go down. Here we go though with Josh. I mean, the only one who's currently negative in terms of slaying is Josh for the team. But I mean, we've seen him running that uplink so many times. But captures being made all throughout the team.
Yeah, Mad Cat was actually kill off of earning himself 2 more streaks, and wow, what an interesting little play right there. Throws a drone to the enemy, gets the help of his teammate to cut him down. This will be another dunk coming on in, 10-0. This one is not a surprise for me at all. When you have a team outslaying by 15 kills in just side number 1, I mean, that's just that's a complete difference maker. That means that Splice have had a number advantage for a minute and a half of this side, where they're just in 4v3, 4v3, 4v2 scenarios. Again, 3 go down. They're chaining together the kills. They've got the lead blockers. 12-0. An absolute slaughter right now. And look, Splice. They're keeping their foot on the gas pedal. They want to get another score in before this side is done.
Wow. Well, no mercy rule here for...
They've got overdrive. Do they go for it? Looks like no. They're
going to keep it. This is only going one way. This can only really be a 3-0 shutout from Splice. And what a message they're sending out as well to the rest of the teams competing here.
But look how this series has gone, right? Hardpoint, they start off down for the first full rotation. As the game goes on, they slowly get their lead 20, 30, 40, and then the game ends with what, an 80-second victory? You move into the S&D outside of a couple rounds that they were 1 kill away from taking. They stomped it 6-2. Now you move into uplink 12-0. This team is in groove. This is exactly the matchup that I think Splice wanted to have to start off this weekend. A team that you expect them to beat. They get their confidence now on land with this new patch, and now they're ready to kick things fully into gear as this weekend develops.
All right, well, here we go. Couple of kills being made, and that's very nice from Hess. This is where they need to turn up now. Bando having a nice little outing here. We're gonna see Splice on defense.
And now I want to see how Splice do here, because they watch right there. Bando, they were in that scenario how many times last side where they were getting pushed from 2 different angles. They have to defend their base, and they didn't do it once. Splice always had the lead blockers when the gunfights. Bando trying to do what Splice did that last half, and they get stopped on their first attempt. Beautiful setup to have 2 players sit in the back construction area. And again, where do we see this drone move? In towards sub-bay, in towards Robo. One time, Rel, did we see Bando do this last side? The answer is no.
And, you know, you really can see the difference in these teams now. We were saying this before. This is the game mode that it shines through. We're just seeing kill after kill being made by Splice. You said before that Bando were being completely outslayed. Every single one of them negative.
And this was just, for me, it was just expected. I mean, Briggs, the guys had a tough couple games. 1-8 in the search and destroy. Now 7-22, triple negative in the slaying department. When you've got 4 of the arguable best players in Europe on the side of Splice, you expect them to do just this. Side 2, a little bit less of a scoring fest right now. But either way, I'm impressed with what I'm seeing. Not trying to beat a dead horse here, but you expect Splice to take this. This is really now just a waiting game for the 3-0 to come into play. You saw there's a lot of action to come down today. To come down today, and again, Bando not out of anything yet. I do think they still have a potential to win some games and make some stuff happen in this pool. I just never expected them to beat Splice.
Well, this is it. I mean, this is, I guess, the consolation for them. Because in terms of the competitors for this pool, we've got Aware Gaming and Fab Games.
Yep.
So definitely after what we saw in the hard point, some potential there for them to advance, but they are going to need to take both those wins.
As time ticking down, 2.5 minutes remaining. 13-0 right now, it's just padding the stats for Splice as they're flying all around. Multiple players with streaks. really just full momentum. They're going into all sorts of things just rolling into their way. So now, as you look towards these groups, right, and the action we're going to see as the day goes on, I think you expect Splyce to set a top pool A. What are your predictions for the rest of the pools? Who's going to be that top team going into the championship bracket?
Well, I mean, the interesting one for me, in terms of Group C, I'd go towards Orbit. Group D, maybe a toss-up between Infused and Fnatic. Not too sure on that.
Okay.
But for me, the interesting one now is Group B, especially with the addition of Epsilon.
Well, it was funny when we start off today. You mentioned you statistically went and looked into everything, found out exactly who the group of death would be.
Yes.
Based off of some things you wound up finding online.
Yep.
Then you found out some news that obviously things were shifting. Prismatic was going to be in favor of Epsilon now, and now Epsilon now back in, and Prismatic no longer being here. Does this now come back to being your group of death for this weekend?
Yeah, Group B are certainly the tough one. I think Intuition are going to have the roughest time against the likes of the Imperial, Elevate, and Epsilon. It really is, for me, in Group B, a toss-up between two of those three.
Yeah.
I can see Elevate taking it, but Epsilon and Imperial is going to be such an important match.
Shane and crew, can they wind up getting into that championship bracket? Always a pleasure to see Shane do well. 16-2. A score did come on the board from Bob, as this side, as we mentioned, a little bit closer, but either way, the damage has been done. You cannot afford to be outslayed by 20-plus kills in one side and expect to get the victory. Biggest takeaways from this series for you, Rel? Anything positive you want to say for Bando as they can look forward to their next matches?
Well, I mean, I'll start on Splyce first. Bance and Madcat just showing here why they are the big slayers for the team, while Josh and Jud just run havoc in the middle. I mean, for Bando, a few things I've taken away. Hesk has been a standout player for me. I think he's performed really well. Link game isn't much to go off, but we saw him with some really smart plays on Search and Destroy. The downfall, which I don't know if something that can really be helped. It's not something they can really have a team huddle about, but simply some wobbly shooting, and that's really what it's come down to a lot of times.
Positive 34 as a team. Is Splyce currently. My biggest takeaway from this series is again the roles and the variety we've seen come out of the boys of Splyce when it comes down to weapons and strategy, and what we saw brought out. Love seeing Jerd have the confidence to use a sniper. That is it, folks. Your first series of the CWL London event presented by Pete. 4 is a swift 3-0 as expected. Splyce come out of the gates hot.
My goodness, and what a huge victory that is, really. We're probably going to be seeing a lot more of that from Splyce, judging from the performances we've seen now offline. Huge plays from them. Congratulations to Splyce with 3-0. I'd love to hear what the guys on the analyst desk have to say about this.
Much Rel. Well, little bit nervous there at the beginning, actually, because we were about to look very, very wrong. Bando put up a fantastic... No. Never mind. Right, Bando did put up a good fight to begin with. So let's kind of get our first impressions on what we thought. Don't disagree.
At the beginning, it was like the first 40 seconds of the game.
But it was a lot closer than we thought.
The hard point was closer than I thought going into maybe the first 100 points, but that's what I was saying about, first game, the first game of the tournament. Splyce, they're probably not played in, 24, 48 hours. Yeah. They come in, then they just warm up, and I don't want to say too much about it. But
pulling away, but
yeah, fair enough. Bando put up a bit of a fight on that.
Splyce just showed how dominant they can potentially be. Obviously, against a team where you expect them to kind of cruise through. They took care of business in this series. Man, these games were they were hard to watch at some point.
All right, so is this a benchmark of now where we see Splyce are coming and firing all guns? Like I said, the hard point, are we going to really attribute that to warming up? Are we going to attribute that not being in full gear? We know they looked a little bit sleepy before the game. Maybe they just weren't firing all cylinders.
And sometimes games like that you kind of coast through.
Yeah.
So I think Splyce comes into that one. They know they can take that pretty easy. I would need to see it against like top competition. Like I'd love to see them go up against. Obviously, we'll probably see it later in the tournament, like Elevate or an Orbit, and see how they fare against them.
All right, well, let's talk about the game in general then. Obviously, that did kind of maybe warm them. Maybe kind of brought them to life here, because the rest of the series it became more of what we actually expected.
Yeah. I mean, for me, S&D is when kind of Splice kind of, Rel said it on the casting desk, and he said, it just separated the two teams, and you could see there was individuals that are having a bit of a tough time as well, for Bando as well. And I think that kind of just went on into the uplink. But S&D, they look very strategical, composed squad as that you expect Splice. I just thought it was a bit sporadic from Bando. Like, some of the plays they were making, I was questioning. But again, when you're coming up one-on-one, the gunfights were all going.
Yeah, I mean, Briggs had a rough series. I mean, I think he had 1 kill in the search and destroy, triple negative there in the uplink. He had a pretty rough series for Bando. So maybe he plays a little bit better. I still don't think they win. I think the games are much closer, obviously. But first game nerves, you expected that from Bando.
Yeah. Yeah, I think something that we can't really talk too much about Bando, and they didn't do well. They were never expected to win this game. No. They were never really even expected to make it a close game. The fact they did so well in the hard point was even a bit of a shock to us. But where do they come in the rest of the group? Do you think that there's maybe enough to say, you know what, Bando, maybe they can come second. Maybe they can get a few wins off the other guys in this group.
I think it's really, really hard to tell. I know that's kind of sitting on the fence a bit, which I like to do. Yep. But you're going against #1 team in Europe. How do you kind of judge them off that? And I think we've not seen that 4 on LAN already. So I like to think they've got the hardest game out of the way. They can go up against their next and really give it them. From what I saw on hardpoint, I think they may be able to push third. I don't know about second.
It's a really easy way to lose your confidence, getting beat that bad. I don't see them making it in the group. I think potentially like 3-4, but still, I mean, 3-4, you don't make it out. I mean, at the end of the day, 3 and 4 doesn't really make a difference. You're still a loser in the group. So,
well, I think it's interesting because obviously you've obviously never seen these guys. You have nothing to kind of really judge them against. Previous history. You're only going to see them play Splice. Did you see anything there that maybe showed the inklings of maybe the hard point? Maybe it's just because it's Splice.
The hard point, they were playing well at the beginning, but Splice, they were at the hills early, rotated properly. They won all those gunfights. The key important fights in a hard point to win. Search and destroy, they just seem outmatched. Yeah, and
it probably should have been 6-1 as well.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. And then I know the uplink, it's tough because uplink on Frost usually a lower scoring game. I know Splice just racks his score up. It's hard. It's harder to just kind of fight back from that. Like, you can never get a good read because when you're down by so much, you have to start overextending, guys running everywhere. So that's how you see the lopsided kill disparities.
Yeah, I think that's when we started to see the kind of the breakup as well. Like, you see this from some of these teams, like in Harbour, when things are going well, you're still playing properly. But when it's starting to get a bit desperate and you're maybe being beaten a little bit, and you can't win any gunfights, you can't get in position. Your teammates might stop calling out. They might just be a bit frantic, like, we're 5 behind now. Let's rush somewhere. I need to make a big hero play. Do you think that's where maybe newer teams without the experience, such as Bando, may start to fall apart? It did look like it in that last game. It actually became worse as the game went on.
I mean, look, when you're down by that much, I don't think you can do anything but try and make hero plays and do the overextension. So I think they kind of like played it how you're kind of force yourself into that hand by getting down by so much. So I don't think there's really anything else they could have done, but it was worse because they weren't winning any of those fights when they went on overextensions. They weren't making any plays. So such a difficult game for Bando.
It certainly was. Well, before we go any more into that one, we are going to throw it down now to the floor. It's going to be Mad Cat with Lottie.
Thank you very much, Bryce. So I'm here with Mad Cat from Splice. What a great first 3 maps. You guys took that by storm. Talk me through this matchup then. Were you very confident going into it?
Yeah, 100% confident in every game we go into. I mean, they're just a try.
repeat and continue to play this, better turn your stereo louder. Listen up and let me preach. And let's get arrested for disturbing the peace. Yeah, did some movies and started missing this rap shit. Back to rap, then started missing them movies. Left these hoes to settle down with just one chick. Get with one chick, started missing them groupies. Stopped drinking for a year and I was all sober. Next year I got drunk and did it all over. Yesterday I quit smoking and swore I had enough. Till I smelt it in the club and had to take P to continue to play this. Learned life was a bitch, now everybody's after all of my preach. When I was broke, all over my folks, but nowadays I'm losing all of my friends. Let the story begin. The grass is always greener on the other side. Always searching for another high. The grass is always greener on the other side. Caterpillar to a butterfly. The grass is always greener on the other side. Always searching for another high. The grass is always greener on the other side. Caterpillar to a butterfly. Bye bye butterfly, fly away. Bye bye butterfly, fly away. Yeah, start exercising and went and got me a six-pack. Was eating healthy and did away with the junk. Then I got lazy and started to want to kick back. My six-pack reverted back to a good. When I'm at the crib, I'm mad I'm not at the club lit. When I'm at the club, I'm mad I'm not at the crib. I used to be out partying every damn night. Now sometimes I'd rather be with my kids.
There, but this game, it could go, you know, it's one of those which could go on map 4 or map 5. I think a lot of people will be wanting to prove a point in this one.
Yeah, did some movies and started missing this rap shit.
Now whether they can
back to rap then started missing them movies. Left these hoes to
this has potential to be
settle down with just one chick. Get with one chick, started missing them group.
These are the mid-pool.
Stopped drinking for a year and I was all sober.
Technically be a closer fight.
Next year I got drunk and did it all over. Yesterday I quit smoking and swore I had
some way.
Had enough till I smelt it in the club and had to take P to continue to play this. Learned life was a bitch, now everybody's after all of my preach.
Well, yeah, I think these two teams.
Broke all over my folks, but nowadays I'm losing all of my friends. Let the story begin. The grass is always greener on the other side. Always searching for another high. The grass is always greener on the other side. Caterpillar to a butterfly.
They've had so far.
The grass is always greener on the other side. Searching for another high. The grass is always greener.
We all know Gef Kid.
Yeah.
Around the other side. Caterpillar to a butterfly.
This team could potentially take that lead.
Fly yeah, start exercising.
So hopefully Gef Kid can kind of
and then went and got me a six-pack. Was eating healthy and did away with the junk. Then I got lazy and started to want to kick back. My six-pack reverted back to a good. When I'm at the crib,
these guys have been playing GB after GB.
I'm mad I'm not at the club lit. When I'm at the club, I'm mad I'm not at the crib.
Coming in here inexperienced or, you know, a little bit unpracticed, they're going to be coming here prepared. They're going to have strats. I know Gef Kid, he has a few things up his sleeve as well sometimes.
Well, speaking about preparedness now, there is something about this team I do know. Dens, Johansson, and I believe it's Benji.
Yeah.
Only just turned 18 this year, I've been told. So a very young and very inexperienced squad coming into this rel. Do you think it's going to be a big issue for them stepping up to this stage?
I mean, it really does go one of two ways. You can either crumble under the pressure or you can excel. Me personally, if it was me going into...
You'd crumble 100% every single time.
100%. And this is the thing, because whilst there are two sides of the coin, it's... I think experience will always be more important than the excitement, if you like, of coming into big events for the first time.
Yeah, I think it's something that a lot of people are going to be looking for. You know, these guys, this is stepping up into the big leagues now. Can they make a name for themselves? And although people have played these guys on home, this is their first opportunity kind of stepping into the CWL. Do we think that, you know, nerves, especially first game, first in the booth, just turned 18, going to be an issue or not?
I think it's always an issue. It really is. When you're young and inexperienced, it's always an issue. But it happens to every single one. You have to have that first time. And going up, this is, like Rel said, you know, the middle of the pack almost in their groups. It's a good telling tale, but I think you need to shine straight away with these two teams. That's the problem I think that they will have, is they need to come up in game one, they need to turn up. A complete opposite of what we've just seen with Bando. You know, they got a game to kind of, yes, lose, but, you know, get into it a little bit. And I think these two teams, they need to come in straight away and make an impact.
All right, well, let's move on to our other team then while we're doing this, Fab Games. Now, again, another storied team. This is a team that we've been kind of hearing a lot about and seeing a little bit on the Twitterverse, and some of the pros have been talking about it a little bit. Not always in the most positive of fashions, but still, a lot of storylines behind this. People like Kivy, typical nerd, which we remember from Rampage Tempo, trying to qualify for Season 2 in the CWL. You know, UAV Slays, has been a lot talked about him, whether or not he can bring his performance to LAN, or whether or not it's just something he can do at home.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose Kivy's the household name, if you like, of this team. He's definitely the bigger figure out of the four players. And in terms of his accomplishments and achievements, he has international experience under his belt, and that's why he'll be taking this leadership role going into this game. I'd say he's the strongest player of the four, but typical nerd is definitely one to watch for me. After seeing some of his gameplay, he's a huge slayer for the team, and I know he's going to be playing a big support role.
Well, apparently he's full of confidence. I've been hearing that he's very confident, and he's been very vocal about his confidence as well, which may have irked some of the pros the wrong way. But you know, if he can back it up now, and like I said, it's not like typical nerd has come out of nowhere. That team was a whisper away from qualifying, you know, in CWL Season 2 last year.
Yeah, for me as well, talking about the other ones, UAV. Again, it's very much like Aware. You know, these are young players that are coming into such an experience for their first time. He needs to make a mark, and it's very, very difficult when you have that situation where you're put into, you know, into the booth for the first time, on a center stage for the first time, main stage, on a stream like, you know, like GFINITY. It's very, very difficult to adapt to, but some people thrive off it and some people crumble.
Don't worry, we all saw you point at your brother there.
Some people do crumble. But I'd like to think, you know, with the guidance of Kivy, you know, such an experienced player, they'll be okay.
Okay, fair enough. All right, well, let's kind of get into it then, and this matchup coming down. Obviously, Aware, higher seed coming into this one. Do we think, you know, they're definitely the winning here? It's going to be a close one under a lot of people.
I mean, for me, you are right, Aware at the higher seed, but a lot of the seeding has largely come down to the volume of games you can play up until this point. You know, there's been other contributing factors. I personally feel that Fab are the stronger team, and I think they'll take this series.
Okay. Is there any why are they the stronger team?
Again, it's if I look at the individual players, that when we look at Aware game, and there's GefKid that stands out for me, who is renowned, and this is nothing against him, he's a great LAN player too, but for being particularly strong online, I'm not saying that that's not the case with Fab, but when it comes,
no, you tell him, bro. You tell him. You look down that camera and you tell him the truth.
I'm sorry, but Kivy and typical nerd, we've seen what they can do on LAN as well, and I think that they do have the edge in that respect.
Okay, Phil, do you agree with him?
I never agree with my brother, and this is not going to change anything right now. I'm going to side with Aware. I think
young guns.
Yeah, I think they're young. I think they're coming in hungry, feisty, and I think they're going to take, but I do think it's going to go to a map 4 or 5.
Okay, a map 4 or 5. So you're kind of basing it on the fact that you think this team, maybe not the biggest of names, but maybe more raw talent coming out of it, first opportunity?
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of Denz or Denzer, you know, online, and he's pulled off some kind of crazy things. I like to think he can do the same here. We'll have to wait and see. But GefKid, you know, I played against him. He does cause a lot of havoc, and I think Aware tip it for me. The only thing that I see for Fab is Kivy, and I know what that guy can do on LAN, and it's damaging stuff. But
if anything, Kivy's he's actually impressing me more every time I've seen him so far.
Yes.
So hopefully he really does put in the shift this time, because he has been one of these that I think he was known as the great German player. Like the German teams haven't been fantastic historically, but Kivy started to make a kind of a name for himself and push out. I mean, Gun Elite was probably right there with him. But yeah, I think maybe Kivy, you know, future of German Call of Duty, and see who kind of comes with him.
I'd say so, and it's like you say, they're probably the two biggest German players, Gunnelli and Kivi, and again, when it came between the two, I think a lot of people would edge towards Kivi in terms of the stronger one. So he's really flying the flag for Germany here.
Well, he certainly is. Well, before we kind of get too much into this game is coming close to starting, but not quite yet. Phil, you have something for us.
I do, and I'd like to model this on Rel if possible. However, this is a large, so that won't be the case. I do have, though, an official CWL jersey, which is available, Bryce.
It is available.
Shop.callofduty.com.
It is.
And yeah, I mean, don't tell anyone, but I would take this home if it didn't have the American flag on.
What you should say about the American flag, but no, you can actually get those right now.
Yeah.
You can go and get your own official Call of Duty World League jersey, and you can get them here. Obviously, don't worry, we won't be giving Rel one. But yeah, they are available.
Very
I'm hoping
smart.
to get one myself. Maybe we'll be wearing those after the break.
Yeah, you'll come back and this will be more than likely on one of the three of us.
Yeah, it probably will. It probably will. All right, well, moving aside now, I'm going to start asking for a few scoreline predictions. All right, Phil, I'm going to start with you. And when you think very carefully about it, first time we're doing this for the next 4 days, can you be right out of the gate?
3-1 away gaming.
3-1 away game. What do you think they drop?
I think they drop the S&D.
The S&D, so you're thinking respawn heavy.
Oh, actually, now I think that. No, I think they drop the uplink.
Drop the uplink, okay.
Yeah, GefKid's too good at S&D.
Okay, Rel, are you sticking with your original prediction?
3-0 Fab.
3-0 Fab?
Yep.
Not a single map dropped?
Nope. They're going to take it. Clean sweep. Again, for me, they're the stronger team. In terms of comparing them against each other, this is the real test now. I've not seen them compete in a LAN environment, but I just feel the better team in every game mode.
You just feel they're the better team in every game mode?
I do.
Okay, well,
Standing by it.
Disagreements among family. But before we go into this game, there is one thing we need to kind of cover first. We talked a little bit about earlier. Where do we rank these teams? Out of everybody here, there is 16 of the best in Europe here. Where do you put them? Just before we've even seen them, this is obviously going to be a shot in the dark, but where roughly do you think they go?
I think they both fit into the category maybe 9th to 12th. I think one of them maybe potential to push the top 8, but I think these two teams, you know, between 6th and 10th, I'd put these two.
6th, so you've gone up.
Yeah, it's kind of like two brackets which I put them in. I mean,
could easily both be outside the top 8. Could easily both be in it.
Yeah.
I don't think either of them will get top 8. I think
neither of them.
No.
Rally's been very harsh this event.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you just had full confidence in Fab.
Well, no, I mean between
full confidence in Fab, but they're not making top 8.
Between the two of them, I'd say Fab are definitely the stronger team in my opinion, but I don't think either of them are good enough to take top 8. I mean, for me, when you look at the teams in attendance, the top 5 or 6 are quite decisive. Which order they'll go, I'm not sure. But outside of that, maybe it's a bit of free game. But still, I think these are not quite going to be pushing into the top 8.
I don't know. I think with the way the groups work here, I think you might be wrong.
Well, I usually am. So.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's fair enough there. So I mean, Phil's a bit more confident than you. Is he seeing something you're not?
He's delusional, isn't he?
I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, right. That would definitely be in here. All right, well, I suppose we better look at the elite teams coming into this one. We've already spoken a little about them earlier on, but, Rel, we didn't get your opinion on who you think's going to excel in this point.
Well, I mean, for me, it's quite clear from historically on Infinite Warfare for the amount of information we have that Splice are the strongest team going into this
you
tournament.
went to that statistically. You told me this before the event. You brought maths into this, didn't you?
That's it. That's what I do.
I've seen the
Tell me your
spreadsheets.
maths.
Well,
he actually has, Matt. By the way, this is serious. Rel's gone out and worked out statistically where people play.
The problem was I worked out statistically the groups and the group of death and how it would all work, except all the teams have changed. But
but a slight change, but yeah.
What I'd say, I think for me, Splice are taking it in terms of kind of a dark horse team, and I can't believe I'm even saying this, but I'd say Fnatic would be a dark horse team. Again, it's just due to the level of teams that we have at the event. I don't know if they're going to take it, but it seems so strange to put Tommy outside of like the top 3.
Wait, this is the funny thing, because I think someone said something similar earlier, and you got to remember that Fnatic, because I've just seen them turn up. They actually turned up about 10 minutes ago, so they're sitting in the crowd watching this. That team is not unknown in the slightest.
No.
It's Tommy, Sunny B, Scraps, and Wuskins. Now, Wuskins is the only unknown quantity in that squad. The rest have all been CWL players. The rest are all very well known in Europe, but for some reason, everyone keeps putting them as a dark horse?
I think it's just experience for, not just the last year. We're talking the last 5 years. And Tommy, yeah, he fits the bill. He's ticked all the boxes. Sonny B, he's competed internationally. He's done, pretty much everything there is to do. But
he came up a little bit last year.
Yeah, and Scraps was almost a star player of last year. He was picked out of Rampage Tempo, as a key player, and then he went to do international things. And they've all just been put into one team, and how it works, I'm not too sure. But from what I've seen, online, but Tommy obviously streaming quite a lot, it seems to be going very, very well for him. And Wuskins and Scraps playing together, I think it's great.
Well, two brothers playing together. How was that for you?
It was terrible.
It was a pleasure. I loved.
No, it was fun. We just didn't win much.
Backtracking now. No, I'd say. I mean, the reason I say it, whenever I'm gonna sound like such a fanboy here. Whenever I watch streams, it's always Tommy's stream that I watch. If I'm
big shout out to Tommy's stream.
But when I've been watching it, I believe this is correct. In both 2Ks, they've lost to Infused, or the previous 2Ks, and they've then lost to Splice. So that's kind of how I'm gauging how this tournament will pan out. So that's where I came to that decision.
That's interesting. I'm guessing that later on, obviously, we're going to see Infused Fnatic, and I'm definitely excited for that game as well. All right, well, I think this game is pretty much ready to go. Apparently, not quite yet. We are missing a player in one of the booths. All right, well, let's move on then and talk about teams that we are keeping an eye on this event. Outside of Fnatic, we've obviously got the mix-up at the top. Is there anyone else who kind of catches your eye?
I'm looking at Epsilon, purely because the kind of history going into this event has always been a bit of a... I mean, vocally they've spoken about it.
Down the M1 as we speak.
Yeah, some of them are on their way. They're not here yet. Epsilon definitely a team to watch.
Not had a good start to the year.
But I think it could be, a fairy tale storyline for them, because I know those four individually are very, very good, talented-wise. Sometimes people have questioned, or the pros this is, have questioned, do they work together as a unit, or do they kind of just play on their own and just kind of do their own thing and it works? But on this game, I think it will actually help them. I think, the kind of crazy gameplay that, the very fast-paced Infinite Warfare will help them. So I'll be watching.
I definitely think it suits their play style.
Yeah, 100%.
100%. Obviously, if you are just tuning in, you haven't seen the news earlier, we are actually got Epsilon. They are joining us at this tournament this weekend. They will be taking the place of Supremacy in the end and going into that bracket. Actually, I think it's prismatic. There's a lot going on in that bracket. When we bring up the group, it'll be easier to explain. But they are now here, which means that we'll see them against Elevate at some point this weekend as well. But yeah, they haven't had a great start to the year. Didn't play in the first 2K. Just not been able to get as many kind of points towards together, and then obviously, they're not very good at emails.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal and tough for Epsilon, but it is good to see them here. And I think one thing that's got to be taken into consideration is they aren't mentally prepared going into this event. I mean, for all intents and purposes, they didn't think they were coming to this.
No, apparently they had to wake Hawkey up. Someone had to go and get Hawkey because his phone was off and no one could get hold of him to tell him that, no, wait a minute, we are actually going to be in this tournament.
Yeah, so, we know that they're a great team, but whether they're ready to come into this now, we'll have to see.
It is a Cinderella story. I think that's a great part you put on. All eyes are now on Epsilon.
Yeah.
They were 4th at Champs not that long ago. Not a great start to the year. Now they've managed to get into this tournament when they weren't in it originally. Everyone's going to be looking at them and going, you know what, you've had a reprieve here. You've now got to show us that you are still that team that you were 6 months ago.
And the one thing about them as well is they were maybe a team to slack off a little bit on the pro point side of things, or maybe not performing the 2Ks as good as they can. But it was always the case with them. Whether it's on Twitter or any other social media, the players were like, wait till we get to LAN. We'll prove it again. The same as Champs, the same as what we did. And
to get to LAN first.
Yeah, you've got to get there. Whether it's emails or sorting the basics out. The great news is they're here, and I'm really, really happy it's worked out for them. I'm
just glad to see them. I'm glad to see this Epsilon team play because I want to kind of benchmark. I want to figure out if they're still the same team, because they actually performed worse in Europe usually than they did actually in international competitions. They were about 4th, 5th in Europe regularly, where we put them just outside the elite squads, and then they go and do it on an international stage. So that's the last time we saw them kind of pick their game up, and since then it's been very, very quiet.
Well, and this is it, and this is why we're kind of dubbing them a bit of a dark horse, because we just don't really know what to expect from them now. The other guys, we have some sort of idea. I mean, it's shown there in that Splice game, very, very dominant start from them, and a lot of the other matches might be slightly one-sided as well, especially in pool play, but they could either turn up or they could just completely crumble when they go.
Well, I think two teams that we're kind of glossing over here and there, probably because they're in this sort of grey area where obviously the big two right now, probably Splice and Orbit, they've got those storylines behind them, but Elevate haven't really spoken about it. Neither have Infused.
Yeah, for me, Elevate is a very much a team that could take this event. They could take this event. Everyone's looking at Splice, everyone's looking at Orbit. Don't underestimate, you know, the likes of Josh Watson, likes of what he can do on LAN. When he's got his game, when he's actually playing this and he's putting 100% into it, which he is, he can do, you know, what anyone can do. And we've seen him do it on an international level. And I think as well for Europe specifically, they've got a lot of new rosters. Like it's strange seeing the likes of Jerd in Splice jerseys, and like for example Zero in an Orbit. It just doesn't feel right. But it's like a whole new era, a whole new storyline that can be built around all these teams. And don't sleep on Elevate. Don't look past Fnatic.
Well, they've come second
Epsilon.
in both the 2Ks.
I honestly think there's five teams that could take this event. I think there's 5 teams, maybe 4. But it's an on-the-day thing. Call of Duty, anything can happen. You got to be on your game.
Interestingly enough, I was sitting in on some player interviews earlier this morning. And Watson was in one, Reddy was in another. And they were both asked the same question. Who do you think is the best player in Europe right now? They both answered the same thing. Who do you think they answered?
Who is the question directed to again?
Both of them. Reddy and Watson both answered this question.
I'd say Madcat. I'd probably go for.
You'd be wrong.
I would say it's not. I'd say Bance or Jerd.
You'd be wrong. They said Zed. Both of them.
Well, they're both
separate
wrong.
interviews.
Because Zed.
They're both wrong.
Zed is not the best. I'm joking.
So I asked this because I was like, that's an interesting pick. And I was like, he's your teammate. Is this confidence thing? He's not here, but is it a confidence thing? And they said no. They said on this game, his reflexes are incredible. They generally have full confidence in him, which is something that might not have actually had before. But we are getting off topic because this game is about to go. It is going to be Aware versus Fab. It's over to our casters. It's going to be Oxygen and Ton.
Thank you very much, Brycey. Jonas, our first game. Casting.
And it should be a great game as well. 2 great teams facing up. And, we talked about the first game, and it was supposed to be not so much of a close game. But this one, on the other end, Aware going up against Fab. 2 great teams, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we've just seen the rig draft coming in there. It was nothing too different from what we can go on to expect there. Of course, we do have Rewind, Reactive Ammo, and Active Camo and Centurion, both on both sides. So nothing out of the normal for us there, Jonas. But going into this, we heard the desk. It's a fairly split desk on this game. Rel is trolling everybody with his Fabi pick. But you know what? I unfortunately agree with him. I think Fabi are going to take this one. I think it's going to be a really close game. I'm going to say 3-1. I think they're going to need to take a 3-1 because I think Aware going into this S&D is probably their strong game type if you look towards it. With, Gef Kid, you typically look at him and think, Jesus, GB Warrior, he hasn't turned up on LAN so much, but he really knows how to play S&D. So I would expect them to probably take the S&Ds. If it goes to last map, I think Fabi will be in trouble, but I think they may be able to close it out with the 3 respawn game modes before that final S&D. But we're going to get into this one now. It is going to be hardpoint or throwback. I'm excited, man. I'm excited just because the last game that we've seen, Spice against Bando, was a little bit, it was a little bit one-sided, but this one should be a close one. On board with Kibby.
Yeah, it should all go down to Kibby. If Fabi want to make it, I think it's the man that you have to look at. We've talked about his capabilities online. He's not at the success he was looking for in an all-star tier now against Aware.
Slayers, though.
Aware, the favorite team in Slays, yeah. UAV, sorry, going absolutely massive, not first hill. Already 3 kills to his name, but weirdly enough, his team not really getting control of the hill.
Yeah, there's been some question marks around UAV Slayers, but he's answering them right now. 4 kills straight off the bat there in the middle hard point. Of course, it is a pretty scrappy one. Saying that, though, it is going to be 2 kills coming in for Aware. They're going to pick up a couple scrappy points coming in here, though, and it is going to be Aware. Sorry, Fabi getting the kills on the board. I do believe the graphic is actually wrong on the top of the screen there. Aware on the other side, if we can switch that one round. Aware up 17-3.
Yeah, great job from them on the first hill. However, now it's all going to come to that second hill. You want to have the control of the spawn. The anchor is going to be extremely important in order to get barn control. And it's 26-3, so quite good job on the first hill. It's rarely that you see this first hill create such a big difference in the 2 teams.
The thing is, Aware were ahead there well and truly.
Look at this spawn,
they didn't rotate quick enough, and unfortunately Fabi are going to be the first ones there. They got round about. If you can get that control pretty early on, you can hold this down. It's such a hard, small choke point to get into. You really need to pinch together, but on board with Gef Kid now, can he coordinate anything for his team here? Pushing around the back, just waiting for the pin. So Hansen did get the kill. onto Addiction there, but Fabi gonna be able to hold it. But here comes GFINITY. He's gonna get a couple of kills on the board with the help of his teammate Kivy. Does answer back with one of his own here. GFINITY needs to hold this one down though, currently contested. Kivy gonna take him down. We said he's gonna have to be the catalyst for Fabi Games. Doing very well so far there as well. So 34-30 is the score to Fabi.
And once again, we talked about the importance of the spawn, and really it's been the determining factor
Slays!
on this hill. They've not been able to have any control on the spawn on the aware side. We've seen them spawn so far out, and just like that, they've had 10 seconds just to get to that barn hill, and that's valuable time lost.
Yeah, Fabi really played that one nicely. They maybe didn't have as many points as they would have liked off that first hard point, but they rotated around and held that second one fantastically. Bike path can be one of those points that can be either contested for a long time, or you can manage to pick up quite a few points. I was talking to Trey previously, and he said, Trey from Orbit, I should actually make everyone aware, but he said they always seem to get 60 pointed on this one, so let's see if one of these teams can get away with that. Denza does pick up 2. Won't spike path yet. Gonna get taken down. Those Slays come around the back. As said, questions had been asked of some of his play online, but you know, played very well.
So far he's delivering.
Yeah,
so far he's delivering.
12-4. 12-6 on the other side for Denza as well. So pretty evenly matched here between these two teams. UAV Slays actually bringing in the score streaks already. So just trying to get a bit of a lead here at one of these two teams. Pretty locked in at this moment in time. It's around 60 points each, with 1 minute remaining. Just gone on the clock there as we go into the 4th rotation. And that is now going to be back at baseball field.
Yeah, very close game indeed. And Rel was talking about the slaying abilities of Nerd, but so far he's having a horrible game. Look at him, 2 and 9. Let's stay on board with him, see what he can do, if he can change it around. We talked also about Kivy not having the greatest game, but UAV on the other end really carrying his team, and that's worrying. You have a player going 14 and 6, and yet the game is tied up. So you have one player going huge, but you're not able to capitalize on it. Benji as well, not having the greatest game, and look at it. Denz, how did we miss it? He's going 18 and 7, make it 19, 7 streaks, and he's got all his core streaks available. So look at this guy, he's going to be able to do a lot of damage, just keeping on his rampage. And now they've just got to defend the right side of the map. Aware got outspawned again. It seems to be, Fab seems to be a recurring factor in this game. Teams really able to control this spawn and this anchor.
Nobody can get near Denza when he's running around like that. Picks up 9 kills in a row before he goes down. 21 and 8 full streaks available to him. I do believe UAV Slays does still have that bombardment, so that could be useful on one of the first, maybe the 3rd or 4th hard point. Maybe currently, well, yeah, actually you could use it at this point, of course, as we do go back to the middle of the map. But saying that, Denza does, as said, have his available too. K-Bar in hand. You know, for this map, what would you say you would be running? Is it a K-Bar, NV4? Would you run an E-Ride? I mean, what would be your opinion?
Well, what we've seen so far is obviously a lot of K-Bars. The NV4 can really work out in some situations, like that second hill, when you can get that long-range gunfight on the left side of the map, if you can control the spawn. But mainly it's been K-Bars, some E-Rads, but really quite a classic one. And currently Aware is doing a good job capitalizing. It was very close until that last hill, and now on that second rotation they have the upper hand again, preparing for that barn spawn. Look at the top of the map. We have the Aware lineup in an ideal situation to control the spawns. It's all going to go down to number 7. Addiction is going to have to do some work here.
Yeah, Addiction doing really well inside the hardpoint. Does take down 2, and it is all about that young squad of Aware going up against Fabi, who've got a couple of, well, saying that actually, a couple of veteran players. Kivy is the veteran player, and their typical Nerd's been around for about a year. But as I said, Aware, apart from GFKid, this is all of their very first event. So let's see what they can do from this. They've just become 18-3 of the players there. So obviously they couldn't have attended last year, but doing all right so far. 127-95 is the score to Aware. UAV Slayer's really showing what he can do here. Picks up a couple of kills on board with Kivy now, just going to try and hold this one down.
Yeah, that could have been massive for Johansson inside the hill. He could have pretty much get that triple kill. And I'm looking at the scoreboard, and Nerd is really struggling. It got even worse since the last time I look at it. He's now going 4 and 18, really not helping his team. And it's such a close game as well. So if Nerd can wake up and they can start playing 4v4, then maybe Fab stands a chance, but you really need to do something about it, because currently UAV is all over the place. 22 kills to his name, pretty much matching the performance from Dan, still going strong with 23 kills. And this hill has been quite crazy, because Fab has been able to come back. They were pretty much 40 points down, and we now come back to that underpass here.
Yeah, and they've really caught up here, making this an interesting game and actually taking the lead. So 135 to 129 is the score. Addiction and UAV Slayers really doing the business for their team. Typical Nerd currently not having a fantastic game at 6 and 20. But with Johansson now from Aware Games.
He's got to stay alive. There's two players, going to be an impossible task, and he's going to drop out just like this. Now Benji and Gefkid are going to lead the charge for Aware, but the spawns so far out. Great control of the spawns from the Fab Games team. Can they make something special happen? Yeah, they're going to get the control.
Yeah, they've pushed Fab out though here, Aware, so they're getting the points on the board. On board now with Benji. And of course, guys, just to actually make you aware, we did make the colours the right side, and then the team changed sides just at the last second, so we didn't have a chance to change them around if anyone's getting confused, because I'm certainly getting confused with the score. But 165 to 142 is currently the score to Fab 8. I do believe we may have a small issue, so we may have to restart this one. But
yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah, we'll just continue on with the game as if it would still be playing on this one. But yeah, we do have a small controller issue for one of the players. But until we do actually restart the game, let's just pretend like it's continuing on the way it is. But actually, yeah, we are going to restart this one. So we get to see our beautiful faces, so that's okay for everybody at home. You know, we do have to restart the map, but at least you get to see me and Jonas, who, by the way, recently married.
Thank you, Tan.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Tan. Calling me out on
Where
stream.
was my invite?
It got lost in the mail. That's the latest I heard. I tried to invite Brycey, but he's very skeptical about weddings, so...
Never trust the French.
Yeah, never trust the French.
Or Whitfield.
Or Whitfield.
So
I trust the French more.
Off the back of that, you know what, actually, I'll let you change the colours as well, because it was confusing the hell out of me. I don't know about you guys, but off the back of that, if we have a look at it, it was Aware in the lead, albeit, actually, you know, I think it was them actually had a player who was disconnected as well, so...
Yeah, it was Aware. It was dense, so you could tell that he was having some issues when
he
it
was
was
sitting
spawning.
still. So if you can change the colours around, we'll get this one started again in a second once the issue has been sorted out. But Aware played that one well. They seem to just be, I mean, they were just getting the important kills in the right areas. I mean, Fab 8, UAV Slayers had a very good start of the map. Maybe he tailed off a little bit towards the middle. I think, to be honest with you, he got those streaks pretty early on and used them early on. For me, I think you need to hold them to points where they become a little bit more important. Of course, he did use it on the bike path hill, which is probably a good place to use it. But at that moment in the game, things are pretty level anyway. Maybe you do want to try and extend that lead, but do you not want to use that for a situation where you need them rather than a situation where, you know, this could help us, but for you, would you rather use that in maybe a situation where you can clutch up with them?
I think skill strikes can be used in two situations. In our points, you can either use them to break the hill and get the control again, or you can use them to have the right setup and break an anchor. So something like second hill, barn, would be an ideal situation. You can get those people off the back and kind of trying to push. And win a barn is the money hill.
Barn is obviously, there's a lot of cover in barn, of course, with it being inside. So those streaks maybe not as effective at clearing out that hill. But I understand what you're saying.
But to clearing the anchor and trying to get the control of the spawns, because if you look at barn, and we saw it at the start, you can make the player spawn so far out that it's very easy to get the control and to get a full maybe 60, but at least a 40 or 45, and that's actually what happened in the first rotation. But coming back to the individual performances, there was two things that really shined out for me. It was obviously Dance and UAV. We saw them matching each other's performance, but also on the other end, we had Benji at the start really having a struggle, and Nerd full on 18 when we ended the game. That's really not a start that you want to have. And if he can wake up, then it's looking good for Fab on that map.
Yeah, I think so. I think you know, what we are seeing is that these two teams are fairly evenly matched. I think that's why we've got a split desk. That's why I do believe we're split on our opinions of who's going to win this one. You know, at the same time, this one could really go either way. I do think we're going to see a map 5, well, potentially a map 5, definitely a map 4, I would say. But going into this, let's talk about the rest of the tournament while we're waiting on this issue being sorted out. Who have you got winning the event this weekend?
I would go either for Splice or Elevate.
Living dangerously, are you?
Yeah, I would say Splice, but I've really, you know, we've talked about 4 elite teams. I think it's really the case. We've got, I mean, maybe Fnatic would be very close to that elite level, but I haven't seen them play enough to say. But definitely, you know, Orbit, Splice, Infused, Elevate, the strongest teams here, I believe. And, you know, Elevate really impressing me, and, you know, they've got a great team, I believe.
I think Epsilon could definitely break that top 4
Yep,
as well,
actually,
you know?
yeah.
I think realistically, you've got 4 good teams, 2 teams that could potentially edge into that one as well. But yeah, we're just going to try and get this lobby sorted out as soon as possible. For myself, I'm going to say Splice as well. I can't.
It's an easy one. You look at the players on paper, and you can't go any other way.
No, I mean, there's the raw slaying ability that they have. at their fingertips is so massive for them.
And their recent performances online as well, they've been very good as of late, and they definitely have the experience.
I think that's one of the questions of Elevate as well, because I mean, no disrespect to players, you know, I love all those guys, but nobody, I would think, would put them second seed when they, at the start of the game, when everyone looked at the rosters. I don't think you would necessarily say that they would be coming in second. You would have thought maybe Orbit behind Splice, but Elevate have really performed well online. Let's see if they can transition that onto LAN.
Well, actually, you know, we look at online, but also look at LAN events. They did perform 9-12 at MLG Vegas, exactly the same as Splice. So they did have a lot of opportunities to do better there. They had a lot of close games.
Envy, actually, Elevate. I mean, that was fantastic. I watched that the other day just to refresh my mind of it, and it was a fantastic win for them. A surprise to watch them beat the world champions, but they played it very, very well. I mean, the wins that they got weren't even really fantastic close, apart from the S&D, which I think went to 5-5. But you know, when they're going up against that caliber of team and they're winning games like that, albeit Envy probably a little bit under practiced compared to what they are now, it's good signs for them. And if they can continue this on throughout the year, then they're in a good place to do well.
No, absolutely, and I think it comes down maybe to you know, Watson. You know, we've talked about Watson on and on for about 2 years, and when he really puts the time, he's truly one of the best on the game, and it's reflected with that Elevate lineup. He's at Monster Games, and they have a consistent lineup. So I could imagine having a Splice against Elevate final, but again, I think it's very open with Orbit, Fnatic, Infused.
I think for me, I think Orbit are going to be a better team on LAN than they are at home. Looking at that lineup, of course, I mean, you have two guys from the Splice side that came world champs. So, I mean, that's a big factor. I mean, that's obviously Joe and Rated. Teaming up with Zero and Urban, it's a very strong squad. Same with Infused. Epsilon throwing in that into the mix as well. And Fnatic, of course, could cause problems. But back to this game now. Versus Fabi, I do believe we're probably just going to restart from 0-0. I don't think anyone's going to be trying to calculate the hard point score. We will just restart the map completely.
We've got the correct colors.
We've got the correct colors this time. You know, it was literally throwing me off so much. I was trying to commentate over, and I'm like, I don't even know which team's in the lead at this point. But we did get that sorted eventually, so good job that we actually managed to restart this one. I do believe Denz's issue has been sorted out. Let's see if he can continue that run of form that he was having. And you know, actually, I've seen a couple of nice plays from Addiction on the Fabi side.
Yeah, he's been playing great for the most part. Not the standout player for the team, but he's definitely been solid. Very young player, kind of been called the uprising German hope, and living up to the name so far in this game one. And I have to say, after that first half that we've seen, if Nerd can step up, I'm definitely picking Fab for this first map. They've looked a bit more consistent, and they looked great towards the end before we restarted. So let's see what they can do here. It's back again, 0-0 Fab Games against Aware.
We're on screen, apparently. Hi, guys.
Hey, guys.
just sorting myself out here, but okay, we are going to get into this game now anyway.
And moving on to the game, it's not awkward.
I'm going to have to sit down. I can't stand it. We're on screen in the arena, but we are sorting this one out on board now with Kivy. Let's see what he can do from this position. Thank you, guys. Now I can stand up. My God, nobody in the arena wants a shot of my crotch.
Yep, and GefKid starting the game strong. 4 kills to his name already on the first kill. He's already got a little skull streak. The little Scarab is going to possibly do damage. Going to go around the back and going to catch one. Great start for Aware.
Yeah, and if you're GefKid, he just called that when he's sitting in the middle of the hard point, so he managed to get away with it. I think he probably could have.
Confidence in your team?
Confidence in your team or stupidity, you can pick one of the two. But anyway, Aware are 32 points to the good with Fabi only picking up their couple now. Of course, that first hard point is one of them ones where you expect it to be scrappy, but you do see teams actually pick up a few kills if they can push on through, especially if they can get Barnes spawn as well for the second one. That was a big kill towards the back by Addiction, taking out your Hansen there. So it is actually going to be Fabi. They're going to be able to push in there just because of that kill by Addiction, that getting around the back, getting the hold of the spawns. But as we can see, Aware are looking to get in a position to pinch. Kills are going to come in. Denza does pick up one. Typical Nerd does answer back though. The contestant does come in. All the kills are going to come in. Addiction picks up 2. Nerd going to come in there and clean out that Aware push. Fabi back on the board and looking to try and tie things up.
And now you see it. They're spawning so far up, but Addiction caught off guard. UAV not matching the performance from the first side. Nerd's got a lot of work on his hands. Going to be able to make 2 kills. He's already got more kills than the first time that we played. He's got 6 kills to his name. Definitely a better start.
He's trading them with UAV slots. He's dropping the 0-6 currently. Not able to pick up a kill just yet. Needs to take his time, readjust, see what he can do. UAV says goes down again, but Denza coming in there with 2 kills. He's going to regain that there for Aware. Barnett currently in control with them, but as we move on to the next point here at Bike Path, we are on board with Addiction from Fabi.
Yeah, Fab forced to go for the early rotation on the back path hill. And this is one hill where you really have to spread out on the sides to make sure the team spawns on the other side. Addiction is going to be able to make that kill. That would be big. 2 more coming for him. Not going to be able to make anything out of the situation. And now Aware is back in control again. They have control in the global leaderboard. 62 to 43, 20 points lead.
Yep, just trying to hold this one down, but it has been a bit of a mess towards bike path. Yeah, kill's going to go in though. Trading backwards and forwards between 2 teams. Fabi are the ones getting points on the board currently though. 64 for Aware, but Fabi are catching up. It seems as if they're being playing catch up, but Denza picks up 3. Grenade kill coming in there. He does get taken down himself by Addiction, also by a grenade. So trading between each other there, but really good work by Addiction. You know, he has been, as said, claimed as one of the up-and-coming players in the German scene, proving his worth here. UAV Slayers has managed to pick up a couple of kills, 2 and 10 here now. Did start the last map very, very well. Maybe that's...
Again, 14 and 7 is really
Denza,
playing out of his mind so far.
Well, not far off regaining that Scarab currently. He's on a 2 streak. He's going to regain that in just a second. Just checks the way, just a second. But actually, how does he not manage to die? Addiction goes down. Help from his teammates here. Addiction needs to be careful not to die here. But GefKid and Johansson are going to come up. They're going to get a hold of that hard point. They're going to try and extend this lead that they already have. Scarab out, and he's actually managed to kill himself with it.
Yeah, and Denza in this situation so patient, really trying to stay alive and counting on his teammates to bait, and that was really great play from him and really allowed this team to get control of that hill. Now Aware is in the lead again. They've got a 25-second lead, and Benji just staying alive in
all on his own.
Third. And this is a great setup for Aware. Now, if they can make that 1 more kill on Kiwi, they're going to be able to push a little more and to get some safety. 11 seconds left on the hill. Now, they're going to be able to rotate towards middle map for the next hill. They've got a great lead. This is a very different story from the first time that we played that map.
He's just been destroyed by a typical nerd, though. Benji does go down after a little bit of a tear that he went on there, holding that down at baseball field. But we are now going to rotate back to train platform. GefKid does get the kill on the UAV Slayers. He was having an unfortunate game so far. Scarab to the face, going to take him down, but Fabi going to get the kills, but not get the points on the board. It is still Aware inside there as Addiction rotates back around, but they need to push for that other spawn. We can see Kippy is going to push around. This is an important kill, does make it, but needs to stay alive. Is it going to go down? Denza with an important one, but he has got the spawn for his team. So even if they cannot manage to push through and get a hold of anything here at train platform, they are going to have the spawns for Barn if he can stay alive, but we can see Aware are aware of that, and they are going to push through.
I see what you did there. And a very inconsistent game from all the players. I mean, we talked about the scores of the individual players in the first game, and look at UAV. He was having a hell of a game on the first time around, and now he's only on 5 kill, making his 5 kill in the back. And he's going to be able to hold on to that second hill. This is really good for Fab. They absolutely need control of Barn. They need a full 60 if they want to stand any chance on the hard point. He's going to need to make that kill, and he's going to trade it efficiently. Now it's all going to be down to Aware. They need to that one big push. Fab is already outspawning, so this is great for Aware. Just need to make
this has done well though, and he does eventually go down. And what we said, you know, we say it time and time again. If you're not making the kills, fair enough. It's not looking great on the scoreboard, but at the same time, if you make 3 important kills, that can get your team back into it. He did make a couple of good kills there, did eventually go down, but he got a few points on the board for his team, who are still pretty far behind though, at this moment in time. Fabi, about 100 points down. Johansson going to come in there, pick up the easiest 2 pieces he's ever going to make. Typical nerd though, is going to get his Scarab as well, holding things down here, having a much better game, 17 and 20. Not fantastic, but a lot better than last time, but currently Aware are well and truly in the lead.
And you can tell Fab are kind of panicking because they're so much behind on the score, and they've not been trying to get the spawns. They've just been flooding into the hill, and every once in a while they would get enough kills to get control of the hill, but they had no control of the spawn. They were spawning on the other side, so Aware would just flood, and with the control of the spawn, they would just get control again. So now Fab is not playing this properly, and it kind of explains the scoreline. 192 to 77. It looks like this game is going to be in the bag for Aware. They could even almost this one.
Picks up 3 in the middle of the map. Fantastic work by him. It just seems as if Aware are winning the slaying battle. They're winning the rotation battle, and they are well and truly winning the score battle. 208 to 77 is the score, and Fabi need to get some points on the board, and they need to do it very, very fast. Denza just pick and kill after kill. Now he makes his 3rd. Addiction does shut him down though. 208 to 86. Fabi really need a big, big hill. Baseball may be the one for them.
Well, they need the perfect game from now on.
Yeah, they really do. But nice kills by UAV Slayers. He needs to start picking it up. He has done a little bit. 11 and 23, still not a fantastic score. The rest of his team putting him around 20s. But look at Denza, 30 and 17 from him. Let's go on board with him. Let's see what he's going to do off this next hill.
Yeah, monster games from Denza is all over the place for that aware team, really leading them. And now Fab have the control of the spawns. The Denza is going to be all alone to attack. Better wait for your teammates, not going to be able to produce anything. This is why you need to wait for your teammates. You can't go 1v4 in the hill. You really need to wait for them, wait for the pinch. And this is exactly what Benji is going to be doing. Picking up the first kill, staying alive. This is what you want to see. Denza is going to come and help him. Nice patience from Benji, going to be able to pick 2 more. This is a great shot on Kiwi, and just like that, they were able to break in. It should look like game over.
Yeah, Aware just seem to have everything in their basket at the moment. They just seem to be able to pinch at the right time. They take their time when they need to. They make the kills when they need to. The rotations are better than Fabi as well. The slaying is also better than Fabi. 232 to 115. They are closing in on that first win here this weekend. Let's see if they can close this one out. Baseball field, let's have it's only 10 seconds remaining, so they're going to have to wait till the next hill. Johansa picking up a nice couple of kills here now as we rotate back round to the first point in the middle of the map. It is going to be a train platform. Denza once again lighting up that kill feed. 2 kills for him. That's 4 men down, and surely that's going to be Aware taking map number 1. 246, 247, 248, and surely it's going to go up to 250. Fabi looking in a really bad situation here, but the kills coming in from Aware. Are they going to be able to close this one out finally? I built this up almost as if they were going to close it out entirely in that situation, but currently Fabi are on the board. They are trying to get points into this one now. The kills are going to come in from Fabi as well, but there's only 2 points away for Aware.
Yeah, they should be able to close this one out on the first hill, or at least on the second. They currently have the barn spawn, so it would take a miracle for Fab to be able to come back into this game. They're like 110 points down. I really don't see anything like this happening, so it's only a matter of time before Aware.
It would be a monumental comeback if they managed to do it. Aware
this doesn't happen.
Hold it down for 2 seconds here. Surely they're going to be able to do it. The kills are going to come in. They should be able to get this on the scrap point. They are going to. Aware take map number 1.
consistent enough, and that the attitude and the talent to be in those top teams, then I think he would have already.
Yeah.
I think there is a good reason he's not there yet. It's still probably because he's got to learn. Maybe it can be his ego that he doesn't know he's got to learn so much. So yeah, I definitely think he's where he needs to be, and he's still got a big learning curve ahead of him.
I think you should change the colours, Jonas, just so I don't get absolutely confused again. But yeah, going into this now, aware obviously with a very, very good performance on that first map. Fabi, I'm going to have to change something here. Looking at this, I do think Aware are a stronger S&D team as well, so I think they should go on to win this one comfortably now. I think the desk thought that Fabi might nick an uplink. I think it was actually Phil who called that one, but the Fabi 3-0 prediction is off by Rel.
Well, that was one from Rel, so
yeah, I mean, we can discuss
nothing surprising.
Yeah. What do you reckon this whole retirement business that he's going on about? Rel retiring?
It's definitely not happening.
No, it's definitely
not happening.
We know.
Well, we said the same thing about Brexit in France, and yeah, it happened. So anything could happen.
Oh, please do not mention this. It's a touchy subject, is Brexit. So anyway,
not for us.
Well, no, not for you. I mean, I've voted remain, but I mean, you see, this is why we don't want to talk about it.
Here's a way, it gets awkward. So let's go back to Rel.
Let's go back to Rel. Okay, well, yeah, okay. So he's not going to retire, surely.
No, he's not.
I mean, he's been around since the dawn of time, has Rel in Call of Duty. This is probably about the 15th or 16th time he's told me that this is his last event, so I don't believe a word that he's saying.
True, and you know who else has been in the scene as long as Rel as Kiwi? He's been around for so long.
I don't think he has.
He's literally been around for so long. He's
not that long.
Maybe not cut for, but he's definitely been around for.
You're telling me
for
Kiwi
2 years
was there way back at the first ECL?
No, he wasn't playing at the LAN event, but I'm pretty sure he was like already competing on game battles and in one of the
I was competing
top
on
German
game battles
teams.
about 15 years ago, mate. That doesn't
look where you are.
I know. How the hell have I managed that? But anyway, going into this now, we do seem as if the teams are getting into this game soon. What do you expect going into this map now after the first map?
Well, I think Aware now is going to have the confidence. We talked about the pressure that the young blood can suffer from in the first map. The first time they play on the main stage.
Denz isn't having that.
It definitely didn't happen. It definitely didn't happen.
played well as well.
So now they're going to have the confidence. They know they can do it. They know they're probably the favorite team, especially in S&D. There is everything going on for them. So now Fab really need to step it up. They need every player to play correctly because they've literally had a big problem during the first map. They're not able to play 4 players at the same time. There's always one player going down, 4-18, 0-7. Those are not acceptable scores if you want to win against the IC.
UAV Slayers really needed to have a good game there, but it is going to get into the second map now. Can Fabi redeem themselves? We're going to be playing Scorch, Search and Destroy. And this young blood, as we talked about from Aware, played very, very well that last map. I would even argue that GFKid was probably the least influential out of these teams, and he's the guy that we've been constantly talking about. But this map, if Aware can continue in the same breath that they did in that last time round, in that last map, sorry, I should say, then surely they should walk away with as winners of this map. As you see in site, it tends to not be the area that people go a little bit more so since the bomb site has changed, but B seems to always be that main focus on this map.
Yeah, that big battle that's happening, and all 8 players very often in the same place and battling out for the control of that B bomb site. And I think we're gonna jump on board straight away with Aware, with GFKid. They're going to be attacking first, so this is a good thing for them because once again they can dictate the pace of the game. They're going to be able to push their style, and we're just looking at the rig draft once again. Very common picks all around the board. All 8 players, nothing surprising. We'll see if they put them to good use as the map starts on Scorch. S&D, if you just joined us, Aware won the first map quite convincingly.
Yeah, fairly convincingly. After we did actually have a couple of technical issues with the players, but as you can see here, actually Aware changing up the style here, going through the main map, and usually we do see B the main bomb site, and that's the one they can actually go towards. Let's see, on board with GFKid, did have Johansson in hand, is he going to be able to make this kill as well? Surely he's not going to be able to take down Kiwi. Johansson, though, doing work, taking down one of his teammates at the same time, does get his second kill on the right side, though. 2 versus 2 now. On board with Johansson, does go down, traded away. 1 versus 1, Addiction against Benji.
Okay, he should have the time to plant, so it's going to be a one-on-one situation. Addiction, the young blood off that Fabi lineup going up against Benji. Such an important round to start with. It's going to go down to confidence. You know, if you have the
I mean, in this sort of
confidence
situation,
after
it can go 50-50. We can see
Yeah.
the mini-map in the top left corner, though. These two guys aren't going to meet very, very soon. Shots are being fired, though. Benji's just about going to get away.
Okay, this
yeah.
could be tragic.
Yeah, he needs
Okay,
to
is he
think
gonna
about
check
checking
it?
that bar.
Yes, he is. Must have been so close, Ton. Must have been so close.
I think it would have been fairly close, but I think Benji knew what he was doing. He needed to check that bomb within the 7.5 seconds. Does so. Easy enough kill onto Addiction there. Benji takes him down. MV4 in hand. What guns would you expect to see ran on this map? I mean, the MV4 I think is a bit more prominent on this map with the long sight towards B, especially off the wall run. So
it really depends your playstyle. It really does.
Yeah.
If you're playing extremely aggressive, you can even run the era, then it could work out. But if you look at the scoreboard, Janssen able to pick up 3 kills plus 1 teammate on the first round. Extremely impressive stuff from them. And you see straight away that B bomb site, the flood is coming in.
aggressive. He's going to go around the back there. GFKid takes down one. Benji takes down the other. He's going to get the second kill. No, his teammate's going to come and clean that one up for him. A very good round again by Aware.
Really, really big aggression coming in from GFKid. Jumping in the mid-map, just chasing player.
Oh,
Not scared whatsoever.
I didn't even see the hit marker come in, but yeah, does go down.
2-0. Good stuff from Aware. I do believe that Fab only picked up 3 kills this far. So really not in the best of situations. And you know, we saw that first kill that Kiwi almost missed on the first round. That really tells you something. That really tells you he's not in this, you know, good day. So he definitely needs to wake up, or you know, his teammates need to pick it up for him, because it's not what we used to see from the German veteran Kiwi.
Yeah, he's one of these players, I said, who can have a hit and miss time. He's inconsistent sometimes, but Diction is going to get the first kill. Kiwi is going to pick up one as well. GFKid is there! Turned on by Typical Nerd, who gets the final bullet in. Benji does pick up 2, though, if we can get on board with him.
Okay.
Oh,
technical issue.
Okay, of course we're having a slight controller issue here, so unfortunately we can't change teams yet.
Okay.
Let's see if I can actually get into the game. No, we can't.
I'm not sure how the round went
down. No, the round is still going on. We can see in the top left corner, if we can get a feed of one of the players, that will be...
Maybe throw a camera down there.
Who knows? But currently, we'll just have a look at the top left minimap. It is actually Benji in a 1 versus 2 against Kiwi and UAV Slayers. Unfortunately, small issue here, guys.
Okay, it's still a 1-on-2. It came back. Still
See.
conscious players.
Benji, 4-0 currently in a 1 versus 2 against Kiwi and UAV Slayers. And we'll continue this round on. 10 seconds remaining. Benji's going to get 1 kill. Not going to be able to get the second. 2-1 is the score to Fabi. 2-0, sorry. But, yeah, I mean,
almost
tough situation to be in there. But
okay, there we go. Back in.
UAV Slayers going to pick up the kill there in the round.
Nice trade.
Cam. Yeah, nice trade away there.
Well played from Fab, because in that situation, the last thing that you want to do is just stay in, you know, you're in that 1-on-2 situation, and you can't do anything if you spread out and just go in 1 by 1.
Well, we still. Oh no, actually, is it working now? No, it must be working. It is working now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Back in.
What did you do there, Jonas? 3 kills coming there for Aware, though.
It was the French.
4 versus 1. Now Kiwi is left all alone. 3-1 is now the score. A quick round away. But Aware, again, resuming service. And the Fabi team on your screen there.
I mean, the
a few smiles still, actually. You know, they're pretty much getting stomped at this point, actually, if I'm being kind, actually. 3-1 is the score for Aware.
Oh, I
agree.
agree.
A pretty convincing win in the first map, but still smiling away in the booth there. Benji having a good game here. 7-2 from him.
Yeah, and where it gets scary is that every time Aware wins a round, it's literally a very easy round. It's just a very fast-paced round, and the only round that Fab was able to take came down to 1v1, which arguably Benji could have almost picked up both kills and made the difference here. But now back into defense. Aware is going to play this one extremely slow. Is going to be able to pick up 2, and just like that, GFKid is going to be left in a 1v4 situation. Not going to be able to do anything. 3-2. Fab comes back in. 3-on-2, and yeah, Addiction just making work for that Fab lineup, picking up 3 kills in that round number 5, picking up 2 kills at the start. You know, from there you're attacking. 2 kills at the start. It's a 4-on-2 situation. There's barely anything that they can do.
Well, let's see if they can manage to rotate around here now. Can just about change that. So on both Denzer. On the defensive side, using the E-Rad, doing the mid-map as well. He might be able to pick up a kill and just got baited and switched here. But Johansson able to trade this one away. With addiction now, shots being fired. Is just about going to stay alive. He is now in a 1 versus 3 though. Aware making this one look pretty easy. The kill is eventually going to come in.
And you know, maybe we talked too fast. We're talking about a stomp. It was 3-1. It was looking really good for Aware, and just like that, the Fat Boys are able to do 2 great rounds to come back to 3-3. Obviously, it's first to 6, so we're just halfway through the map. Addiction really showing off great things. You know, he was talked about as like a German hope, picking up 6 kills so far in that S&D with a nice 3 kills the round before. He's gonna be able to match the same performance in that.
Look at this defense push.
Row.
Wow, Fabi
Defensive row.
playing this
Ooh,
one
that's a
little
bet.
bit crazy.
That's
I
a
mean,
bet.
They went really, really far towards their side. Oh, Aware, going to be aware of it. Oh, here comes the try rocket. That's going to cause a lot of problems. They're just about going to get away with the first one, but they're all going to be called out. Addiction, not in the best spot here, and that is not paid off. GFKid's going to pick up 2 kills. Nice and easy for him. Round the back. Kivy is going to shut him down though, so still a chance on to do this. Benji's going to get the 3rd. Surely he should be able to clean up the 4th. Not quite. Addiction does take him down, but he's now in a 1 versus 2 situation here. John as the bomb is down at B. Aware should surely take this round.
They should, and once again, they're grouping together, so that's the good thing. They should be able to trade, and not even gonna need to, as he's not gonna be able to pick up the kill. And we saw that Aware lineup just going in, 4 players in the same spot, Fab on the other end, just taking the risk to not send anyone to the other bomb, just 4 players defending the same bomb site.
I mean, in theory,
and it can pay off. It can pay off, but it's a risk, and it didn't pay off.
In theory, it was a good idea because it's something that you wouldn't expect, but unfortunately for them, I mean, in that situation, they have to read that the other team has score streaks, and if they pop them, their plan is completely null and void. So we can see Benji taking up a different sort of play style on that defense.
Okay, Jansson's got a crucial role now. It really needs to make something special happen as all 4 players are around him. He's literally isolated.
Jansson's going to pick up 1. Does go down though. The trades do come in favor of Fabi. Last guy alive. Suddenly Benji does have that Scarab available if he's choosing to use it. Not going to use it though. 4-4 between these 2 teams.
Closer than we expected after the looks of the first map. We talked about Aware being you know, the favorite team, Andy, and right now it's going down the wire. 2 rounds left to score the map for either teams. And Benji doing good work, but now Dens, you know, we had a fantastic first map, not producing anything special with that ERAD on that Scorch S&D.
Well, what with GFKid now? Can he to make a pick?
Once again, Fab doing the exact same thing. They're leaving that bomb site completely open, leaving Aware all the room that they want to plant that bomb, and Benji's going to be able to pick that first kill. I don't really know what's the logic for Fab to leave the bomb site open when it's literally the one that they're attacking.
Aware pushed all the way through in there, wrapping around to A, so they should be able to do something from then. Typical Ned does get the kill onto GFKid, but wow, this is a bit of a diverse tactic here, but they're going to wrap around again.
Once again?
They're just running around in circles.
This is just awkward.
I mean, it's one of them things where they're just trying to take a risk. They're just trying to make the move around the map and try and outsmart them.
They're just trying to play for the kills, actually. They're just staying all 3 together so they can trade efficiently. And it's not necessarily bad tactic. It's not something that we used to see. And right now, Fab have no idea what's going on. They're trying to stay together, but it's not really paying off.
Well, Fabi are really in a bad position now. Kivy and Typical Nerd are not going to have a clue what's going on as the bomb goes down at B. Aware now need to defend this 3 versus 2. Janssen is going to be the first one to spot anybody, but actually it's going to be Typical Nerd and Kivy. They're going to make the 2 kills in there, so currently it's actually Benji left all alive on his own, and surely he's going to get traded out very, very quickly. Benji does take down Nerd, but where is Kivy? Is far too far away from his teammate. Is he going to be able to make this kill though?
No,
not going to quite be able to do it. Genji comes in there and makes that 1 versus 2. They made it hard for themselves, but where was Kivy when that first kill went down?
It was just too slow.
A lot closer. Benji taking that final kill. They need to stick together. A 2v1 situation, you move towards the bomb together. In one of those moments, you would expect any member of Fabi, but Kivy, to be aware of that situation.
Yeah, he's an experienced veteran player.
Yeah,
he should know better.
He should know to stick with your player in that situation. He hasn't done so, and it may have cost them the round. Aware now 1 round away.
Them the map.
Yeah, Aware now 1 round away.
Okay, let's see. It's been quite favored for the attacking side on that map this far. Let's see what Johansson can do with that sniper. Not going to be able to hit the shot. Addiction's going to pick up the first kill now. 4 vs 3 situation. Make it 4 onto GFINITY in a 1v3 situation. Is going to need to make something very special happen. Otherwise, we're going to go to another round.
Oh, GFINITY is actually going to use his rewind there. So Kiwi does go down. UAV Slayers, yeah, not 100% sure who he is. Shots are going to go in. They should be able to call him out. Bomb has been planted. GFINITY in a terrible, terrible situation here. 1 vs 2. It's not out of the question, but he needs to make...
completely doable. Okay, taking some height. That is good. He's still one player, not going to see the 1-2 is right. And just like that, Fab are going to take this round 5-5. We're going to round 11, and this is very, very close. It's either we're looking in a very good situation, going 2-0 up in the series, or Fab tying it up. This is such an important map, such an important round. And who's going to be
wins? S&D wins champions. S&D wins championships. So
okay, now we're attacking. So you know we've talked about attacking, bit slightly favored for that map so far between those two teams. Let's see if Fab can for once turn it around.
Well, let's see what Aware can do. They seem to be in the prime position off the bat of the first few rounds, but Denza and Benji going to come in there and make 2 very quick kills, and suddenly it's a 2v4 situation for Fabi to get themselves out of. Typical Nerd is left all alone. Johansson does go down. On board with Benji though. Are they going to play this one smart? Seems as if they're going to try to. As that bomb does go down to B, and Typical Nerd, if it can get on board with him, is in a terrible, terrible situation.
1 vs 3, 38 seconds left. If he's not able to make it, it's going to be Aware walking out with map number 2. Such a crucial situation, yet it's going to be such a tough situation. It's not only going to need to be extremely good in that round, it's going to need Aware to make mistakes. And so far, they're not showing themselves, they're just showing composure. And it's going to be an impossible task for Nerd as he runs out of time. It's going to be taken out. Aware walk away with map number 2. Very, very convincing stuff in that last round, Tan.
Yeah, that last round was phenomenally well played. They just took that B-bomb side, made the kills while doing so. As soon as they got that bomb down in a 1v3 situation, you're going to ask the question, is Typical Nerd going to even be able to achieve this at all? The answer was no. Well played by Aware to hold that one down. They did, you know, you sometimes see in a 1v3 situation that teams will get aggressive and, you know, they'll push on and they'll just try and make that kill. And sometimes make things a little bit easier for the other player on the team, but they sat back from that. You've seen them a couple of times, they were jumping in and out, you know, they didn't take any risks that they needed to, and they will win the map 6-5 and go 2-0 up in the series.
Yeah, looking at the scoreboard, Benji with 12 and 7, exactly like Addiction, both players delivering really good numbers for their teams. Not been enough for Addiction, not been the greatest first map, but really catching up onto this one. Kiwi, however, still very quiet. We've talked about him again and again and again, but he's just not in a good day. We've talked about this, it's a mess. And if they want to stand a chance and come back into this game, he's going to need to deliver some great numbers in uplink.
Yeah. I mean, Addiction had a really good game there, but, you know, we can't place the blame solely on Kiwi. I know what you mean, but it is as I said, it's one of those things where he's, as I said, he's either playing fantastically well or he's just off the boil a little bit. But at this moment in time, the rest of his team, it was a close game. They only lost it by 1 round. They can go into this uplink.
Could have gone either way.
Then they just need to reassess on hardpoint the second time round, and then hopefully go on that S&D, another close game, try and take that one away. But at this moment in time, it's looking like Aware should be the ones to win this series.
And it comes down to details. Once again, you know, we've had that 1v2 from Benji where Kiwi should have really stayed with his teammate, and it's one of these things where, you know, little mistakes cost you games.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this moment in time, that is happening for Fabi, as they are currently selecting their classes and payloads. But at this moment in time, well, I mean, what do you think when we go on this uplink now? After seeing the first 2 maps, surely you've got to think of an Aware win now.
Well, uplink is very, very different game type once again, so it can come down to whoever controls that map best. We are at the start of the game, so maybe, you know, it could be that Aware is a good uplink team, a better uplink team, but not as great on Frost. So it's going to come down to how they're able to play, how much they've practiced. Aware definitely looking most dominant. Once again, coming back to that first hardpoint, until we had to stop for that technical issue, it was a close game. Sure, when we replayed it, Aware was definitely in the lead and delivering better, but Fab showed us that they're able to win a map. Now they just need to eliminate the mistakes, step up their game a little, make sure all 4 players are delivering, and get to that 4th map.
Yeah, I think that has been the issue. Like, it's never been a case where we've seen from Fabi that all 4 players are playing fantastically well. So, Aware seem to be doing that. Every single player seems to be pulling their weight at the right times. We've seen Kid make a couple of important kills there in that S&D, and we've seen Benji pick up the final kill onto Kiwi when, you know, realistically, Kiwi probably should have won that round for his team and could have potentially cost them the map. But, I mean, you know, I think going to this uplink now, Fabi, you need to forget about that last 2 maps, and they need to go into this freshly and say, right, we need to now win this series 3-0. We need to win all 3 maps.
Exactly, you can't think about the past too much. And, you know, funnily enough, I was just thinking, but, you know, thinking about last year and the German teams and even going back to previous Call of Duties, it just seems a recurring factor that the German teams are very inconsistent and there is always one player who can't deliver.
Well, Frost is going to be the next place we go, and it is going to be uplink, the game maybe we are playing. Let's see which way this one's going to go. Now, surely, you've got to go with Aware, but Fabi could ask some questions. We can look at the rig draft there now. Nothing really standing out here, Jonas.
No, again, very standard rig draft. We've seen that Rewind put to good use in S&D. Let's see if he can make a difference as well, maybe in that uplink. The use.
I mean, this is just the standard that we do obviously see. Overdrive coming in, obviously, with it being uplink. Rewind, obviously, use reactive armor and active camo. All that.
Yeah, a lot of K-bars, MV4s, Irats being used, a lot of K-bars mainly.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those maps that it doesn't really have any ridiculous range on it. You know, it's one of those things where it's pretty close quarters for most of the time, and really the only time there's any sort of range is down the right-hand side, where we're probably not going to see much of the action go on. So the K-bars make a lot of sense as we do get into this one. And Fabi, it's do or die for them. And you know, this is the game that decides second. I would expect both these teams to beat Bando, and I'd expect them both to lose to Splice. So Fabi really need to step up here, because Aware are looking as if they're going to take this one away. But I'll go with UAV Slayers. Let's see what we can do here for Fabi off the start, as they do actually get control of the drone here. UAV Slayers playing a lot better than he did in the first map. Couple of kills going to come in. Is this going to be Fabi's chance to get some points on the board?
Yeah, Kiwi is just going to be patient, waiting for his teammates. He knows he can't go for it just yet, and he really needed that kill. Meanwhile, typical nerd seems like he fell off the
one's
map.
Going to go in. So UAV Slayers does manage to make that point for his team. The drone is now resetting, and the control is in the hands of Aware. They do have that mid-map control. They do need the kills are going to come in. Kiwi does make one on Denza. So Fabi defending well. Nobody really getting control of the drone just yet.
And this is what they needed, really. Fab needed a strong start. Now they have it. Now they must just trying to capitalize on it. And
Slayers doing fantastic well, but not enough to stop that drone, but it does get away. Player does manage to survive, but Slayers making another kill there. 3-kill streak for him.
And they're going to be able to wrap on the right side of the map. He's going to go for the manual pass.
Very well done. The pass sounds come in. The kills are coming for Fabi as well. He's going to be making the second one as well in the middle of the map. The drop shot comes in actually onto Denza. He's going to be making another. Here we go. This is the UAV Slayers that we've seen previously in the first round of Hardpoint.
Ooh, nice kill there.
Playing it fantastically well. 25 off now, and he does get fully streaked out as the second point did go in for Fabi as well.
And Addiction is in a great spot right there. He's going to be able to put so much damage and so much pressure onto that Aware lineup. It's absolutely key. He just needs to stay alive, wait for his teammates, and he's going to be able to get a setup. Instead, he's going to get the drone. He's going to be able to go for the one.
3 players.
Actually, UAV Slays with his core streak just making a big difference, picking up that 3 kills, going 14-2. Once again, this is another Kiwi. This is a hit or miss. He's had a really tough start onto the first map. Now, look at it. It's just delivering. There was some questions, going 14-2. Wow, just wow.
Phenomenal players that are UV Slayers, and at this moment in time, I would say they're probably on the preferred side, the side that we've seen Splice pick up a lot of points on the last time around that we watched. And at this moment in time, UV Slayers is making the most of this opportunity to get some points on the board. 15-2 now. He's not going to get the turn. Playing a very high sensitivity as Johansson did go down to him, but Benji did clean things up, and now
okay, this is a good opportunity. Yep. There is someone behind him. He's going to be able to get the one. Yes, it does. Addiction's going to come in just a little late with his hero, with the double kill. Not going to be enough. Still 6-1 in the lead, however, for that Fab lineup.
But with UAV Slayers, just, I mean, he's slaying at the end of the day. 15-3 at this current moment in time.
And 2 and 10 for the ends. Again, the inconsistency of these players in this game has been crazy. Players just, you know, playing great at one.
They're literally dropping so fast to his bullets. There's suddenly there's 4 men down from Aware. Fabi are going to wrap this round right-hand side towards Ridge. So 17 kills. I mean, you want this drawing on somebody else's hands. That's going to get reset, actually, as it does fall off. Oh, no, he caught it. Typical Nerd actually caught it as it was falling off the map. He's going to be able to keep that one alive.
Oh,
not going to get the point, just dropped it away. But that was really well played. It was falling off the map, and he actually managed to keep a hold of it. So really well done by Typical Nerd to get in that situation where he can nearly put the point in, but a minute to go, there's still 6-1 to the good here, Fab.
And look at UAV just doing damage again, just being very aggressive. And when you are in this situation, when you are aware, and you're being slayed so much, and you know there's so much pressure into your spawn, you're just trying to slow down the game. Make sure that you can kind of reset it, get control of the map, play down the game, because right now this is kind of getting out of hand. Every time we're looking at the Fab lineup, it just looks like they're pressuring so much. They are so much more into the map control.
I mean, if you look at it towards the Fabi scoreboard, 4 and 6, there's only 10 kills between Denza and Johansson. UAV Slayers has double that, so 20 and 5 from him. That's making a huge difference. I mean, it's just when they're managing to get control because of all these kills, it's causing so many problems for Aware, but they do currently have control of the drone. Addiction does take down Denza.
Slaying isn't everything, but it does give a huge help.
Addiction.
Oh, there's one player. He needs to make that kill. That was big. That was a big kill because he just lost them a lot of time. They had a nice setup on the right side of the map, and now it's gonna go back to a reset. Go back in the middle of the map. We should logically stay onto that 6-1 score, but there could be one more push from that Fab lineup.
Yeah, UAV Slayers all the way in the back here with Overdrive, so he's not going to push forward to try and get anything down. Addiction does make the kills, though, in the mid-map. Surely that's going to be the end score at the halfway mark. 6-1 is the score for Fabi. And really good work by them.
It's been a dominant first 2 minutes, and then it really calmed down where, you know, Fab was able to get the advantage in the slaying department, but they weren't able to convert into a score. I think 6-1 is actually quite a good score for Aware, considering how that half went. They were really dominated,
yeah, I mean, considering,
they limited
as
the
you
damage.
Said, how well Fabi did play in that first couple of minutes to only end up 6-1 down at that point for Aware. It's maybe not so bad. If the team can step up here, they can definitely catch up. But UAV Slayers is causing a lot of problems for them at this moment in time. Does have a drone there available too. Addiction going to pick up the first kill mid-map. Slayers again with another kill on the Gev Kid. Denza did answer back in mid-map, but
okay, Kivi's going to pick up that kill. That was an important kill. Now they can get control of the drone. They can reposition it to the right side of the map. You see all 3 players just going in, and it should be a score. Addiction's going to have that drone. He's going to be able to get in, and yes, it does. 8-1, looking great for Fab. Great start to the half again.
Yeah, really, really good start. Picking up more points already on that side. And Aware managed to do the first time round, and on board with Kivi. Playing very well here. He got 17 and 11 as he does go down to Denza's grenade. But at this moment in time, it really is looking like all Fab E in this map. We thought it may just be the side that they were on, you know, having the beneficial side. It always preference towards your team. But yeah, I mean, they've just played this very, very well. And it seems as if Aware are a little bit lost in this uplink.
Yep, and Nerd is in the middle of the map. Is going to be able to come around the back, maybe play for the reset as the 1-pointer goes in for Aware. Now making it 8 and a 2. Nerd coming back. I kind of disagree with that play from Nerd. He should have really waited for that reset. He was in a great position, and instead of that, he goes for the hunt and gets punished for it. So not the greatest play, but once again, let's see what Aware can do. They've got 3 minutes 29. Definitely more than enough to come back into this game.
It seems as if they're throwing the drone towards Ridge, where Fabi games are waiting, but GefKid going to put this one. He's going to go through research. Yes, he is, but he doesn't have any backup from his team here. They all go down, just trying to bamboozle here.
He actually has bamboozled himself.
Yes, he has. He managed to kill himself there, but GefKid does go down. Typical, they're trying to hold down Ridge side here.
Oh, great flash again.
Yeah, not going to manage to be able to get away with it. He does have Rewind available too. The rest of his team making the kills for him, though. He's going to push through now, try and pick up some more kills towards this left-hand side. Denza does shut him down. Aware need to start waking up very, very quickly. As if you can see, Fabi are pushing in. And that's going to now be 10-2 as Fabi are walking away with this map.
And it just seems like Aware are just not as good in uplink that they are in other game types, or maybe it is just this map, but just this action from Denza. He was on the right side of the map, was able to make one kill. He had the opportunity to stop the drone carrier, but it just took too long to rotate. He waited for the players to come on the right side, whereas it was obvious they were going to go on the other side. And just a very bad reaction time or miscommunication from that Aware lineup, but so far it's just costing them, and they're not able to match Fab's uplink game this far.
I mean, they've upped this lane, and they're pretty much nearly matching.
But they're not scoring.
Yeah, but they're not matching anything with it. You know, they're not doing as much as.
This is the opportunity. Now they need to go for it. They need to put pressure on the spawns, and they need to set up for a relay, because they've only got 2 minutes left. This is a 3-game possession. It's still doable. It's still doable.
Fab do manage to pick up a few kills though, but typical Nerds gonna get that drone and just waste some time. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. They get 6 points to get here. Aware. As you said, it's not impossible, but implausible maybe the situation at this current in time. But on board with Kibby, just going to try and pick up some kills here, I think. Just try and slow things down. Does shoot towards the drone carrier. He's just about going to get away with that one
well
there.
played.
Addiction does pick up 2 though. That's going to shut down that advance from Aware. 1.5 minutes remaining. They need to start switching on now. On board with Kibby, 25 and 15 from him. A bit more of what we like to see from the German veteran.
Good kill from the Aware lineup, because the Fab were in great position to just hold on to the drone, make them lose some time, and now they need every second that they can get.
Jonas, what are you doing?
Okay,
that was my fault.
What a lie.
10 and 4 now as we stay on board with UAV. Slayers really playing fantastically well so far. 31 and 17. And a really good game from him. Picking up points on the uplink scores as well, so 5 for him. So he's not just doing the slaying work in the middle of the map. Kibby missing a couple of bullets. It does eventually follow through with the ones to take the kill.
Okay, now he's just got to, you know, earn some time, just to play for time, because there's only 43 seconds left, and surely we're not going to be able to come back into this game. He's actually not been able to pick up the drone, so it should be a reset. And with 30 seconds left, it looks like Fab's going to be able to walk away with map number 3 staying alive in this series. And, you know, UAV, we talked about his struggle when we replayed the first map, but just delivering big numbers, definitely the biggest factor in the Fab lineup in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, really convincing from Fabi there. Just outslaying in the middle of the map, getting the positions when they need to. Typical Nerd picking up another 3-piece there. Nearly made himself positive, but eventually does go down with 5 seconds remaining. But look at UAV Slays, 32 and 19 from him. Fabi are going to walk away with map number 3 in convincing fashion. 10-4 is the score.
Yeah, and it could have been a much larger score by the way the game was played. It's just because it's Frost and it's a lower scoring map than other uplink maps. Then it doesn't always translate into score, but it definitely Fab a very, very dominating fashion for this win on map number 3. Just looking at the slaying department, there is really nothing that Aware could have done any different. They just needed to pick up some more kills, play for this map control, able to apply the pressure, and that's just what Fab has done perfectly, staying alive in that series. And now they're gonna have a new shot at our point. Let's hope for them that it goes differently from the first one.
Well, I mean, if they slay like that, they can definitely contest, because I think that was the issue that we did highlight, that, you know, Fabi weren't keeping up with the slay, and Denza had a fantastic game for Aware, and it really caused problems for Fabi. And
again,
they can match the slay, and then they can possibly do something about it here. But for me, I still think Aware are going to walk away as winners. It just seems as if that first half, yes, okay, UAV Slayers were playing fantastically, and at the same time, you know, Aware just didn't seem to know what to do when they were trying to deal with Fabi.
Yeah, it just seemed like they were just not a good uplink team.
Yeah, basically that was it. I mean, they just didn't really look convincing whatsoever. But as we go into this next one, it is actually going to be hard point on Breakout. So these two teams moving into this one, what would you say, looking at this map, I mean, same sort of style as what we've seen in the first map. You know, it is that throwback, pretty close quarters. Breakout can be close quarters. It does have a little bit more long range, so MB4s may come out as well, but I'd expect the same result. You know, for me, I think Aware are going to walk away as winners of this one, 3-1 at this point.
Yeah, you know,
I mean, it's not exactly a bold prediction after they won.
It's not a bold prediction, but at the same time, I think there are other factors. I think the fact that Aware just lost the map, and we talked about the fact that they're a young team and they've got a lot of new young blood. Sure, they didn't feel the pressure until then, but now they're up 2-0 in this series. It was looking great for them. They just had to close it out, maybe the pressure kind of comes in. They're like, guys, you know, we're going to be able to do it. And let's remember, aware, this team here, they are playing for a place to go to MLG Atlanta. They could well be in the top 6. They are not that far out in pro points. If they're able to do a good tournament, they could definitely come back, especially with Supremacy dropping out the tournament. So there is got to be some pressure. Is it the determining factor? Is this the reason they weren't able to produce a good level of gameplay in Uplink? I'm not sure. But Fab definitely going to take, you know, leverage that opportunity to come back into the game. Now, we talked about the fact that they could have won map number 1. They could have won map number 2, arguably, because it was very close. Now, they've won that map number 3. They just got to keep going. They just got to forget it's a 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, you got to say when you're 2-0.
Map by map.
Let's go map by map. But all they need to do is win the series 3-0. It's as easy
exactly.
as that, Jonas.
But it just starts with Uplink instead of Hardpoint. That's
yes,
the only
exactly.
difference.
But yeah, I mean, they made that Uplink look very good. But moving this Hardpoint, I still think Aware are surely going to walk away as winners in this one after we've seen their first Hardpoint performance. Bearing in mind, maybe the first time we played Hardpoint, obviously when we had the technical issue, it was a relatively close game. Still, though, Aware looking the stronger team in Hardpoint. Could they close it out here with this one? Even if they don't go in at S&D,
I'd still favour Aware, that's the thing.
Yeah,
I don't see them losing both maps.
You've got to still favour Aware for the next 2 maps, irrelevant of who wins this one. You understand what I mean? It's
well, irrelevant, except that, you know that hype wave, like our friend Giorgio was a...
No, I know what you mean. Momentum is a...
Momentum is a big thing in Call of Duty.
It's a very big thing.
And again, pressure.
Aware have just got to look at it and say, right, okay, we won the first Hardpoint, we won the first S&D, we just got to win one of those game modes once again, and we will advance on. For me, this is the most important game in the group. I think Splice are guaranteed winners of Pool A. I think Bando are looking like the probable place, but I mean, they didn't play too badly against Splice, but I would expect Aware and Fabi to beat them.
I would expect, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, what you expect and what actually happens is another thing, but the rig draft on your screens now. Again, just having a look through there quickly, nothing too abnormal at all. No, nothing at all, Jonas. So as we go into this one, predictions for scores.
I'm gonna go with Fab, and I think it's because if you look at first map, Dens was playing amazing, and it was a major factor in that win on our point. It's just had a very quiet game, whereas on the opposite, UAV Slays had a really good game. And just from that, I really think the momentum switched sides, and we'll see from the start. We'll be able to tell really, really early in the game what team is having that momentum. But I'm going to keep an eye on Dens and UAV Slays. To me, both the players to watch in the art point, and whichever is going to be playing best could definitely favor the team.
Well, as we start the countdown in the final 10 seconds, there's going to be Hardpoint on Breakout, and Fabi, you need to win this one to stay in the series, and we are going to go on board with UAV Slayers. Let's see what he can do. Can he continue that form from that third map? Fantastic performance by him in that uplink. So let's see, can he continue this one on as he pushes in to the Hardpoint? Trophy systems do go down. K-bar in hand.
Yeah, really good start from Aware, picking up 4 kills without letting anyone drop, I was going to say. But just like that, I don't know how UAV managed to stay alive there, just limiting the damage and making sure Aware weren't able to score so many points. Great shot from Typical Nerd onto that central rooftop. And this is going to be, once again, kind of a scrappy hill. It's going to be one that's very hard to control. You can go in that top window and just get those long-range gunfights, but Nerd is going to try to make some damage, not able to produce anything this far, and Aware once again picking up all the kills and going to be in control of that first hill.
Yeah, Aware playing that one very nicely. I think it's one of these ones where if you can get control of Hardpoint and then get control of Showers, you can actually pick up a few points here because you can keep them from contesting. Of course, the contestation can come in here quite a lot on this first Hardpoint, as we do see contest come in just the final few seconds, but as one winds down, we are now on board with Denza inside of cell block.
And this is the problem. Aware had such a good setup on the first hill, and they had the rotation for that cell block
into the second one.
And you know, Denz just staying alive hasn't died yet in the game, and it does tell you something. Going to use that Scarab, should be able to pick up that kill. It's going to be dropped just before that, and it's a bit, again, it's a bit reckless to call in your Scarab when you are inside the hill. Just an obvious target, and it could have stayed alive. Maybe not the best decision.
Nerd does get the kill on the Benji. Addiction coming in there, trading away as well. So Fabi going to try and get some points back onto the board here. Denza needs to stay alive. The rest of his team not really anywhere near him. So he's just putting pressure down, but not able to do anything with it. UAV Slayers does eventually come around the back, take him down.
This could be huge for Aware. If Benji can produce something special, no one is guessing that it's
so
coming around there. and he really should have made that kill. That's not a kill that you want to miss. Addiction on the other end, picking up a great kill. Great guess at the same time that someone was going to come in for a kill, full kill streak, and Fabi is now in the lead, and Kiwi yet to pick up a kill. What is going on? Every time in that Fabi lineup, there's someone who's decided not to play.
Well, Kiwi's having a dead game as we do rotate around the graveyard. Does go down once again, 0-5 from him. On board now with Slayers. Can he continue that run of form from the last map? Benji says no, does take him down. So we're looking to claw back into that lead that they did just have.
Okay, now if they wait for that UAV Slice spawn on the other side of the map, they should be able to go for the pinch, but they're not waiting for each other. Once again, we see that Fabi lineup just rushing, panicking into the hill, whereas they should be waiting for each other. It's really frustrating to watch because they've had a great control of that cell block, but when they don't have the initial control of the hill, they just have a very hard time coordinating to break the hill.
I think the situation there when UAV Slayers did push around behind from Medical Bay, I think it was one of them situations where he needs to make that first kill to then release the rest of his team to push through because of the sight lines that Aware did have on them. But at that moment in time, UAV Slayers wasn't able to do anything with that. But we can see in the minimap in the top left corner, Johansson pushing forward here for Aware.
Very aggressive.
Very, very aggressive as Aware of once again got control of the hard point first time round. Commissary is in their hands, so 80 points to 68.
Okay, Benji needs to make that kill. Yeah, he's going to make it. He's going to keep control of the spawns. And one again, Fabin just not rotating early enough, leaving control of the spawn for where they're able to break in at the end of the hill and get some scraps, so they're not too far out yet on the scoreboard, but definitely the control of the map is going to Aware, and they're looking like
pushed it now. Oh, Addiction is going to pick up 2 kills. GefKid does go down. That's an important kill by Denza. Needs to stay alive. Has lost the hard point, but he does keep the spawn. The rest of his team have spawned out though, but he does have Johansson in hand. Denza picks up 3 though. He's going to clean out nearly all of Fabi just on his own. He did have his teammate that helped distract, but well played by Denza holding this one down. Managing to stay alive as well. The rest of his team, oh no, really anywhere near him as they do push into their UAV Slayers. Going to pick up 3 of his own actually, and answer back to Denza as UAV Slayers puts down more of the form that we seen in that last map.
Really well played from Kiwi and UAV Slayers. Just Kiwi staying alive in the middle of the map, just baiting that Aware team, and the UAV was able to go around the back and pick up that 3 kills to break into the hill. Unfortunately, that was a little late and they weren't able to get a lot of time from that action, but it was definitely well played and we want to see more of that. At the end of this first rotation, this is a big lead for Aware. Now, Fab needs to step it up. They need to go for early rotations.
I want to see Fab try and push around and try and swap these spawns. They seem to just try and punch through and force through the middle of this map, and they are actually going to be able to do that. 3 kills do go down. Tenza was the only one to get one from Aware. The central rooftop is going to go into the favor of Fabi, but now they need to push through. They need to push through for that cell blocks hard point the second time around. UAV Slayers is really firing here, though. It's going to pick up the second as well. Not quite. GefKid does take him down. Aware not pushing so hard on this one. They've got a lead. They know if they hold this spawn, they've got the better spawn for the next rotation of hard point.
Yep, and they're slightly coming back into this game. They should be able to get those last 10 seconds, which is going to put them in 20 points away from Aware. Very big first steal for that top lineup.
Aware, though, they've been aware of what's going on in that middle hill. They're not going to be able to pick up much from it, but they are just going to rotate around to cell block. You're shaking your head. I can't stop saying it, though, because being aware is something that I say a lot anyway, irrelevant of the team name, Jonas. Don't you shake your head at me.
Well, and so far, I do have to agree that their awareness of the map is better than Fab, but for the first time, well, the second time, finally, when Fab waits for each other, they go together for the pinch, they're able to break into the hill, and they're in the lead.
UAV Slayers once again. I mean, we've seen Addiction pick up a very nice kill towards the back there. Was important because the split spawn had come in, and that would have caused all sorts of problems. UAV Slayers maybe get a little bit too aggressive there as they do actually lose the hard point. Johansson's going to get a kill on him. GefKid's going to come in there and take down typical Nerd as well, but the hard point is actually nobody's actually goes over to Aware, who are going to continue to push that leak. That was really nice from UAV Slayers, but for me, he's in and around showers. Stay there, keep them pushed back. He pushed out mid-map, got himself killed. If he plays his life a little bit better, they can maybe get some more points on the board. They got far too aggressive out of that hard point and lost control. Currently 20 points down, could have been closer.
Yeah, definitely playing a little greedy on the UAV Slay side, and you know, when he's been putting the performance like he has in uplink, then he's kind of maybe thinking that he can do more damage, but actually staying alive most of the time is very important.
Aware are so well set up.
Yeah, they are really well set up once again. And as you say, that Addiction's able to pick up 2, Nerd's going to pick up 1 more, but they don't have the control of the spawns again. So Aware with the favorable spawns, and they've just waited way too much. Nerd was alone in the hill. They could have flooded in, and instead they're going to leave control to that Fab lineup.
Yeah, they're going to pinch together, though. Let's see what they can do. They are going to push out a medical bait. Typical Nerd and UAV Slays just lining them up, though. 2 kills do come in there for Fabi. They're trying to catch up here. A lot closer game here in map number 4 than the first map. 168 to 154 is the score. We're still with that lead, but Fabi clawing back every once in a while. Let's see who's going to get the rotation on the next one. We can see that Fabi have sent players over there, but Aware, and once again, are very aware of it. Johansson pushing around the back here. This is important. If he can make some kills here, this is going to be really big. But he is actually just going to get taken down. Typical there, missed a couple of bullets there. But Johansson does go down eventually. And the spawns are in favor of Fabi, who are about to take a lead.
Yeah, they are in a great position. And again, when they rotate early, when they wait for each other, this is when they play best. And they've just had a bad first rotation. But the second rotation, it's been all Fab. They've just been dominating. And now Benji has got to make a lot of kills if he wants to take control of the hill. Maybe wait for your teammates. The pinch is going to come in. This should be a break for Aware if they can convert with the kills, but then it's going to stay all alone in the hill. Going to make it 2. Now the trade comes in.
Kill if he makes it. Yes, he does. He's going to get the second one there, though. For the rest of his team, the spawns going to be a min-map 1 for Fabi as they push through. GefKid, busy watching around the back. Is Addiction going to choose to use this to try and break in the commissary? No, he's not. He's going to sit around mid-map to try and get control of that first hull point once again, as we're going to be in very much a tied game as we go into this next one. 3 kills have been made. There's somebody from Fabi causing all sorts of problem at the point. GefKid does eventually get that one back, and it's going to be very close as we go into the 3rd rotation. They just line up for GefKid. He knows where they're spawning. Good work by him. He's going to be able to make a 3rd, is he? He's keeping them out. Currently a split spawn from Fabi, but GefKid, now that he's made those kills and they spawn the other side, he's a little bit null and void here. For me, he needs to push and help his team in mid-map.
Yeah, and Dan's kind of trying to stay alive. Definitely great plays from GefKid, still on a streak, 6 kill streak, showing some light on that map number 4. We hadn't seen much from him, but he's lighting it up. 7 kill streak, and this is so huge for Aware. They were about 20 points down, and then at last hill, they were able to take the lead again. Now, first hill, they just need to get the scrap, maybe work on the rotation, because so far, they are definitely not on it.
Here comes the streaks. Not going to get anything with it. The final rocket is going to come in. GefKid did pick up one with the original and picks one up with the main rocket. Typical Nerd does go down. They do not have control. They do not have the spawns, though. They've got a very slight lead, but it's not counting for much. Does have an bombardment available, as does he have a Scarab. So, can they push in? The thing is very important. Yeah, let's see if he can make this kill here, but with Cell Block, you can't really push with those streaks. They can maybe get somebody off the back or maybe pressure them in, but he really needs to try and keep this at a pretty level game. The bombardment does come in. He does pick up 1 kill. Is Denza going to be able to do anything with this active camo? Yes, he is. He picks the kill, and they've pushed Fabi out. There's 1 member remaining, and that's going to be Typical Nerd as he does go down. Addiction dies as well, so Aware Gaming using those streaks well. I did say maybe it might have been a little bit harder for them, but they made the kills, and they've held it down.
And Kiwi, what a mess, because it was on that left side. He just had to watch to make sure no one was going to be able to go onto that left side and control the spawns. And it just let everyone pass, showed aggression in the middle instead of coming back to the left. And it really cost his team not having the greatest performance, going 11 and 22. And it looks like Aware is going to have this one in the bag. 14 seconds left. They're not going to be able to close it out, but it's going to be extremely close.
The thing is, Fabi need to rotate for that next one. They need those points, but looking at it, it's going to be about 4 points for Aware. That's all they're going to need as they rotate in the next one. It's at, 4 points exactly is what they need. So let's see if Aware, they're going to take their time here. They're just going to look to break this, but Fabi need to be getting points at this moment in time. Currently, Graveyard is where the death of Fabi might be happening, and that's exactly where it's going to happen as Aware take that one, 250, 204. Fabi just a little bit too late. They rotated early enough to get there, but it was just too late. Aware had a substantial lead going into that last rotation, and really good work by them, pulling out the sort of performance we expected in that hard point. Aware are a team to watch out for here. I think they played very, very well at times. Shaky on the uplink, inconsistent as you said, but the inconsistency is okay when there's other members of the team stepping up when they need to, and we did see that there, as we can just try and have a look at the scoreboard at the end of that map there. Denza 27 and 19, really doing well there. Benji even following through, but look at the amount of time he's got on the hard point there. 17 kills, 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Really good work from him. I want to see more from Kiwi.
I want to see more from Kiwi. Definitely disappointing series from him. GefKid, you know, been quiet as well on the other end, but what a moment of light on that on the end of that second rotation. Definitely switching the momentum in favor of where they were down, is able to get that 7th streak, making the difference, and overall, it's been a very weird game of Hardpoint, because that first rotation, it was all aware, then the second, it was Fab showing up, and then in the end, you know, they couldn't keep up the pace on the Fab side, and just a little short, but definitely a close game.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the guys on the desk will break that one down further. Bryce, over to you.
Thank you very much, Tony. Well, what a game. And it's time to actually bring a little point here. Rel, what was your prediction?
3-1, I think. That's what I said. To Aware.
Is it?
He said 3-0 to
All right.
Oh, yes, you did. You did. What did you predict, Phil?
3-1 Aware, and they'll drop the uplink.
What happened, Phil?
3-1 Aware, and they drop the uplink.
Rel, why were you so far off?
I've got unlucky, really.
Unlucky.
That's all it was. I was just unlucky.
So it's something to do with how the game went.
No.
It's you being unlucky.
Unlucky. That's all it was.
All right, well, on to the more sensible VP, brother. Phil, first impressions.
Obviously, a little bit of a hiccup with the first hard point. You know, admittedly, Fabi looked a little bit better, but when they restarted, the composure from Aware was by far in advance. And one thing I will say for Aware is Denza just seemed to kind of go off on that map. He really kind of stepped into his own. It's a player for me as well. I'm a little bit new to his playstyle and him as a LAN player, if you like. So he really impressed me and quite comfortably took that one.
Yeah, I think a lot of these players kind of turned up. We said there was a lot of question marks over a lot of players in both teams. But we saw good performances, I mean, at different parts, pretty much across the board. So I think it was quite interesting to see these players adapt to this environment. We knew there were question marks coming in. Rel, is there anything you want to add to that?
It really could have gone last map. That the search and destroy obviously went 6-5. The other maps were fairly one-sided. That last hard point, we did see Fab fighting the way back into it, but I genuinely thought that would have gone last map after that search and destroy went 5-5.
Yeah, I mean, it was very, very close. And we said maybe the S&D can be a slip map. You know, a lot of people practice S&Ds maybe more so than everyone else, plus a few individual plays. You get streaks. You can start making a few rounds off of just a couple of opportunities. But, Phil, you were so confident in your prediction, and it came perfectly true. What did you see that maybe other people didn't?
I'll be honest, I mean, I know I got it exactly right, but predictions don't usually go that way. The one thing I will say is we said S&D was a slip map, but I do look at Aware as a good S&D team. That's why I didn't pick that as their slip map. And I think Hardpoints, they are kind of the heavier slaying team, if you like. So I thought, why not go with Uplink? Got a little bit lucky maybe with that one. But I will say, looking at Fabi, I think UAV started off really slow, and he was a player I was looking at, just like Dens. He had to impress me. He had to go off, and Dens did, UAV didn't, unfortunately.
All right, well, who kind of stood out for you apart from maybe Dens in that map there, or was it all Dens you were focused on?
No, I mean, for Aware, I think it was really more of a team effort, but Dens impressed me because it was someone I wasn't expecting. Other than that, I mean, GFK, I think they all played their part, and I think, that is Infinite Warfare. We talked on the desk already before with X, and he was saying, it's not just about an objective player, it's about all four turning up, and Aware did that more or less.
I thought I'd see a stronger performance from typical Nerd after what we've seen.
He did not have a good start.
No,
that first map did not have a good start.
And I think that was one of the standout things for me, because coming into it, I was thinking it was going to be him and Kivy that were going to be top slaying, but he did struggle from the get-go, really.
Why do we think that is? Is it just not a good play style? Did he really struggle, or is it because he's been super confident of late?
Wow.
I think, going into an event confident is very important. I think everyone is. You have to have that mentality. But sometimes you start slow, finish strong. I mean, he could turn up later in the tournament, but we've seen him do it. That's the thing. It's the experience. When he was on Rampage Temple with the likes of Scraps, he did perform. But I think maybe the team as a whole, that squad, he maybe falls back a little bit, or he's playing a different style. I've not seen enough of them, to be honest. I've not seen enough of Fab to kind of critique them. We talk about Kivy. He's usually the one with huge amount of kills. He didn't have that in the respawn.
Have you seen enough of Fab to think whether or not they can even get out of this group?
I think that was the important match. I think
that
was it.
You think that's it? You think that's their biggest opportunity to get out?
I think that was the decider, because whichever team won there is going to take Splice are cruising through. They're going to take first place in that pool. So I think that might be it for Fab.
Well, we'll kind of find out. But let's actually go through it map by map then. Let's talk about the first hard point. Although there was a restart, let's talk about the second hard point, but also the first one. And Rel, what did you see so far in that map?
The second hard point for me was a lot closer towards the end. It was very nip and tuck. And again, we just saw Aware slightly stride ahead towards the final few hard points, but it did keep switching back and two. You know, both of them getting good control, some great breaks from either side, and inseparable, as opposed to the first hard point, which was a little bit more one-sided.
For me, the hard point, you know, Rel kind of summed up there. You know, it was back in 2, and it could have gone either way. And that's why I say predictions, you know, you can put your thoughts into it, but it is really who performs on the day. And I think it did come down to individual plays. I know I highlighted Dent already, but he really, really impressed me. And I'm hoping to see that throughout the tournament. They've been dubbed sometimes a bit of an online team, but we'll have to see.
Well, we can actually see here, I mean, it was pretty close most of the way through the hard point. And I was coming in there and we were sitting there kind of talking about the game as we came through and saying, you know, it is a good showing from both teams. You said we had a few players maybe not performing as much. You see UAV Slays, they're obviously not doing well at this part of it.
Yeah.
But, you know, other points I thought he was doing fantastically. So inconsistent maybe the way to go with this?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I know we're showing the hard point here, but and I'm sure we'll touch on the uplink, but the start of the uplink, he was like 14-2 or something crazy. So it is inconsistencies. I think that's showing his potential, also showing that he's a new, you know, a new player to this kind of scene anyway. And I think he shows, you know, moments of brilliance, which is great. We know it's in there somewhere. We just need to get that consistency from him.
All right, well, we're actually going to go over the rest of the maps in just a second. But before we do that, we're going to send it down to the floor for an interview once again. It's Lottie and Johansson.
Thank you very much, Bryce. I'm with Johansson here from Team Aware. How do you think that went? It's a good start to the series, a little bit close, but how do you think that went for you guys?
It was going good, and we know that we're a strong hardpoint team, so we felt confident going into the game.
So the last hardpoint was a little bit too close, would you say? How do you think you can improve that for the next games?
It's all coming down to the rotations, so we need to work on that, definitely.
And for you also, what was your best map you thought for this game?
It was definitely the first map. So.
Yeah, and going into your next game in the series, what do you guys need to improve on to get that clean win?
We need to work on our uplink. We know it's our weakest game mode, but we know we can win as well, so we should be fine.
And which team are you looking forward to playing the most?
Splice, of course.
Well, good luck for the rest of the series, and thank you very much. Thank you. Back over to you, Bryce.
All right, thank you very much. Well, looking forward to playing Splice. Probably really looking forward to that game right up until it turns up.
I was going to say, I actually like the fact that he says he's looking forward to it. You know, he's not scared or backing down from it. So I don't think they'll be able to do... I don't think they'll be able to pick up the W, but I think they may do a bit more damage than the Bando.
Yeah, I mean, it's the big challenge of the event, really. A lot of people are saying that Splice are the favourites coming into this, so it's a big challenge for them. And in some respects, they've kind of got nothing to lose by going into it. So, yeah.
They certainly do. Well, let's actually get back to our earlier point then, before the interview, and talk about the Search and Destroy. Very close. And we thought it might be so. Both these teams have a little bit of a reputation for Search and Destroy. Phil, you started off. Talk me through it.
Well, Search and Destroy, I thought Aware started very, very good. And I thought, you know what, this is why I didn't pick this as their slip map. But just kind of, I think later in the round, that you can see there, 2-0 it started off. But late, I think they were very... I think they got overconfident. I think they got overconfident. They started making maybe plays or pushes that they shouldn't. Sometimes you could say sloppy plays. But overall, it was good. I think Aware should have cleaned it out quicker and cleaner. But there's no particular standout player for me. I mean, I know obviously more have, you know, we see Benji there dropping double digits in round 9. But overall, I think it just could have gone either way. Round 5. Round 11, sorry.
It's just, it's horrible, because, I mean, I'd rather lose 6-0 in a Search and Destroy than 6-5. It's a cruel way to bow out of a round.
Yeah, it's really fortunate that usually happens to you that way, Rail, yeah.
One thing I will say, Gef Kid's rewind was questionable.
Yeah.
I think he was in like a 1v3 and he used it. I was like, you're gonna probably lose and then go into 5-5 and you could have rewind. They closed it out and they won, I think round 5 they got like 3 kills, but straight away. But I think that rewind could have been utilized a little bit more.
All right, let's take a fork in that map. It's done. Let's go on to the uplink then and go on to this one. Now, this is where you, Phil, actually predicted it would go this way. So take me through it once again.
I honestly didn't see this coming in. When I say this, I'm looking at UAV Slays. He had a pretty poor start to map 1 and 2. This, he's 14-2. And then, I mean, just moving on, 19-5. He's got like the same amount of kills than his opposition kind of combined. They started off very strong. And I wouldn't say they kept that pace up, but the lead that they got initially just kind of glided them through the rest of the game. Some really good link-up play, a lot of trading going in favor of Fabi, which we didn't see in the hard point. and it was just kind of a role reversal from both teams. So well played. I hope they can keep up that uplink, if you like, but they need to improve in other areas.
Well, I want to ask you the same thing. I want to kind of change the question slightly into the fact that you were very, very confident about Fab E. You said 3-0, they're going to win everything.
A little bit overconfident, it would seem.
A little bit is a way of putting it.
Yeah. I'd use the word stupidity.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would.
Yeah.
But no, you were very confident in Fab E. What went wrong for them? Because it probably helps saying, yeah, they did well in the uplink, but everywhere else not so.
Well, I mean, for me, I just looked at it, team versus team on paper. I felt that Fab had the stronger players. I'd not really seen enough of these teams playing against each other. I couldn't compare the two, so that's kind of why I went with the 3-0. It wouldn't make sense to just give them a random map. In terms,
is that a dig at your brother? I just missed that.
No, not at all. No, it's that's kind of why I went down that route. Where it went wrong, it's pretty much exactly like you said. The early lead that we saw Aware take was just something that couldn't be clawed back. They had the momentum, they kept the ball rolling, and it was just they couldn't claw it back from there.
Fair enough. I think it's interesting as well. You said, you know, you picked Fab, you thought that the team caliber was better. And then realistically, the map that they won, it was UAV Slays, a guy that we didn't know as much about that actually kind of pulled it through. But let's go on to the last map now. It's going to be Hardpoint once again. Rel, what did you kind of take away from this one?
Well, this was, as we said, this was the closer Hardpoint game in comparison to the two. So, you know, when we actually weigh this up against the first one, you can kind of we talked about the fact that it kept switching back and two. You can see they're neck and neck, 52 points apiece. In terms of the Slain, fairly balanced. Kivy had a really slow start to it though, massively underperformed from the get-go, and potentially held them back in that respect. But Hardpoint, even with the slight respawn delay, it's not a kill-dependent game mode. It is objective-based. As long as you're in that area and picking up points, he was still playing some sort of role for his team. But you can just see Aware just clawed it back and kind of excelled right towards the end. But again, nip and tuck, 186 apiece almost.
Well, GFK's about to pick up his 3 pieces. This was fairly big. It completely shut down their push here. And I think it's probably what kind of tipped the scales towards the end of this map as well. And also, you know, a few of the pro players, they were talking about this as this game was going on. They said the rotation to Cave wasn't there.
Yeah, it was the very end. We're actually going to see this. You know, there's 20 seconds left. They couldn't close it out. You know, the rotation Cave, you can hold it. And I was going to talk about this map in general in Hardpoint. There's a lot of points on that where you can get, you know, 50, 60 points sometimes from the rotation. And that's from either end of the spectrum or the Cave.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes, again, these two teams, it was a little bit sloppy on the rotations. I think, you know, maybe that's inexperience. That's maybe just kind of a bit of nerves. Because online, these guys, you know, I watch a lot of, I think it's Den's stream, actually, when he's in, you know, the 2Ks and playing for those pro points. I don't know, he's very calm, and his rotation seems on point, his team's rotation seems on point. Maybe a little bit nervous in game one.
Yeah, maybe that's the way it gets summed up, though. But, I mean, this is the issue coming out of this game. We touched on this earlier, is that there is, well, there might be one AGA game. There might be, you know, they might play Bando. But your other game is Splice.
I mean, for me, they're all three in that group lose to Splice no matter what.
Yeah.
And I think Fab and Aware should beat Bando. But don't underestimate them, because I think there could be an upset. Looking at those two teams, Aware and Fabi there, I don't know. I do think there's maybe a fight for, I want to say a fight for second, but I think Aware maybe, I think they should edge it. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, Bando aren't out of that pool by any means. They've lost the game as much as Fab.
That is true.
So,
That is true.
And between the three of them, we saw glimmers of hope from Bando, especially in the Hardpoint game, more so than the uplink. So they're still definitely in with a shout.
They certainly are. All right, guys, thank you very much for that breakdown. We're going to go to a very quick commercial break. When we come back, though, next game here at CWL London, it will be the Imperial versus Intuition.
know who really gives a shit. And cut the grass who really gives a shit. And know get cut for know who really gives a shit. And know get cut for know who really gives a shit. The grass is always greener on the other side. Always searching for another high. Always searching for another greener on the other side. Always searching for another high. Always greener on the other side. Always searching for another high. The grass is always greener on the other side.
They say they was, it don't even matter, partner. This the way we do it, nigga. The A in the building, partners, whatever. They know where to find me at. They know what's up. This strictly beef drama, whatever you want to call it, nigga. Fuck them, we ball.
Yeah, anything you wanna do, I'm ready to do it, my nigga. Just say so. Just say so. Don't say it on the record with your chest. Leave the booth and then go lay low. Hey guys, I'm going home. Hiding behind your security detail, acting like a female. I done sold over 20 million records. I could really give a fuck about retail. History's been made. Now back to the basics. Back to Adidas with the fat laces. Back to the act where I'm writing to the track in attack. Get it straight, nigga, no chase. Age ain't nothing but a number. Luda rapping like he just turned 24.
Happy birthday.
Any rapper wanna forget who I am every now and then. I seem I gotta let him know. So must I remind you, you rap like something behind you. Got paid but your heart pump Kool-Aid. Cover girl makeup should've signed you. Well, it's never too late. 15. 4 years off getting Hollywood checks, but you niggas want beef and you looking like stay. I see that liquor got you loose. When you see me, niggas say it like lose it too. You see me, niggas say it like you said it in the booth. Fuck y'all niggas, I'm the truth. When you see me, like you said it in the booth. Now I'm like, fuck all in the truth. When you see me, niggas say it like you said it in the booth. Hold up. Never fuck with a nigga who got some kids. Cause when you talk about me, then you talk about them, then I gotta come where you live. I'm on the way, nigga. You taking food out their mouth, now I gotta put a fist in yours. I don't play about my hustle. My neighbors think I'm flipping them birds. Nah, but I be flipping these words. Anything you hear me saying, I can back up. And you talk so tough on the mic, but whenever you incite niggas, something don't add up. Put your money where your mouth is. Wait, put a gap where your blouse is. You think it's funny cause it's sunny where your house is. Bitch, I put my muddy ass boots where your couch is. I live this shit, you know you do this just for show, nigga. You act as if Ludacris just came and took your hoe, nigga. You's a hoe, nigga. Yeah, I said it twice. Let this be warning number 2. Motherfucker gon' roll the dice. I see that liquor got you loose. When you see me, niggas say it like you said it in the booth. I make you niggas lose it too. When you see me, niggas say it like you said it in the booth. Fuck y'all niggas. When you see me, niggas say it like you said it in the booth. Now I'm like, fuck all in the truth. When you see me, niggas say it like you said it in the booth.
All real, no fake, nigga. All gas, no brakes, nigga. All that Simon said ass shit y'all nigga got going on. That itty pat, elementary school ass shit. Hell is you talking about, nigga?
Hey man, if you got a problem with somebody, whatever happened to approaching them? Looking at them eye to eye. There's too much tweefing going on in this world. Thumb thugging is at an all-time high. They starting to take this shit a little too far, Jack. Rappers all in they feelings. Well, here goes a little lyrical healing. And hip-hop is, too many rappers getting sensitive. Y'all should start a pussy-ass nigga initiative. Cause even when I'm not mic'd up, I fuck your life up. Come to your show when you're crowd surfing and hold a knife up. I tell your mama you ain't shit. I hope you skydiving all land in an alligator pit. Your album ain't shit, you couldn't sell it at an auction. Your 5 minutes is up like Antoine Dodds. Meanwhile, that Mary Jane got me wiser, and Mr. Jack Daniels is my spiritual advisor. Now everybody said I'm strapped and I'm too scary, and keep a hand under the pillow like the tooth fairy. Your favorite rappers say I'm sick and ain't no antidote. They kidnapping my flows, they ain't even leave a ransom note. Your shit is faker than the knockoff, man. I'll make you niggas quit rap and start a hot dog stand.
Wardrobe, but it does look close.
It does look close, and for once I'm not in the middle, so I don't look like a midget.
We could.
No, that's true. Yeah, that's actually you done it quite well. But
we could change that right now.
We could change it right now. All right, guys, you cast the last game. It's kicking off today. We're going into this next one though. Imperial versus Intuition. Now, Intuition, for those of you who don't know who they are, you're not alone. We haven't got a lot of information on these players either. Last-minute replacement. They came in at the last second.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall order from going up against a good team like Imperial.
But if you look at it the other way, they've got nothing to lose. They weren't even supposed to be there in the first place, so they just turn up. They're like, okay, let's win a game. Let's try to get some of those pro points, get up in the ladder, and it could turn out like a good thing for them.
It could be a good thing. I think it could be one of these things where maybe if they even do anything, it's a
like
story in itself. Yeah. I think even if they hold their own, that's something you've got to talk about. This is the team that, you know, is not exactly ranked very highly. They came in last minute because Supremacy and Prismatic weren't able to attend.
Yes.
So Epsilon and Intuition have replaced. Now Epsilon it's easy to talk about Epsilon, you know, 4 famous faces. Intuition, we didn't even know who these guys are.
I mean, by the sounds of things, just kids who've been playing the PP ladder, you know. I mean, they've been grinding it out, getting some points on the board, and here they are. I mean, you know, the grind has paid off for them, and they're going up against a good team in Imperial, though, and as I said, it is going to be a tall order, and I'm sure you're going to direct us to talk about them in a second, Bryce.
We will do in just a second, but I just want to read out the names here, because I said it's not a well-known team, and I think let's get this out of the way, and then we kind of understand who we're going to be talking about.
I'm trying to run the desk.
Oh, thanks for letting me host. All right, so the players are... It's Jam, Jambalized, Monk, and Levox. I know you're thinking, never heard of any of those. You're not alone. But we're going to move on now because there isn't much more we can say about them.
No.
We just don't know who they are. It's a late-minute replacement. So the Imperial. The Imperial, that's an old org name.
Oh,
way back in the
real old.
Back in the old days.
Back in the old days.
But Chris Marsh.
Some familiar faces, and I believe Shane, it's actually their captain, Shane, was an Imperial back in the day.
He was. I lost against him at ECL, won my very first European event, and he was Imperial with Shane. Yeah, that's a tough memory. It is. So it's, yeah, they go way back, and, you know, Shane has been the captain of that lineup. So it does feel good to see an old brand come back with this tournament.
Yeah, and again, I'm the same. I've known them since way back. You know, I think the very first event that I attended in the whole... Actually, I think it was the very first event I attended full stop. This team were around, so it's now moving into this new game. We haven't seen them for a while, but taking up a team who've got potential to do well.
Well, joining him, Endura, Brain, and Sam B. Sam B, another kind of unknown face, but if Shane picks him up, I believe in Shane's talent, because Shane was one of the ones who kind of really elevated Zero to the kind of mainstream. So I mean, maybe struck gold again. Did have Swanee with him then, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's once explained himself to me as the Sir Alex Ferguson of Call of Duty. So, I mean, you know, bringing up players left, right, and centre.
That's a lot of rubbish, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, yeah. But, I mean, you know, any team with Shane in it and any players who are in a team with Shane, you expect them to do well. I mean, he's not going to surround himself with players who aren't of his calibre. Let's see how he does on this game. You know, he's always a question mark whether he's going to be one of these players who can't stick it at the top, or is he just going to be in and around, you know, that top 8 teams. What can he do with this team? Looking at the players surrounding him, Brain, very good player as well, so maybe they can do something. Endura hasn't been around for, you know, he hasn't been to an event for a couple of years or so now, but he's always been prominent on the online scene. Can he continue to transition that onto LAN as he has done in the past? Possibly. Let's see how they do.
And I think Endura is definitely a key factor in that team. You know, he's a young player. He hasn't been to LAN so much, but he's got a lot of experience despite that use because he's played online so much and he's playing against really good teams. And we know the British scene is so good in the European level, so he's definitely been surrounded by players who could teach him how to play properly.
Well, yeah, I think it's interesting to say that.
Despite the French.
I think it's interesting the fact that is pretty much right. You know, you've got those brains on that side at least, and that's no pun with the actual player, but It is a team of somewhat names. It's not a team you'd ever consider elite level.
Yeah.
Any stretch of the imagination. So they've come here. They actually now have quite a hard group. They've got to, Elevate and Epsilon, both of them, be trying to get out of that group as well. The Imperial, I'm going to have some very quick prediction here, but I'm fairly certain I know what you're going to say. How do you think this game's going?
I mean, you can't say anything apart from 3-0 Imperial.
Yeah, I do have to say the same. Otherwise, my name would be Rel.
Okay, well, let's throw it now over to the game and our next set of casters. Let's get this one underway.
Thank you very much, Bryce, and welcome here. Imperial versus Intuition, a team which you guys may not be familiar with, but of course joining myself is Mr. X for this one. We've had a quick break. We actually watched that game, and these two teams, like you said, I think this could be a bit of a whitewash.
Yeah, I would expect, Imperial to take this one. Obviously, the stronger team, some more notable names on this roster, but you never know. Intuition come in here, surprise a lot of people. Like Brycey's saying, they've been grinding a lot on the pro point ladder, so we'll see what they got.
Okay, well, getting into this one, I'm going to actually jump on board with Intuition to start with, just to see how they come off the break. Of course, we know that kind of aggressive playstyle from Shane. Brain, of course, came from Hyper Games, being that, slower assault rifle player. So I'm actually going to jump on board with, let's stick with Jambo. Been defaulted to this, first of all.
See, everybody loading in. We can take a look at the rigs real quick. We have, obviously, the Synaptic on both sides. Very popular, rig. With you're going to have the propulsion, and you're going to have rewind as well. Propulsion, I feel like you need to take it.
Yeah, I mean, the rigs generally, of course, in hardpoint, are pretty much across the board. Very, very standard. You're going to have that reactive armor, camo, rewind, and Centurion. And now we can get into it. You guys can see what I can see. Jambo will be the first on your screen, rocking that Merc loadout. But of course, Erad. One thing that we've kind of not spoke a little bit about is, the introduction of the, the buff, if you like, of the SMGs. So let's check out Jambo and the Erad.
Yeah, I love to see the SMGs come into play. Obviously, at the beginning of Infinite Warfare here, competitively, we saw, a lot of the assault rifles come in play, and now we're starting to see SMGs after a little bit of some adjustments. So the Erad, really the SMG we're going to see the most of.
Okay, so Erads have already been acquired. However, Sambi kicking things off with the first blood straight away there. Endura and Sambi as well, combining a strong start here for the Imperial. 7-0 and getting the first couple of points on the board as well. Can Levox fight back? Yet to do so. He's going to pick up the assist, I think, there.
He's got some teammates here trying to work back towards the center hill, but you see Shane and co holding it down. It's going to be 3 kills for them in the feed. Only 20 seconds left on the hard point. They'll be Imperial jumping out to a 25-0 lead here at Momo, and they're getting set up for this next rotation. So Imperial coming out very strong here. Intuition, not even a point on the board.
Yeah, now you saw Endura there just trying to hold down that train side. As Intuition do get a couple of points back-to-back here, but the clever thing that, Imperial have done, they've backed off. They've gone for that rotation. They know the hard point here, rotating to the barn, and on your screen is Brain. He's going to maybe drop back a little bit, actually, as the opposing side, Intuition, will be flanking around Lemon.
Yeah, he's waiting for his teammates to get all the way around with him before he goes out and pushes it. So he's going to be able to get one. If he can get to this backline area, can really lock it down for his team. He's able to pick up a second one, picks up a third. Brain just wiping the floor with Intuition. You see how far away they are spawning from the hill. Imperial in a very good spot to hold this.
Okay, well, Shane's being a little bit more aggressive. He's going to get himself in a tight spot. Picks off one, will take damage. Can he find a second? Does do his Brain, picks up another, and a nice trade out once again. The Imperial, 3-1. They're pushing them back, and Shane's actually been aggressive here. He's going to find Monk in the trade as well.
And this is ugly. This has gotten ugly pretty quick as you see Imperial jump out with a big lead. Intuition trying to flood into the hard point. It's not going to work out on this barn hill. Just the angles that you have to come in, just so close quartered. And you see it's going to be Imperial winning those last few fights on the barn hill. They're trying to set up for this next one.
Yeah, ironically enough, they do manage to get the scrap. They nearly had the rotation as well. Not going to happen, though. Can Levox do this? Levox is actually in a really good position here, backing off around this Lemon area. He can just watch his flank, but the key thing here is getting control of both sides. He's actually going to fall down. A gunfight he really needs to win. Brain's excelling in the middle and securing that hard point once again. A big 60-point lead here.
Yeah, it's one of the harder hills to lock down because it's just such a wide open area, long sight lines that if you can get one kill with the assault rifle, you're able to just pinch on it through the mid-map pretty easily. So you see Imperial breaks that, and they're going to jump out to a huge lead here as Intuition cannot get anything going. I mean, they're getting out slayed, they're getting out rotated. It is not looking good for this new squad.
No, it really is not at all. I mean, they're picking up kills. That's what I'm looking at the scoreboard. 6-5, 6-8 across the board. It's not too bad here, but they need to convert that into points. Monk is on the hard point at the moment, using the K-bar to the full effect. But I'm actually going to go back on board with Levox purely because of the rotation. He has got the spawns. However, score streak's coming in. Endura's going to take 2 down, and this is not good news. Only Jambo left alive, and he surely coming to his death. Does find 1, though. Should be traded out, and that's going to be another position held out by the Imperial.
And that's what the spawn changes at the beginning of Infinite Warfare, where you spawn a little bit further from the hill, where score streaks are just so important. You're able to score streak. Once the hill pops up, get control, spawn the other team out. Just make score streaks that much more important at hardpoint.
Okay, well, Levox pushing forward, finds 1. He's going to find 1 at the back, should be able to pick him up as well. That's a nice double kill, but this is the next engagement. He needs to win, secure himself a little bit of time, a 2v2 at the back as he does rotate around there and picks up a nice kill. Monk goes down as well as Levox, and once again, the Imperial just seem to come off eventually in those trades. Really unfortunate stuff there.
Yeah, intuition right there. They just need to be a little bit more aggressive. They had a man count in their favor going towards that hard point. They had 2 players against 1. They don't push that 1 player from Imperial on the hill right away. The spawners come in. For Imperial helps their teammate out, secure the rest of that time. Now, going into the second half of rotations, Phil, we'll have a 138 to 43 game as Intuition. They're behind the 8 ball here. It's a lot for them to climb back from.
Yeah, obviously the analyst desk as well pointing on this. You can't really predict anything but a 3-0 victory. However, the Imperial really setting the tone here in the hardpoint. First half is over, and they lead roughly around about 90 points. And Jura doing a lot of work from the top window there, from behind. Brain coming in, the assault rifle player, so evident in the previous years. And now he's trying to take his title onto Infinite Warfare. And this is a squad Imperial, which a lot of people will look past. You know, you've got your big names within the Call of Duty European scene. And this is a team that may be underlooked.
Yeah, and I'm just cycling through some of the players on the side of Imperial, just checking what they have. I mean, you have 3 of their players with score streaks available as well. I mean, you'll start having, you know, payloads coming up soon. It is just not looking good for the side of Intuition. Just a lot from the side of Imperial. They're building up a ton of utility. They already have a huge lead. I mean, you could just invest some of these streaks to break one of these hills, what you call a baseball field, or let's say they lose control of Barn here. So Imperial in a very good spot to take this game. They're going to be set up for Barn here. Originally, it's Brain actually in the back, and they have 2 teammates back here that they don't jump in the hill right away. It's kind of an odd play.
Yeah, quite an interesting play. 2 at the back, 2 did spawn out, so I think Brain was trying to just almost anchor for a little bit. Sambi and Shane have made 2 big kills. The 3rd comes in. Brain's going to be at the back ready to plow through, and now the only player pushing forward is Zeno. He's not in a great position. He's going to be caught out there by Sam, and again, it's business as usual here. The Imperial, they held tight there. 2 big kills from Sambi and Shane, and they regained. They don't even need their score streaks right now.
And something you can definitely see when you're watching this game as Intuition is trying to break into these hard points is just 1 by 1. I mean, you see 1 player just forcing the action on the bridge there. He drops, there's nobody to trade that out. You know, a few seconds later, you see somebody come from the top window. They fall, there's nobody there to trade that out. So the guys on Intuition just playing a little bit too fast a pace here. They need to slow it down a little bit, relax, try and just play more together.
And once again, they do break it. They break it eventually, but, you know, 40 seconds have already gone.
Yeah.
They've got to rotate, and you look at Imperial, and they seem to be on top of it. Look at that mini-map for a second. Hopping on board with number 7, it's none other than Shane. He's going to be the one not only collecting the kills, but he's picking up the hardpoint score as well. 2 go down, and Endura will trade out for a second. But look, uncontested right now. Shane, the more points, the better.
Yeah, and the communication's huge on this one because obviously, you know, 1 player picks up a kill from one side. You know Shane does not have to watch his back. So he has 2 teammates flying over the top of Bike Path here, and he's able to just play this corner and nobody pushing him. As I say that, Jambo pushes right in, but you see the difference in these 2 teams. When Jambo pushes in to kill Shane, Sam B right there to pick up the kill and secure the hard point.
Yeah, all communication, good trades all around, and that 70-point lead extended to roughly around 80 now. Imperial looking strong, and just looking at the kills spread across both teams, you've got Brain dropping 23 and 11, Sam B 26 and 11, and Sam B was a player, just hopping on board with him for a second actually, because he was kind of the unknown, if you like, in this. You know, the other 3 have proven themselves, you know, for the past couple of years now, so Sam B really impressing here on his first game of the day. And you know what? They should be able to push this over 200.
Yeah, and he's got the E-Rad in his hands as well, so it's something of note. We can see how the SMG players go throughout this event, because this is really the first tournament we're going to see the SMG probably in play, specifically the E-Rad. And you see Jambo trying to work his way into bowling. He's able to get 1, but still no control of the hill yet for Intuition.
Yeah, they're going to slap another magazine. Jambo's going to go down. Very well read there by Sambi, but hopping on board with Brain. Not only the camo is available, but he's gone hunting them down. Will pick up the second as well. That's going to be Levox. And we see, you pinpointed it, they can save these score streaks for something like, you know, this hard point. And they have done. They're able to break it, push around. Unfortunately caught out by Levox around the back there. Picked up the double, which is ever so good for Intuition, but he's now pushed back. He should have control for a second.
I feel like all the time Intuition has gotten, though, has been in the last 20 to 15 seconds of a hill. I mean, they haven't really had like one really strong hold where they get to a hard point first and lock it down. And I mean, you see, great, they put up 123 points, but they've just got blown out by just taking the garbage time on all these hills.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. They just seem to be kind of almost clutching at straws, taking what they can. They're not leading anything. They're not going in strong. And once again, you can almost see from the Imperial, they're fighting, they're contesting for this middle hard point, but in the back of their heads, all they're thinking about is that next rotation onto Barn. And if they can keep it, they should be able to close this out.
Yeah, nah, you see, it's almost like throwing good money after bad, right? It's like you're so hyped, you can get control of the hard point for a little bit, get some time, but you give up the 10 to 15 seconds left right at the start of the next one, so you're really gaining no time here. Now you can see Imperial set up towards this middle hard point, the push trying to come in from Intuition, but they cannot get close right now. It's Shane and co. just pushing this out so effective. Shane's got one player behind him, not going to be able to take him out. It's going to be Intuition getting control of that hard point, but look, another 12 seconds left on the hill. Everybody spawned up for Imperial over by Barn. I mean, if Intuition doesn't push forward, they're going to lose this game right here.
Yeah, 100%. They've done the same. They've got, you know, last minute, 5-10 seconds. They've given full spawn to the Imperial, and they're going to dominate. They're going to push them back for this, and they're going to punish them. Clever play from Enduro, not only picking up the kill, but dropping back here, enabling that crossfire. He does only pick up the one, but that other is traded out, and eventually it's just coming to an end. And you've got to say, Imperial, they look strong, they look composed, they look structured, and they're going to take the first map by 100 points, 250 to 150. The Imperial strike first.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of what we expected, right? We expected Imperial to take this. They're obviously the stronger team in this matchup. What you did see from Intuition, they were able to get to the hard point towards the end, finally, break in, take some time, but that is not going to be good enough to win hard points against strong, coordinated, experienced teams.
Yeah, you can see as well, I mean, I'm just having a quick look at the scoreboard. Pretty much across the board, you know, everyone going positive for the Imperial, bar Shane, just a couple of kills either side. But 13 defends from Sam B, 38 kills as well.
Yeah.
I know we shouldn't really look too much into kills, but, you know, if you've got one team heavily slaying, it's only going to end one way.
At the end of the day, the game's about kills. I don't care what anybody says. You can talk about objective time. You can talk about all this. It's about kills. If you kill everybody, they can't get to the objective. You look at what Sam B did, 38 and 17, a minute and 52 in the hard point, 13 defense. That is a sick game from him. You also had Brayton put together a very good game, 30 and 18. With a minute 9 inside of the hard point. And you see, actually, you know, most of the guys putting up those big numbers in kills now are the objective players. It's like, I feel like in the past, like you saw the objective players always finishing with like the least amount of kills. But I feel like right now, at least in Call of Duty over the last, 2 years or so, all the action is happening inside of the objective. That's where you're seeing a lot of these people pick up the kills.
Yeah, I mean, great. He literally performed the best in every single category. Least death, most kills, highest time objectively. However, there is more game modes amongst these squads. We're going to be kicking things off on Search and Destroy next. We will be going into Scorch. And looking at what we've seen there, it's hard to kind of judge a hardpoint team and a Search and Destroy team, whether they're good or bad.
Yeah.
But it was just so heavily slayed from the Imperial. You've got to agree with the analyst desk. You know, it was a very convincing win. I don't see anything else.
And I mean,
maybe
Search and Destroy, you kind of, that's where you need to see that good team coordination. You see the strategy. You know, you want the experience, right?
Yeah.
It's like that kind of all goes to Imperial.
Of course.
You can't say Intuition. Can't say Intuition had any, you know, team coordination or whatnot in the first map, which obviously I think Hardpoints is harder to coordinate than Search and Destroy. I mean, maybe they come back in Intuition, I know, in this Search and Destroy, but I can't see it, to be quite honest with you. I think Imperial takes this one pretty convincingly. I would probably say, you know, 6-2, 6-1.
Yeah, I think exactly the same, and I think, you know, you'll get certain things. I think this will be something for you guys to watch for at home. Maybe watch for almost the set plays of the Imperial. You know, they will push certain bomb sites together. They'll go for the trades, and we put it out on Hardpoint, you know, on that hardpoint when, say, Sam B went down, one was there to back up and trade. I think that will be the same in Search and Destroy, but maybe we'll see something different from Intuition. It's a team we know very, very little about. They may surprise us with something, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you were to surprise somebody with some unorthodox strategies that may potentially work, it would be a lot easier in a slower game mode, obviously, like Search and Destroy, as opposed to a respawn game mode like a hardpoint or uplink. So if you did have any strategies, Intuition, coming into this one, the throw teams off guard, this would be where you would see it.
Yeah, and for you guys at home who are just joining us, who are looking at Intuition and thinking, you know, who exactly are they? You know, know the likes of Shane and Brain from previous seasons. these guys obviously got in. We had a few difficulties with other teams. They were the team that were kind of plucked out the air and put in here. You know, so they came in here with the lowest seed. You know, no one really knew what they could do or who they were. So there's really no pressure going into it. But of course, you don't want to come here and just get 3-0.
Good to see Shane be playing again.
Yeah.
It's like, I feel like Shane last year, we didn't really see much of him. He bounced around a little bit.
He was there, but he, you know, it didn't have that impact as he usually does.
No, he wasn't very good. That's what it means. That's what when you say he didn't have any impact.
I was saying it nicely.
Yeah, no. When you say somebody did not have an impact like they once did, that doesn't. He means he just wasn't very good.
Yeah. I'll
subpar.
I'll stick to the way I say it, but I get.
Shane's my boy. I would tell him, look, you were not very good.
And I think that's it with Shane. He's been around for so long. I mean, we heard Jonas on the desk talk about his first ever event, 8-9 years ago. Shane was playing then, and he still is today. So, you're going to go through those good and bad streaks, and I think it's definitely a year which Shane needs to improve, needs to excel.
But what I do like about Shane, though, is that, like, he knows he's never going to be, like, a top slayer. Like, he's not going to impact the game in that way. And,
of course.
He's okay with that. Like, he just wants to find different ways he can impact the game, whether it's, through his strategy and, trying to guide his teammates around, or maybe just kind of using some different tactics to throw the other team off guard.
And I think, picking up the players, picking up new players, we knew he picked up Zero, like the guy said. He's one of those people that will be able to kind of cycle through and, sift through, up-and-coming players, young players. Sam B look very strong there. Hopefully this is something that they can grow on as a team, as a squad. And Shane, somehow he always manages to be there. Those big tournaments, whether it be COD Champs, COD XP, wherever he is, always making his mark on the European scene as well. But just looking through the rig draft, nothing jumping out as, same stuff here.
Yeah, rigs and payloads seem pretty standard now. I mean, you're going to see kind of the same things across the board. You'll see overdrive consistently, active camo, reactive armor, and rewind. The only thing you see is maybe a Centurion in hardpoint or uplink. I mean, really, you don't see it that much at all in uplink, to be quite honest. You really just see it in hardpoint. So really, this is kind of what you're going to see consistently from the rig draft.
And of course, that's search and destroy. I mean, the one thing that I will say about the rig draft in particular is this year more than ever, I think they are very, very important. It does take a while to get them, but, we saw before, GefKid using his rewind, it wasn't utilized even though he did win the map. I'd like to see good utilization of these payloads. Active camo, so effective.
Well, I like that it takes a while to earn, because it should be something, with a powerful ability like an active camo. You shouldn't be able to just do, get it, use it. Well, that didn't work out well, and then get it back a few rounds later. It should be something where you maybe get it once in a game and you really have to make an impact with it.
Okay, well, on the attacking side is the Imperial, and flicking through, it looks like Sam B will be that bomb carrier, and Jura looking for some action straight away, and Sam B going to be traded. We talked about kind of the cluster that goes down at B, another spot either side, but it is a 3v2. Numerical advantage favors the Imperial.
Yeah, and you're perfectly okay with that, just trading that out for Imperial, and now they're going to be able to push up here towards the B site. You see Sam B just trying to clear out observation deck, trying to nade that forward. He is able to spot one. He's going to take him out as one more player to his left. Just needs to play this corner, let his teammate trade it. Good first round for Imperial.
Yeah, really clever play there. He got the first, and he didn't need to challenge that second one. He didn't need to put him in an uncomfortable position, and Jura popping in there for the trade. And all in all, a very clinical round for the Imperial. Didn't even need to plant the bomb. They didn't need to overextend. But that was a very aggressive play for Intuition as well.
Well, that's what we meant by trading effectively, right? I mean, Intuition pushes them a little bit back towards their side control. They're able to just trade those kills out effectively, get a 3v2 man advantage, then just push up and take observation desk.
Okay, well, Jambo will be pushing forward again. Very, very strong and to be all four players going hell for leather here. But the one person pushing forward, Jambo, does not have the bomb. Already, we do see Zeno leave box, and by the end of the sentence, 4 players go down. We didn't even get to see half of that.
And that was the exact opposite of what Imperial did. I mean, right there, you saw the aggression come out, but nobody in position to trade these kills out. I mean, look at Brain right here. I mean, Jambo has to look at multiple different directions, doesn't know which player to target. Brain pretty much gets a free kill right there.
Yeah, that was very quick, very thorough for the Imperial. I don't think any of the players even dropped there. But we'll flip things around. Shane already started strong, 3-0. Let's go on board with him. Shane, this is a surprise to me. Knowing Shane, knowing his plays, his kind of objective base, he's pulling out a sniper here. Longbow in action.
He's getting pretty confident in himself. See what he can do with the sniper rifle. This is one of the search and destroy maps. You do see the sniper rifle on. You're able to get some good picks over here towards the B site.
However, I'm actually going to flick on board with Jambo. No, he's on the defensive side, but he's on the flank. He's going to be taken down. He's actually fell straight off the map. That's not what you want to happen.
Not ideal.
he was in a good position. He worked it well, but the utilization of the flank there, really disappointing.
It was a good idea to go on that flank. You got to secure one of those kills. I mean, especially you have a submachine gun in your hand, got to get a little bit closer to secure those shots. 3 quick kills, 3 rounds in a row. The Imperial up 3-0 here in Search and Destroy.
And one thing that I will say is one player I really wanted to see in the CWL last year was Endura. He was someone who we know online is very, very good. He's been to LAN, he's performed, I played against him, and he is a very, very talented player, but we didn't see him last year. I'm happy he's kind of found a home, and he's a very, very talented S&D player.
Did you beat him when you went up against him?
I think it went 1-1. Lost and won. But I remember the loss.
Yeah, you remember the loss.
You always remember the loss.
Of course. You see Sambi trying to push middle, get a little bit too aggressive, and there's where Intuition, they make him pay. They're able to pick up 1 kill. Now they need to secure the round, but you see on the other side of the map, Monk is going to fall, but in there you see it's going to be Imperial, trading those kills out. Brain's going to pick up 1, Shane with a snipe rifle. Things fall apart for Intuition. They got off to a great start there, right? They pick up that first kill. You have the man advantage. All you need to do is trade the kills out from that point on. They do not do it. It's going to be a very difficult situation here for Zeno in a 1v2.
Now, Zeno has got around the back. He does have the bomb. That's the only thing going for him right now. But Brain and Shane look like they're on the manhunt. However, they're in the complete wrong position. But you know what? I think it could work out for them. They could come head-to-head at the B site. Flipping positions is going to be Shane on the flip side of things. So Zeno looking to do some damage. He's going to find Shane. Shane gets the better of him, I believe. May have actually been Brain, but either way, very, very talented. I don't know if you could see what I can see there. Brain and Shane exchanging some interesting fist bumps.
Shane with a nice little dance move there in the booth as he secures that last kill. But look, even if Shane drops right there, you see the bullets coming in from his teammate. They were going to kill that player regardless. So Imperial just displaying very good teamwork here.
Okay, I can't go on anyone but Shane right now. Hopefully he's still rocking the longbow. He is.
He's been getting a kill with this like every round. You've seen it in the feed.
Yeah, this is very un-Shane-like here, but he'll be premium once again. I'm ready to click on board with Brain if necessary, but he's getting in and up in the action. Shane does go down this time, but again, very much like round 1, very aggressive. Big plays from Brain, finds 2, but it's down for a 1 versus 2 for Endura. The over-aggression does pay off. However, Endura coming up from behind.
Intuition needs to win this round, and I almost feel like they're not going to. You see Zeno's going to get caught, shot in the back. Endura turns this into a 1v1. He knows exactly where Jambo is. Now you can see Jambo just playing in control on the mini-map. You see it's actually Endura set up in observation deck. So you see it's going to be Jambo pushing straight through. He's going to be able to pick up the kill with the E-Rad. It's going to be Intuition getting on the board with their first round.
Yeah, it's a must-win round. I think Intuition needs something pretty special to come out the blocks here. And you can see Endura, he tagged him 3 times. 1 more bullet would have done the trick. But nice movement there by Jambo does enable him to secure the first round. And I think you said it there. It was almost like Endura came around the back. You could almost feel them losing that one.
You could. And I do like the way that Jambo played that with the E-Rad in that situation. Obviously did not want to play passive. You know, let Endura get set up with that NV4. Needed the challenge, be aggressive with the SMG in his hands.
Well, Zeno and the squad are pushing towards A. This is the first for them. Maybe they need to change something up, but they're going to be pushed straight down the middle. First blood goes to Leebox, and the one thing is they're in a bit of a choke point. 2 kills down, and they can plant the bomb. Brain and Shane in a difficult position.
Look at this. Good things happen when you travel together, right? They send all 4 members over towards that A site, and they're able to get the bomb down, get the man advantage. Going to be Shane left all alone here, the 1v3 with a sniper rifle in his hands.
He's not even changing to the pistol. I think a little bit confidence coming in from Shane there. Maybe unnecessary, but he's having some fun with it, to say the least.
We've seen 2 ridiculous rounds from Shane with the sniper rifle in his hands. One, he just flies up towards the B site, just tries to challenge it there, and then that one, the 1v3, I mean, what? I guess your best chance of killing players is with the sniper rifle in that situation, but not one you want to be in. So it's going to be Intuition winning 2 consecutive rounds. See if they can make it a 3rd.
Well, Shane does put the sniper away after 2 rounds back-to-back lost. He's going back to basics and maybe looking on the flank. So we're going to jump on Brain. He's pushing up a little bit, but keep your eyes on the minimap. 4 players pushing right through the middle for Intuition here, and Shane could find himself in a bit of trouble.
Or they could all just walk right by him and he can pick up 2. So he's going to just take out 2 players trying to go on the flank there, and that just shuts everything down that Intuition was trying to do.
Yeah, it not only picks up 2, but he'll be able to call out the 3rd and the 4th. He saw everyone there. So we are going to get 2 players backtracking. One is Endura, who does fall, and now Brain going to be in a tricky position, all down to Sam Beeb. The bomb is going down.
But if you're Imperial, why not just, you know where the players are coming from? Why don't you just set up on their side of the map and get bombed down? You would have had the best position imaginable. you would have had a man advantage. There was zero reason to go challenge in the back of caves there.
Well, that's going to end for the side of Intuition positively. But I agree. I think they could have pushed forward, planted the bomb in 3v2, wasted a bit of time.
That's not a good play.
I think it's been a bit sloppy from the Imperial actually these last couple of rounds because, you know, especially that one, they got first couple of kills and they should have been able to close that one down.
Oh, when Shane picks up a two-piece in the back like that, there's zero way they should lose that round. I mean, they just played that very poorly from there. No reason to go challenge out the back of caves. One, that's a risky spot to even fight gunfights, right? In the back caves area, so many angles you can come over the top. No, using that advanced movement system. So we'll see what Intuition does here on offense, as they do have some things to work with in terms of streaks and abilities.
Well, Monk does have overdrive, not going to be used this round, but he'll keep that in his back pocket for a little bit later. This is a B push, a collective one. However, you know, being a little bit patient, Brain's going to take advantage, pluck Jambo out of the sky, trade it out. Sam B's going to come in and now a 2v2. Zeno and Monk need to go big, all down to Zeno. Finds one, needs to see where Shane is. He has been tagged from the left. Shane's going to get the better of him, and that's going to be round number 8 in the bag.
It's a good round there from Imperial. They're able to fight that one back. I believe Brain just comes out through the middle, picks up 1 kill by drill, and just stays alive long enough to force the players from the side of Intuition out to the other side of the drill, over towards the observation deck, and they're able to just pick up those kills with ease.
Okay, well, 1 round away from securing it. Shane goes back to basics, pulls out, of course, the K-bar, and takes it to town. 9 kills for Shane. He does have a Scarab as well as his payload. Let's see if he can finish it right here.
It's a shame we didn't see him pick up any kills with the sniper rifle. We only saw some fails with it, but it will be the bomb going over towards B. And we'll see the Scarab come out from Shane. Let's see if he can get anything with it. If not, gain some information. An enemy Scarab coming over the top directly towards him. So Levox going to take out Endura with his own Scarab. So it's going to be the side of Intuition getting the early man advantage.
Again, looking like one player is going on the flank. That is Jambo coming from behind, but if he gets in the mix, we'll jump over to him. This should be a round that should go in the favor of Intuition. However, Brain has plucked Levox out. We're going to see Shane trade out as well. And now they should be able to collect that bomb. It is a 1v3 for Zeno.
Oh, and I love the play there from Imperial. Instead of just pushing up to the bomb and getting it down, they pushed straight through. They knew that the side of Intuition was going on these flanks constantly. So they're able to push all the way through the bomb, forcing players to make a split-second decision, and they end up winning the round 6-3.
Okay, well, closing things out in 9, we see Brain and Shane doubling up for the double digits there, and overall a pretty convincing win. I think Shane got a little bit overconfident, overzealous maybe with the sniper, but all in all a very good second map for the Imperial. I think they may just close this one out in 3.
I think that one kind of went the way we expected it to go. I think we thought like 6-2, 6-1.
Yeah.
No, a few rounds I think Shane kind of threw away using the sniper rifle, just doing some reckless plays that they probably would have liked to have back. But Imperial looked very good, experienced, composed, coordinated, exactly what we expected from this team. Intuition, they had some rounds where you saw some positive signs, right? They were picking up the kills, but still nobody there to trade it out. Sometimes they just got caught off guard, got a little bit too aggressive. It's what you expected from a newer team.
And I think as well, the rounds that they did pick up, 2 of the 3 were rounds which you really would have expected Imperial to take. So Imperial, do come here with a real point to prove, and I think they're in a group which, they could struggle in. They've had a lot of kind of changes in that group as well, with obviously the team. So Imperial, it's a must-win game for them, but they're doing what needs to be done right now. Levox actually picked up 9 kills that round, which kind of flew straight over my head. Individually good, but as a teamwork, again, same as the hard point. The trading wasn't there. I think that, the payloads really that, didn't come into it. I think overdrive wasn't even used.
Yeah, no, none of them really came into play. Shane actually picks up 11 kills, so he goes 11-3. Brain goes 10-5. 2 standout players there from the side of Imperial. On the side of Intuition, you had Levox pick up 9 kills. That was really about it. Everyone with 4 kills apiece. Nothing really too good on that side of the coin.
Okay, well, Uplink coming up next. It will be Frost, of course. These 2 teams, it seems to be very one-sided. It seems to be edging towards the Imperial by a long shot, really. But can the boys of Intuition turn up? Zeno, Jambo, the boys, they need to do something different. If you could kind of jump in there, I know obviously from yourself, with Complexity kind of being that coach almost, is there anything that they can kind of go at? Is there any tips that you would give to them right now?
They need to slow the game down. I mean, right now they're just playing at such a fast pace, just trying to keep up.
Yeah.
They don't have the teamwork to play at that fast pace and still win. So I think they just need to slow the game down. I mean, look, Frost Uplink, we've seen some crazy scores like the Spice game earlier, but typically it's not like that. Typically it's a lower scoring game. I think they really need to slow the game down if they want a chance to win.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit of a bizarre one, the one with Splice before, but I think
Yeah.
this is a map which you can kind of really set the pace. You know, if your team is, you know, sitting back maybe with, you know, less ERADs, more assault rifles kind of controlling the map itself. I think for these guys, they just need some type of map control because they're always one step ahead, one step behind. They're always chasing. We saw it in the hard point previously. Whether they do that, whether they change something off, we'll have to wait and see. But Rig Draft going down, which we'll be able to bring to you very shortly.
And I mean, uplink in general is one of the ones where, I mean, obviously, you talk hardpoint, obviously you need map control. I think it may be even more important in uplink because if you don't have map control, you don't have the drone. And obviously, you know, if you're kind of just new to the uplink game mode, you need to score the drone to get points, and that's how you win. So if you don't have the drone, you can't get any points. So I feel like this is the one game mode where map control means that much more. And I feel like if Imperial gets it early, this could get ugly.
This could get very, very ugly indeed. I mean, Shane's taken the overdrive from what I can see. So he's going back to... I know we've not really touched on the objective. Sometimes you will have that maybe preferred player to pick up that drone. But I'm just looking at the other three players. Endura, known as kind of a heavy slayer. Brain on Hyper Games previously, he was a big slayer for them. Sambi, we've seen what he can do in hardpoint. I actually think this could be a bit of a dark horse.
I was going to say, this could be a bit of a sleeper team. Obviously, they're in a very tough group. They have, you know, Elevate and Epsilon in their group as well. I think it's going to be difficult for this team to make it out of groups into the bracket play, but I definitely think this is a team that, you know, as the EU CWL year goes on, can make some noise.
Okay, well, getting into this one, you can see the boys on your screen getting ready, getting composed, and we're going to get into this one very, very quickly. Frost Uplink is the next map. And, of course, we've seen it previously by Splice, absolutely dominated. Will we see the same here from the Imperial?
Nah, I still think you will see Imperial take this one. Look to see, you know, if just the teamwork of the side of Intuition gets a little bit better. Obviously, they've struggled with it in the first two games. See if they can build on that and put together a good uplink.
Well, getting into the game, Frost Uplink here, coming up next. We've got the usual, the reactive armor, the active camo overdrive, and rewind either side. Sambi, Shane, Brain, and Endura, can they finish it here in 3?
And I would be shocked if we see anything but a 3-0 here from the side of Imperial. They've looked very good in the first two maps. Just to recap, you guys, you saw them take the hard point 250 to 150, and they took the search and destroy 6-2 just in that last one. So 6-3, sorry, in a very... No, it was back and forth at times, but there were a few rounds that Imperial gave away. Probably the score should have been more around 6-1, 6-0.
Yeah, I think it very well could have been. I think this, as they're going into this one, Imperial might be kind of saying, actually, we let a few rounds slip there. We need to make, you know, a bit of a mark. We need to prove a point here. So let's get into this one and see whether they can nail it down in 3. Endura is the one on your screen. Let me just flick. We've got Brain, actually. Endura does finally go down. And... let's go on board. Who's someone we haven't seen a little bit about? Zeno. Starts strong, picks up 1. The rest of his team does go down, so he's going to have to just hold out for a second.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the drone in the hands of Imperial, so he's going to have to back up, get on the defensive side of things. And a lot of the times we see the drone brought down towards the bottom side of the minimap. We do not see the drone go too often over towards that top cliff side. It's a very difficult way to get in there and get a 1-point score, and that's where it looks like Imperial's bringing this drone.
Yeah, he does. Shane is going to have to release it for a second. 2 of his team go down. That was from Zeno, actually. So big plays here, just again to set that pace, to slow things down. Shane falls eventually, and Endura will be coming off spawn, but the closest one to the drone is this man. It's Levox, but he's opting just to slay out here.
And that's a good decision. I mean, you need to pick up kills in the middle of the map. Unfortunately, 3 of his teammates died at the hands of Endura, and he's just going to have to defend the drone here. But still, a very good play from Levox. Probably saves them from a potential score opportunity going through for the side of Imperial.
Well, Shane picks up a kill. He's going to pick up the drone as well. And this is the route that you were talking about, pushing through that bottom side. And he's going to have maybe a bit of a free pathway, but look how many players in that minimap coming outside. Maybe a 1-point play here. Could go for 2. Doesn't. He secures it with a 1, gets things off to a nice start, and Imperial take the lead.
Natal, good 1-point throw there from Shane. We've seen many players over the years miss some easy ones. He just secures that one. First points on the board for his team. Puts all the pressure back on the side of Intuition.
Well, Endura now will be sitting back here, going for that long-range gunfight. He's going to lose that to Monk, actually. Big win here, and maybe Monk can pick up another, get that map control. That drone is just lingering around the middle. He's going to see another in sub-base there as he just back off just slightly. Oh, he's going to pick it off by Sam B. Sam B doing some good work here in the hard point as well. Be interested to see if he can replicate this in the uplink.
I mean, right now we talked about how important map control was. You have seen none of it for the side of Intuition. The drone has only been touched by Imperial. Endura is going to get a 2-point score. You see Brain picking up kills back towards the middle of the map, cleaning out his own base. Things do not look good for Intuition. Right now, Jambo getting off to an 0-6 start. He's got to pick it up quick.
Yeah, Brain's actually on an 8-kill streak, bear in mind, so he's going to get the score streaks very soon. He's picked up one already. The bombardment is available. And the scoreline being 3-0. This is just replicating the first map. This is very, very one-sided here. Brain's going back to help his teammate. Makes it a 9. Doesn't make it the 10th in the row, but he does find his double digits eventually. Shane now rocking the E-Rad. So a little bit different from Shane. Maybe looking to get into those nook and crannies. Get up close and personal. He's going to find one just around the corner. Will not get the better as Jambo does finally take him down.
With how important sub-bay is and how close quartered it is, I think you can run the SMG effectively there. Maybe even have an extra SMG on your squad, because if you can get control of sub-bay and push through, that's how you're going to be able to get those easy 2-point plays.
Okay, Monk trying to find something out of nothing there. He's going to find Shane in the back, but unfortunately, I think Endura seems to have slipped the net. Does have a teammate with him. 3 go down. That's actually 4 down for a second here for the Imperial. They're having to bounce back. But this may be the start of something special. Intuition do have the drone. They have a bit of map control, and they actually have a couple of seconds as well for the Imperial to respawn.
Yeah, and they're going to try and take this drone towards the bottom side of the minimap. It's going to be Jambo picking up 1, Xeno with another. It's going to be Jambo actually getting a big 2-piece. He's actually come alive since he's 0-6, now 6-9, so starting to turn things around. 3 kills for Imperial in their base, but it's going to be Levox connecting with a 1-point throw. Going to get Intuition on the board.
Well, he does get the 1 point, but 4 go down. The full map control goes towards the Imperial here. And look at that kill feed. It's lighting up purple. Once again, Endura picking up a nice double, and that will open the gap for Brain actually to take the drone now.
Now, they have a lot of streaks to work with as well. Only a minute to go. They don't really need to force this in. You don't want to, like, give up an offensive play on a turnaround, a comeback play, going the opposite route. So we'll see. The drone gets thrown for yards here by Intuition. It's going to be Shane and co just trying to fight in towards sub-bay. So the drone should be respawning at mid-map very shortly, and then we'll see who can get map control. It looks like right now Imperial in a better position to do that.
Yeah, Imperial most definitely are. Monk, he's just in the middle as well. He's trying to fight from this map control. He's going to get nothing out of it, and Jura does go down. Brain answers back with a nice one himself as well. But finally picking up the drone. He still has these score streaks to play with. A nice 1-point line up there with only 25 seconds left to go. And 22 as we find it. Does actually miss there.
Yeah, and you do see, tries to get a 1-point throw over the top, not able to do so. Nah, we'll just take a look at the scores real quick. You have Endura sitting at 11 and 10. Brain 14 and 8. Those are the guys doing the work. Sam B as well, 14 and 12. Everything going in favor of Imperial, trying to get a 1-point throw at the end off. It's going to be Brain getting cut down in the final seconds. Be Imperial up 3-1 at the half.
Yeah, I think it could have been worse as well. They really could have. I mean, Brain had a 1-point play over the roof there. Didn't manage to go in that final one. Could have been an extension. Couple more seconds. They could have maybe slowed things down, used the score streaks. However, I will say Frost is usually a low-scoring map. However, I think that could have gone maybe 5, maybe 6 towards the Imperial if they used it right.
Well, I think Imperial just did a good job, obviously putting more points on the board, but also they had drone control for most of that game. They controlled the sub-bay area, they controlled mid-map. They did not let Intuition get anything going.
Okay, well, Sambi, the player, the unknown almost of the Imperial, making his mark in game 1 already, trying to put things on the board. He's going to slide in, pick up 1, as teammate Shane does go down. Finally traded out now. And it is all that fight for the map control. Levox versus Endura. Who's going to be able to make this final kill? It's going to be Levox. Whether he chooses to grab that drone or keep the map control, I think the wise decision is to keep this map control, is what he's doing.
Well, look at this. His team pushes through sub-bay, and he pushes all the way around the top side of the map. They have nobody to get drone. It's going to be Levox trying to work his way back, but just like that, all his teammates are dropping towards the sub-bay area, so they're not able to get in towards the Imperial base.
They can sneak it away from the Imperial. They're only 2 points behind.
I mean, realistically, they need 6 kills, so to speak, to get it back, right? You need to get the kills over towards the mid-map. You need to pick up drone, and then maybe 1 more clean wipe to put on a 2-point play. And then we have a tie game on our hands right at the bat. So see Shane, he's going to pick up the drone, go topside with it, and try and keep it out of the guys on Imperial's hands. He falls to the hands of Xeno, though, as he picks up 2. Now it'll be Intuition with drone. Let's see if they can get any points out of this.
Okay, well, Levox is going to be the one with that drone bounced off quickly for the quick regen, and Jura and Jambo are going to trade things out. Now, are they going to go for a one-point play over the roof? Are they going to push through and try and level things up? He's taken damage. Of course, the armor of this uplink drone, so powerful, but a wise play. Oh, no, he's caught from behind. That's not going to be good, and Zeno is the only one alive. He needs to stay alive. This is a big play, an important play for Zeno.
Well, the side of Imperials, they're going to get drone, and they're going to go topside with it. So he's got to leave sub bay and trek all the way back across mid-map, and Shane's going to be able to pick up a big two-piece before he falls. Sam B trying to chase one down with the drone in hand. Not able to do so, though. Brain picks up two, not able to finish off Jambo there. It's going to be a defensive stand there for Intuition. So they get drone, go cliffside, but time is running out. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Doesn't seem like that's not a lot of time left. But a game like this, a Frost Subling, where very low scoring, you may only have like 1 or 2 good opportunities to score in this amount of time.
Yeah, really difficult. Poor shooting from Levox there. Gets turned and burned. And now he's trying to gain that map control. You can see them all lingering around. Before they pick up their drone, they want to pick up some kills. Brain's going to be the first to do as Jambo does fall, and the drone does go in favor of the Imperial. They're pushing it once again to the outside of the map here. Jumping on board is actually Sam B, who's going to go for the one-point play. Does make the throw, does make the kill, does make the point, should I say. And that's going to be 4 for the Imperial.
Well, Intuition, they do have control of the middle of the map. They had 3 players there, and they just go to sub-bay before they actually get drone and go towards that area. And that is not how you want to play this. You want to get maybe 1 player set up in sub-bay, but you still need to get control of that mid-map.
Control seems to be all in favor for the Imperial. We saw a heavy slaying game mode as the 5th and final one does go in for the Imperial. But as I was saying, it's so heavily favored in hardpoint, the kills, if you like.
Yeah, and you do see the kills going down inside of sub-bay. We talk about how highly contested that area is. You see players just flooding in there for Intuition. They're just not able to get anything going. And, they haven't really even touched the drone here in the second half. We talked about how important mid-map control was. They maybe gotten 1 good opportunity, touch the drone and get towards mid-map?
Maybe 1. I mean, they push forward. They got a couple themselves. But, again, it looks like Imperial just making their mark. Shane using the overdrive. You see him sprinting forward. Makes a nice 2-point play. And with a minute left, this is all I see. A 3-0 sweep for the Imperial, unless there's an absolute miracle coming in through Intuition.
I mean, with a minute left, Momo, I do not see that happening, to be quite honest with you. The entire game in the second half was controlled by Imperial. They had control of the drone the entire time, mid-map as well. Seemed like Intuition, they just got a little bit too ahead of themselves trying to push into that sub-bay without the drone.
Okay, well, 40 seconds left on the clock. We're going to see the Imperial close things out here. Brain's going to get number 30 for himself there. And you can see across the board, all positive. Endura, Brain, Shane, and Sam B doing work. Score Street's coming in, and they could be doing more damage right now. I think they're just having a little bit of fun towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get another 2-point play on the board. We're going to see the score go up to 9-1 with 20 seconds left. A very strong performance from this Imperial squad from Game 1 to Game 3. They absolutely dominated this series.
Yeah, good stuff all around from the Imperial. A game which we thought, the analyst guys thought as well, all 3-0. A nice clean sweep for them, and that's how it played out. It's a tough loss, however, this team obviously of Intuition, they came out of nowhere. They were plucked, for best out of a bad bunch almost, and they're put here, in a very difficult position. They didn't qualify, they didn't make it. However, they get the chance, and unfortunately, they cannot perform.
Yeah, I mean, look, they had everything stacked against them, right? They get here late, first day here. Didn't expect to come to this event. They're able to, put up a decent fight in the hard point. The S&D and the uplink was kind of ugly. But I expect their play to get better as the tournament gets on. They better improve because, I mean, they have Elevate and Epsilon in their group to deal with.
Yeah, best out of bad bunch, maybe a little bit too harsh. However, they were dominated by the Imperial. Good showing from Shane and the boys as well. This squad I've not seen too much about. I've seen too much, in-game. However, they performed today.
Yeah, Imperial, they have some well-known players, obviously, with, Shane and, Sam B, obviously, and Brain. You're just looking to see if they can put it together, and they did in that one.
Okay, well, that is it for myself and Mr. X here on the casting desk. Back to you guys. Bryce, take it away.
Thank you very much. Well, that's about as clean-cut game as you can kind of expect to see in this tournament. We knew it wasn't going to be a big show. We didn't think Intuition, with the very little information we had on them, really had that much in the tank. Turns out to be the case. But what did you guys see? Tom, let's start with you.
just seeing a dominant performance by Imperial. I mean, there's not really much you can really look into it because, I mean, Imperial going up against a team like Intuition, it's two different ends of the scales, and it's one of those sort of whitewashes where Imperial, they never seemed like they came out with third gear. It was just really convincing performance by them. Yeah. They did everything they had to. Intuition didn't really have many answers for it on any of the maps.
And two teams from very different leagues, clearly, from what the game that we saw. But the interesting thing is Imperial, they go up against a team that they don't know, that could very well be a surprise team, that, you know, they don't have anything to lose. And they were just very focused, very serious. We saw Splice earlier in the day. You know, they kind of chilled in the first game. Not really this attitude from Imperial, just very strong in commanding the whole series.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say opposite ends of the scale. I'd say it's actually two scales. I think, realistically, if you talk about the pro teams, Imperial are definitely towards the lower end. They're towards the lower end of that pro team. Intuition, they're not really on that scale. They're not really recognized as such. They're not really, I mean, I even spoke to some of the pros, and I'm like, who are these guys? And the amount I went, I have no idea.
Well, I mean, that just shows
they just don't kind of register on that radar. I think like one of them said, oh, I recognize one of the players' names.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. And everyone's probably played them a couple of times in GB with the PP, that sort of thing. So they know what they expect from a team of this sort of level, and they'll just go and try and do their job. As Jonas said, Imperial just went and did what they had to do and did it in convincing fashion. Nothing really to say about it.
Well, yeah, I think doing what they had to do is kind of the theme of this now, because it was a must-win for Imperial, because if they lost that, then they might have just gone home already. But now that the difficult kind of job comes up for them. Epsilon, Elevate.
Yeah.
There are some big fish in that group.
Really big fish. I mean, especially now that, obviously, with the whole thing that happened with Epsilon, but they are now here. That makes that group a hell of a lot harder. Because, I mean, you would have said, guarantee, Elevate have got to go through with Imperial. I'd still expect Elevate to take that first spot. But now it's a toss-up between Imperial and Epsilon in second, and it's going to be a big battle between those two.
It's arguable.
Yeah, you don't know which way that's going to go.
It's group stage. If you go through the tournament, then I would say Elevate's going to place better. But going through the groups, Elevate against Epsilon, and anything can happen during those groups. And they've got to be careful as well, because Imperial, sure, they weren't playing a great team, but they played very well. Again, they were commanding. We saw some great performances. Now they're not going to have the stress of knowing they have to win this one game. So they can probably upset one of those two teams.
I think the thing is with those sort of games as well, I mean, whenever you play your first game, you're sort of like a little bit nervy trying to get into it. But with that case where you're going up against a team who's unfortunately a lot lesser than you, at least you're getting your shot warmed. You're getting into it. You're getting into that feel of LAN once again. And when you get into that, that's going to leave you in better step for the next game, a good warm-up game for Imperial.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much all I want to really say about that game. We'll go through the maps bit by bit, see if we can kind of pick some stuff out in just a second. But for me, yeah, I don't want to look at the overall anymore. But before we do go into map by map, what we are going to do now is go down to the floor. It's Lottie with Shane.
Thanks very much, Bryce. So I'm with Shane here from Imperial. Imperial? Yeah. Imperial. So great start to the series. First win, first game. You must be pretty happy with that, right?
It's good to start off with a win, but it was going to be a relatively easy game for us. They come here completely unexpectedly last night. I don't think they thought they had much faith in themselves whatsoever, and they're just here for a free trip to London. But it was as expected, but fair play from the turning up.
Sure, and yourself and Brain had quite high KDs. Do you think that carried your team today?
Oh, completely. If you saw Enduro, our teammate, he got absolutely destroyed by one kid. But it's a team effort at the end of the day. They all did better than me on the hard point, but we were just a better team.
So let's talk about your position just now. What do you think gave you the edge and not them?
I haven't got a clue who they are, to be honest. I think they're like the 30th seed team, so we were always going to win unless we had a major mess up, but we're just more practiced, I guess.
And you're feeling pretty confident in the series now to go on for another win?
We've got two really hard games now against Epsilon and Elevate. Epsilon shouldn't even bloody be here, but I guess they are.
Cheeky.
It was a little bit salty now, but they're a great team, but we have to be confident going in or we're not going to go through.
And are you looking to get an even bigger KD in this series?
I am not known for my KD whatsoever.
Not bad then.
I just a one-off, I guess, but I'll see what I can do in the next couple of games.
Fantastic. Well, good luck for the rest of the series, and thank you very much, Shane.
Cheers.
Thank you. Thanks. Over to you, Bryce.
Thank you very much. All right. Shane, not known for his KD. I think he can say that twice.
Yeah, I ain't saying a word.
He had a great KD during that game. I'm not sure he will translate into the other games.
Maybe he found his level. Nah, that's
wow. Oh,
yeah.
You went savage there.
Yeah, I just had it. It was on the table. It was on the table. I couldn't not. Come on.
Someone had to do it.
All right. Well, before we, ruin Shane anymore, I want to kind of pump them up to kind of counter out that this team. There is a lot to go for them, but it's not a team that you can overlook. This is, Shane is. He's been around for a long time. He is a veteran. He has won tournaments. Yeah. Endura is definitely somebody that a lot of people have been keeping an eye on for a while. Brain, same thing. He was in the old Hyper Games team. It's not an unknown set of players apart from Sam B.
I mean, the thing is, if Endura can turn up as he has done previously in events, although it has been maybe like 2 years ago now, his previous event, then that team can really do well.
And for the past 2 years, we've seen, well, this year and the previous year, we've seen a lot of young players just come through and really shining. And maybe it's the case with Sam B as well.
It might be the case. I mean, there's an awful lot that could realistically happen. But you know what? Enough of that game, because this next game might be fire. We'll find out. Coming up right after this break, it's going to be Orbit versus Millennium. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
MCs for breakfast, bitch. Since I was born and touched the mic the first time, it's been a problem. Your life was a mistake, your pop should've wore a condom. You niggas think you hard, I think you better come harder. I leave rappers confused like Will.I.Am Barber. Fucking with looters, not a great look. A verse will make your fans unfriend you on Facebook. Click, my styles are going in the label, so if stars want a war, I'm they daddy like Darth Vader. And since I'm hard to overlook me, for over 100 stacks, it's kinda hard to overbook me. And a whole nother house for my cars is on my checklist, cause to fit them in one garage is like a nigga playing Tetris. But they say patience is a virtue, cause I got your bitch staying out way past the curfew. Guess I was a thief that got away with these words, slinging chickens out my whip like I've been playing Angry Birds in a black Rolls Royce, Dark Knight like Batman. Everywhere you turn, the ghost follows like Pac-Man. And I sleep with the John Dillinger, and always keep an eye half open like Forrest Whitaker. No, you boys ain't ready for combat. Be more worried if I renew my Def Jam contract. What path is he on? Opponents I laugh and be gone. They handing in the towels like they work at Bed Bath & Beyond. But in the midst of all the melee, y'all niggas just bitches with dicks like Shanae. Them rap styles are phony, your lines are just dead. And I be on them lines like a nigga just played. Guess I'm trying to say I'm advanced, you intermediate. You wouldn't know the real me if your bitch Wikipedia'd it. Just know that I never tried to be hard, probably cause Mr. Glock 40's my security guard. You'll get chopped like judo. Gangs in my hood make you reverse and change your color like the blocks playing Uno. And yeah, some of my friends are still selling them drugs, but I just say they Weight Watchers like Jennifer Hood. They show me love, that's why I'll always stay reppin' until the death of me. Rappers talk shit, but ain't nobody ever stepped to me. I hereby command all my fans to inject an overdose of Red Bull in your veins if you ever slept on me. It's sharper than a guillotine, or the knives extended from the knuckles of Wolverine. Not an X-Man, but man, I got that X. Some of my artists switch labels, but I still get a check. The more albums they sell, the more we all win. And I can be seen in Alec Baldwin. DTS, I plan to reach the world, man. Your plan is Metro PCS. Can you hear me now? I changed my music up cause I was getting bored. You
oh God. Oh God.
911, what's your emergency?
Yes, ma'am. I got a heart problem. I got a heart problem.
Calm down, sir. It can't be that hard, okay?
No, it can't. It can't be. It is. My dick, it's been hard for over. It's won't go down. I took one of them Viagra's for the first time. And the first one didn't do anything, so I took another one.
Okay.
Now my shit harder than titanium, and this motherfucker, I've been knocking shit over.
Damn, I ain't had no dick in 6
It ain't like them shits come with directions. I don't know what to do, ma'am. Help.
Please, cover my shit.
What was I thinking?
Forward this call to my cell and confirm his address. I got you.
Swear to God, I'ma kill Tyrone and them niggas. I ain't never listen to them niggas again, man.
Now, sir, help is on.
Nigga, I popped my trunk, Universal Circus liable to jump out that motherfucker,
I got the
man.
Starship Enterprise in my nigga.
We had Obama inauguration reception in my trunk.
Nigga, I got 3 ninjas and a baby giraffe in my trunk, nigga.
615s, candy coated, riding clean. Every time I pull out a new whip, I cause a scene. Strolling through my hood, I told them pimpin' ain't that. Whatever you need, little buddy, come and see me. 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 Whatever you need, little buddy, come and see me. 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 Whatever you need, little buddy, come and see me. I'm talking Monte Carlos, Crown Vics, Cadillacs, and Regals. If I get pulled over, everything I got to Lego. But I ain't got no worries. I got Jesus riding shotgun, knowing that I need a meal. I got one.
Cut it, bubble, bucket, bussy, bitches, love to ride to. Hanging out the window front and center, serving niggas like a late night wind is drive to. Tweeters, speakers, geekers, fiends, diamond in the back, my nigga. I got 2 white girls, think I ought to have a curly return of the Mac, my nigga.
It's the return of the lack. Riding on so many horses that they can play in polo. Candy, paint, dripping like a Jerry girl, nigga, I'ma let my soul glow. Fleet, flicking, screaming, bitches, pitching, counter, pass, fake. And all of the women get jealous cause of the way my car could make it.
The base in the face, the laws are right beside me. My window tint dark, my rims are too large. As soon as I hit the back road, the law can't find me. Ride it, candy paint with 2 poles in the trunk. Popped up twice with 2 holes in the trunk. Disturb your peace, but feel clean that thumb. Took my slab and sawed out with the pump.
615s, candy coated, riding clean. Every time I pull out a new whip, I cause a scene. Strolling through my hood, I told them pimpin' ain't that easy. So whatever you need, little buddy, come and see me. 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 Whatever you need, little buddy, come and see me. 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 Whatever you need, little buddy, come and see me.
I got 2 club lights in my trunk. I charged at the door, them hoes hit the floor. We had club nights in my trunk. Cause an earthquake when I park. I keep a UFO in my yard. My wheel so big when I swing my whip, I can high five guard.
I can skydive off at the top of the roof, rims taller than King Kong. Riding around looking for an asset. I can sip my drink on, my seats warm, my drink cold, my paint dry, but her mouth wet. Suffocate that hotel, that bitch look like Smurfette.
007 pressing more
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Ladies and
I got all these eye pocket that can turn square chick west. Ho, neon light shine neon bright that I can direct all this traffic. Ho, swinging wise my 9 to 5 and be a vortex if I crash.
Like a thinking they may be the best team in Europe. By the end of this weekend. We'll find out by the end of this weekend. But hit on the desk. I'm alone. First of all, don't hit on the desk. First of all, how are you, Mr. Courage?
Hello, everybody. I'm doing
great.
Hello, everybody. I'm doing great. Again, 5th time out here for GFINITY. It's always awesome for me to be able to. It's always awesome for me to be able to experience an event where it's just them going up against each other. Because now I know a lot more about them. Because now I know a lot more about them heading into events like Atlanta, obviously, and then all culminating in what's going to be a great land league later this year.
Awesome, and of course, Jonas joining us once again. Of course, Jonas joining us once again.
Yeah, absolutely. And French team's going to be playing.
Yeah, absolutely. And French team's very interesting because this is very interesting because I've been looking forward to see them play. I've got a lot of question marks around play online. Capabilities to play online. You know, underperforming online. Underperforming online. So I'm definitely looking forward to see what they can do against forward to see what they can do against Orbit.
I think we're going to get the biggest question out of the way. We're going to get the biggest question out of the way first. Right, Jack, why do you hate Europe? Jack, why do you hate Europe?
Okay,
you read too much Reddit.
I don't read too much Reddit. I don't hate Europe. We discussed this earlier. We discussed this earlier. I don't hate Europe. I'm just a realist. A major international land is one with a heavy presence of North American teams. I'm gonna.
So it's just first place that counts. It's just first place that counts. Nothing else.
Having a great showing like champs definitely. Swung a little bit more towards European side, but not quite yet. I want to see them not only do well in Atlanta and Dallas, but the land league is really where I think they have their opportunity, and European teams know that to face North American teams on a consistent basis, face North American teams on a consistent basis, and then the conversation of the true best in the world.
Okay. All right. Well, Matt said you talk mad trash. I was just going in that.
Don't listen to anything Matt says.
Yeah. All right. Let's jump into this game then, because I've heard we are rapidly getting underway. The teams are set up very quickly. All right. Orbit versus Millennium. Jack, you've seen Orbit. These are very familiar names to you, so start me off.
No, I think that this Orbit team is very exciting. The whole thing we talked about this weekend so far is Orbit, Splice. We've already seen Splice play. Already seen a 3-0 out of them. You know Orbit want to match this. They know they're facing a Millennium team that I think it's safe to say don't have the same expectations of the Millennium roster from last year that won Stage 1 and Stage 2. So it's a little bit of a different story this time around, but Orbit, for me, they take the series with ease.
Okay, let's move straight on. Millennium, you're the French expert. Tell me about these teams, because there is a player in here I don't know.
Well, on paper, it looks like a really good team. Obviously, Maxi and Moles performed extremely well in the league last year, coming 6th in the Season 2. But there is also Zeke. So Zeke has been presented as the future of the French team and someone who can maybe raise the expectations of the French team, which, you know, the French team has been really lacking for the past 2 years, maybe even 3 years. So I'm really more, yeah. Yeah.
Forever.
Forever.
Back and back up's one.
So it looks really good on paper. Now, I really look forward to see how the team gels together. I don't think they can take on Orbit. I think it's a no-brainer to say that it's going to be a clean sweep. But I want to see at least them maybe winning a map or coming close to winning a map, because if they can play for the qualifications, then they can be in a better spot for the upcoming events.
All right, one-word predictions. Hit me with a scoreline, Courage.
3-0 Orbit.
3-1 Orbit.
3-1 Orbit. All right, let's get this game underway. Orbit versus Millennium. Over to our casters, Chalk and Cheese. It's Tan and Rel.
Thank you very much, Brycey. Yes, this is it. It's going to be the first game of this pool as Orbit go head-to-head with Millennium. And, I mean, the guys on the desk there have been talking about it's going to be a big, big game, Sonny.
Chalk and cheese?
Chalk and cheese.
Are we that different?
Let's take it as a compliment. Let's just roll with it.
If it's Brycey, there's no way in hell that's ever going to be a compliment. He's surely putting us down in some way, shape, or form.
Maybe.
But yeah, this game is going to be a good one. I'm really interested to see Orbit this weekend. Everyone's sort of asking the question, you know, they've got that core element of the team that finished second. Well, 2 parts of the 4 that finished second at COD Champs. So they have that in their locker, but they've mixed that team up. You know, a lot of things have been mixed up in Europe over the course of the seasons changing. So it's interesting to see where they're going to go with this. For me, they should walk away as easy winners in this game, but this game isn't going to be the teller to see how they go on the rest of the weekend. I'm interested to see how Millennium cope with this. I think it's going to be a relatively easy win for Orbit, but Millennium need to show me something to say to me that they're going to maybe advance through this group.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, just having a quick look at the guns, we've got double NV4, double K-bar there for Millennium. We've got ERAD, NV4, K-bar, K-bar for Orbit. And here we go. This is going to be it. Hard point on throwback. It's Millennium going up against Orbit in the first map of this best-of-5 series.
Well, on board with Rated straight off the bounce here. Let's see what he can do to try and pick up a kill on mid-map. Tony Jess is going to be the first one there. And Zeke is going to be an interesting one. We heard Jonas talking about him being the new guy that's want to be coming out of France to try and do something for their scene. As I said, has been lagging behind for, well, I mean, realistically 5 years. So, you know, the guy said 4. I think, you know, they haven't really been a real big... They haven't offered any statements within the scene for a while, and let's see if this guy can be the guy that can push them forward in this one. But currently, the points are going towards them, and is going to be 12-3 in favor of Millennium.
Well, yeah, and I mean, Millennium are one of the most recognizable names in competitive French Call of Duty, if not European Call of Duty alone. These guys have really got to fly the flag for the country now. They are coming in as one of the stronger French sides as well. And Maxi, I mean, there's very few people that you could say have more experience than Maxi.
Yeah, Maxi's been around for a long time, even since we were competing.
Way before
I mean, we're talking a long time ago. So a veteran of the scene, no doubt. Has he really continued the form that he showed when he was first around? No, not at all. But he's always been there as a prominent French player. At this moment in time, though, Orbit have taken a substantial lead, considering we've only gone into the second rotation. Orbit were there the first as well. They rotated around. They allow Millennium probably to get a couple of more points than they would have liked on that first hard point, but they rotate around. Nicely saying that, Millennium do get 3 of them down. So they're going to rotate around and get a hold of that hop.
Yeah, I mean, Millennium, in terms of the kind of seeding, if you like, coming into this, really at the bottom end of the table, not quite, in my opinion, representative of how good they are, which is why I feel this game's been quite hyped up, because this is a real opportunity for them. Orbit definitely, in my opinion, the favourites going into this series. You know, we've got 2 strong X-Infused players and 2 strong X-Splice players who in the previous Call of Duty title were arguably the 2 best teams on the game, and here they are now teaming up together.
Yeah, we can see that Orbit are just holding this one down. Even with 12 seconds to go, we got Zero causing all sorts of problems around the back. Absolutely jukes Maxi there, takes him down very quickly. He's laying down here, back towards Theater to get that rotation onto bike path, and it seems as if they are going to get around to that area. There's only 1 member of Millennium around there. It's going to be Tony GS. He does go down to Joe. So yeah, they're going to be able to get around there. Zeke did get a big kill towards the back there. Actually, it was helped by Maxi, who got the grenade kill onto Zero. But at this moment in time, they're trying to push through. Contested currently. Urban trying to hold this down. Doesn't have help from any of his teammates who are flooding in from both sides. We see the spawns have been momentarily split. Tony JS does get the kill on the Raylo, gets the second one into Urban. Maxi comes in there with a third. Zero did answer back. Joe going to be there trying to do something about this, but the kill's going to come in. It's going to be Millennium's board. For now, they are going to hold down this hard point, get a few points on the board.
Yeah, and Max there with a Scarab in hand could come in quite useful, just trying to build up that Centurion, which we will see coming into play later on. It was an identical match as well on the rigs as well, so nothing separating the 2 teams in that respect.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to see with the majority of the weekend. I can't see anything changing drastically unless somebody, well, especially the first couple of days, if anyone's got something in their locker that they don't want to show right now, we could see it maybe Saturday or Sunday, probably Sunday if anyone's going to try and show anything different, but on board with Urban, he's just going to put up the scrap time. If we look at the rotation, though, it is once again going to be Orbit. They seem to be there holding the hard points better. They seem to be rotating better. And when they don't have the hard point, they seem to be punching through better. So all Orbit at this moment in time. Millennium do have a few points on the board, though. It's not out of the question just yet. Urban absolutely shutting down Tony JS, though. That's a gunfight he should have been winning. Urban taking him down. But on board with Zeke, let's give him a go. 7 and 8 here. Does take down Rated with the MV4. See what he can do from this position.
Well, I mean, Orbit looking very, very strong here. And here is a little bit of a push now from Millennium. And this is exactly what they need, trying to get some control. And they're going to come in from the pinch at the top now. That you can see them just distributing themselves, splitting up across the map. They are going to go for a pinch, but it's a really nice lockdown from Millennium.
Let's keep an eye on Zeke. Does Urban does actually just completely waste that bombardment, taking down Zero. Zeke currently on a 4 streak, not far off that Scarab. If we can get a hold of that, you can maybe change it. Something else. Urban shuts him down, though. It teaches him a lesson and catches him with his pants down. Rated follows up, kill onto Maxi as well, and Orbit are extending that lead. It is now around over 1 hard point in the lead, and as we go back round to the first rotation, they got a very, very healthy lead.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's really set the tone for this game, and really, really showing what Orbit can do. I mean, we've seen some big performances from teams so far, a couple of 3-0 shutouts, and I would be surprised, in all honesty, if Orbit don't actually manage this if they continue with this performance.
Yeah, Orbit looking very, very strong here. Just calm and collected, though. I mean, realistically, if you look towards the kill feed, in the top right corner, it's not really too one-sided towards Orbit. They are in the lead in terms of that, but their rotations have been very, very strong. They've been in the positions quicker, and when they have made the kills, they've been more important, and they've been more substantial in pushing towards that higher score. They've always got the spawns locked out. They're making the most of the positions that they're in every single time. We can see they've got the barn side spawn now. You can see actually it is Raiden all the way about there holding down that left-hand side, so he's going to lock that down completely. They're going to get some points off this initial middle hard point, and they're going to be on the rotation for B.
I'm just wanting to stay with Joe now. 5 kill streak and counting. It's not really going to come up against any engagements. Maybe. Oh, there we go. He does spot him and just manages to evade. Is he going to be able to continue this?
Yeah, he needs to back off because there's going to be a lot of members on Millennium coming through that restaurant side. On board with Joe there. Is he going to be able to continue this? As said, he's going to back off. He's playing his life very, very smartly here. He's going to challenge that. Yes, he is. There's a second one there as well. Or does he? He's going to spin round. Going to get taken out just in time. So really good work by Zeke. To get that one. The rewind comes in. Zero is going to get the kill on a Maxi. They're just about going to hold this here, Millennium. They've kept them out. Tony Jess is doing well to stay alive. 11 and 15 from him. Shot's going to be fired. Gets another kill on Joe as well. And the rest of his team need to get around him. The thing is, if you look towards the top left of your screen, you can see Urban has held down that back spawn the whole time. Meaning that Orbit are always in close proximity. The kill's going to come in, 3 of them. In fact, to take down 3 members of Millennium. Really good work by them. They held the spawns fantastic. Malzo going off inside the hard point. He's going to get a couple of points from Millennium, but still, the deficit remains at around 60, and Orbit are walking towards map number 1 win.
Yeah, I mean, the kills in hardpoint more than ever have significance here with the minor respawn delay, and Urban's doing a great job of capitalizing on that. 19 and 12 so far for Orbit, and really, really assisting with that 149 lead they have.
Yeah, score streaks are available for him as well, so he'll be able to use them at some point. May use them when it rotates around the baseball, but at this moment in time, at bike path, let's see who's going to be able to get the upper hand. I should say. Maxi is there to maybe do something. Has the rest of his team pushing forward, but he's got a couple of members of Orbit in front of him. Does take down one. Joe was there to answer back as well, but here comes the score streaks. Urban's going to take down 3. One of them being his teammate, and it's not going to matter. It's going to be there to clean things up. Should be able to hold this one down. Urban pushing through as well. Lemon is not where you want to be when Urban is firing just like this. He's going to be able to get a third. Not quite does go down. But the rest of his team are there to clean things up, and they are still on that hard point. Deficit still, once again, is only around 60, so Millennium are keeping this one in contention, but they need to reduce that very, very quickly.
Yeah, Urban's on absolute fire here. We saw that bombardment coming in, taking out 3, and he just managed to storm through, almost picked up a 3-piece right after it as well. Having an incredible game here, and if anything, really helping the fact that Raid and Zero maybe aren't picking up in the slaying department, but let's have a look at who's contributing to the time. You can see Maxi.
Oh, Raided just plowing them down there. Urban was there to clean things up. I think Raided might have been able to if he wasn't there, but Raided's going to pick up his 3rd kill of this life. It's 4, sorry. Currently really slaying up against Millennium. That lead has extended. And for me, you know, the slaying has been slightly towards Orbit now, and we said that maybe not picking up as many kills, you know, from Raided. He's doing well currently, but the thing is, there is not once I've seen Millennium being first on the rotation. The thing is now that there's such a deficit, they need to be getting them scrap points. But at the same time, even when there wasn't much of a deficit, Orbit were always the first ones there. Raided or Urban always seem to be in that position to shut down any sort of early rotation from Millennium, and it's really causing them problems. At this moment in time, it's a 100-point difference. Orbit well in command.
It's very interesting to see the amount of hill time per player, particularly on Millennium. I mean, Orbit have it fairly evenly distributed between the two, but it seems to be purely Maxi that's thrown himself into that close quarter combat.
This is the first time Millennium have been first there.
Yeah, and very slow on the rotations. But it's as I say, I mean, Maul 7 seconds in the hard point. Nothing being contributed there in terms of points for his team, but obviously he's playing some sort of anchor role.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because they're not making the rotation, so it's going to be hard for them to get the points in there. 7 kill streak coming out of Rated, though. Is he going to be close to those streaks? Yes, he is, as he makes that 8, and he's fully streaked out. 232 and rising for Orbit. They are going to look to try and just rotate the spawn. It's currently in the hands of Millennium, but they're going to try and push out, try and get some points here. They cannot allow Orbit to push out any more points from this train platform. On board with Urban, though, just trying to lock this down. They just want to try and stay alive so they can try and push through that bomb. That's 3 men down. You're now going to see Orbit just flood towards that hill. Actually, they might not even need to. There's 10 seconds remaining on their points. They should be able to win this one. Here come the streaks as well. This should be it for Millennium. It's going to be very hard for them to claw this one back as well. On board with Rated inside the hard point. 5 points remaining. A few members of Orbit do go down. Currently contested. Is Rated going to be able to hold this down himself? The answer to that is yes. It's 250. Not going to quite come up on this one. Millennium are on the rotation, but 1 point is all that is needed from Orbit.
Wow, and that is going to close it out, surely, as Rated again calling in them score streaks really started turning up towards the end of the game. And that has been an absolute whitewash. I mean, Millennium are still hanging in there by the skin of their teeth. They're refusing to give this up. All Orbit really need to do here is just set up on the next hard point if they really want to take this, but I think they want to end it in Barn.
Yeah, Barn is going to be hard to break, though. They do have men up in there, active camo as well, so Millennium still have the minutest of chances, but currently they are holding it down.
They're not giving up.
No, they need to keep going. I mean, nothing is impossible in hard point at the end of the day. You know, the time doesn't go down. It's not over until the fat lady sings, but here comes the contestant. 3 kills come in, and that is game over. Orbit will take map number 1, 250 to 148 in convincing fashion, to say the least.
Yeah, very, very strong performance from them. And I mean, you can just kind of see from the scoreboard here, every single one of Orbit going positive in terms of the slaying, a lot of contribution towards the hill time from each of them, so really getting involved in the engagements, and Millennium just seem to be outclassed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The rotations for me were the main factor that I've seen, and that, yes, there was a couple of times where Orbit showing their gun skill, showing their talent very well, but for me, I think the rotations were just phenomenal out of Orbit every single time. They're locking down those spawns that they need to. Never really looked in doubt from the get-go. And they're going to walk away as map number 1 winners. Winners? Winners in convincing fashion.
And I mean, we're going to, of course, have Search and Destroy coming up next. And if there was any game mode that I would said would be Orbit's game, it would be Search and Destroy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I'm going to let you change Millennium's color. You got Millennium down as blue. Do you not know Millennium purple?
Do you know what the actual problem is I'm colorblind.
Oh, right.
Genuinely, that's the actual problem.
Well, that seems quite fair, actually.
Yeah, purple, blues. Cannot tell
I was actually going to make a joke like, oh, you colorblind? But you genuinely are?
Genuinely am.
I've known you for like, what, 7 years now? I did not know that.
Yeah, I've covered it up all this time.
You're just an enigma, aren't you?
Now it's all coming out.
You're letting it all out because of your last event. You're letting your secret
That's it.
out, are you?
My last event officially this time.
For real.
I mean, I don't want to talk about that so much because we've got 4 days to talk about that. I've got production in my ear telling me that it's not his last event, so I mean, that must be gospel.
Well, you know, it's been decided.
No, it hasn't. Exactly. I ain't going to repeat what's being said, but that's exactly why it's not your last event. Anyway, moving into the breakdown of that map. Yeah, once again, I think Orbit just really played that fantastic. I'm going to let you sort out the codecast. Right, okay. I'll tell you which one's purple. Hold on. Come here.
Go on.
Come on.
Take control.
Come on. Have we got the right side now? Right, okay, well, let's have a look. Millennium.
We do have it.
Right, look. Purple. Magical.
That's the same
Oh,
colour.
they've changed teams. Oh, God. Right, change that. But... yeah, I think, you know, going in this next map, it's going to be very hard for Millennium to come back from that one with the fashion that they just lost that one. So, for me, S&D is probably going to be about 6-1, 6-2. And I think it's going to be convincing Uplink, but we're really seeing the Orbit team that we thought were going to turn up. I think, you know, everyone really expected them to look strong, and they have done.
Yeah, and... as we just try and get all this set up and sorted now, just making sure we're on the right teams here. I mean, we've talked about this. It was a very convincing hardpoint game from Orbit. We've talked about the fact that we feel that they are the clear favourites going into this. I mean, I know the guys throw about predictions on the analyst desk, but what are you feeling, Tony?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely favourites for this series, of course. But at this moment in time, for the rest of the tournament, I think it's going to be a toss-up between them and Splice. I think Orbit will be there in the final. Well, no, I say that. It's hard for me to predict at the moment because I think the top... I definitely think Splice are at the very top of the leaderboard, but after that, I'm really not sure at this moment in time. I don't know what you think, but I think, you know, Elevate have got a claim to that, Orbit have got a claim to that, and Fuse have got a claim to that. Based off 2Ks, you can't half-base it off that, but online is a lot different, so it's hard for us to tell, but Elevate have had good placements at LAN. I mean, they did a fairly decent job at Vegas, so, I mean, they can carry that into this event. I think Orbit are a bit of an unknown entity because they had a bad MLG Vegas, but looking at the team and looking how strong they look currently, let's see how they go on to this one.
Okay, perfect. Well, I mean... as we said, Orbit, we've got 2 ex-Infuse members, 2 ex-Splice members in there as well, so a very, very strong lineup, but we have the experience of the likes of Maxi coming into Millennium, going to be commanding them. I mean, he's teamed with Tony Jess and Moz for quite a while. We heard Jonas saying before, Zeke, the upcoming French star, if you like, so one that really needs to make a mark because the French scene have struggled. They were at one stage in Call of Duty, they were unrivaled, they were the clear favourites. But
the mythic stays back on Black Ops 1. I mean,
long time ago.
Yeah, a very long time ago. That's the thing. I mean, I remember playing against them a couple of times, and I actually was in the first team to beat them online.
Wow.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Fun facts.
Got to get in my back pocket, mate. That's what that was about. No, but I mean, it is hard for them. I think it's just been a case of the rest of... They were at the top. They were playing the game correctly the way that it was supposed to be played. Everyone else has caught up and went above that, and they've sort of not really moved from where they were. Everyone else's level kept getting better and better and better. Betterer? Words are hard. But Millennium, sorry, not Millennium, but the French scene sometimes has just lagged behind. There's been a couple of standout players, of course, like people like Broken, Guitarga have always been in and around there, and they've produced a couple of results here and there, but there's never been that dominance that we've seen in Black Ops 1 from them.
All right, well, it was a heavy defeat on the hard point, but they can turn things around now in Search and Destroy. I mean, of all the series we've seen so far at this event here, they've all gone 3-0 apart from one. It was the Fab away game.
Yeah, which I casted, which was a little bit closer, but I think that map that Fab did actually win, where making it known that they're not really the best uplink team, but they showed their strengths in the other 2 game modes to walk away as winners of that one. So, I mean, the thing is with the way that the groups are, you are going to have one-sided games. But I think, to be honest, the difference is that now you got the pro teams who can afford. They don't have to win because this is their job now. This is how invested it is. They've got so much time to sit back and play the game. The gulf is a little bit bigger than it used to be.
Yeah.
Of course, when everyone sort of played the same amount of time, then you know it was still down to talent and the amount of time you put into it, and there was still a gulf, but it wasn't as big as it has getting since the pro teams have got so much time to put into the game. So, I said, yes, that gulf is a little bit bigger. That has been shown in these games so far today.
All right, well, here we go. It's going to be Scorch, Search, and Destroy as we take it to the mining facility atop the asteroid.
You
that
look
right, Ton?
atop the asteroid.
Atop the asteroid.
I know you look these all. Where is that actually? The description is it when you go into the maps?
Just on the map, mate. No, I came up with it myself.
You came up with it yourself,
Yeah,
did you? Did you contact Activision, make sure that it was all?
That's exactly what I did.
Well, anyway, looking at the rig draft, anyway, nothing too crazy in there. You've made these colours very similar.
Well, as I said, it's all the
Should
same.
have kept
for me.
them as white. White was fine. It was just a purple for.
Purple for them. In any case, we'll be able to guide you through it. You can see the B bomb site there as well. That's the one that moved on Scorch away from that wall. Caused a little bit of an issue with players sneaking around the corner. You can actually plant it from behind the crates.
Yeah, you used to be able to. Yeah. So I mean, let's see if Orbit are going to continue this run of form. It's like two different shades of purple you've made it. I mean, how the hell are we even supposed to?
For the record, I didn't actually change the colour, but in any case, this is it. As we get into the game, we'll go on to the attack and start with Rated, the bomb carrier.
Yeah, B seems to be the focus here. Nice pick on the Zeke, though. It does take him down very, very quickly, flying through the air. Millennium really getting shut down very, very fast. 4 men dead. 1-0 is the score.
And that is a heck of
I mean,
a
I really
quick
couldn't tell where the kills were going, to be honest with you, because both teams are basically the same colour. But
that was a heck of a quick game there, but again, Orbit just stomping right down in a very, very quick push through to A. And I mean, that does seem to still be the favoured bomb site, despite it moving.
oh, absolutely. You know, it's much easier to push through there and get control. And sometimes teams just, I mean, because of the fact that defense and attack can meet pretty much at the same time around the bomb site, we've seen a lot of defensive teams maybe just let the attacking team grab hold of that. They let them capture it because they know it's going to be the focus. Then they work on the recapture from where they are. If we can switch on board with somebody towards B to see what Tony GS is doing. Did manage to pick up a kill. Looking for the pick here as well. And they've got in a good position. They've got control of the bomb site, but they need to be thinking about trying to plant this bomb.
You can see he's just waiting for the right moment there.
They've waited too long, you know. They've lost a man since they got control of the bomb site. And you see, it's just waiting around. They're waiting for something to happen. But they have to be the instigators to make something happen here. They need to be the one who plants the bomb. Tony just is going to get another kill. Is that going to allow them to do it? No, it isn't. They're still waiting to plant that bomb. They've had control of this bomb site for the whole round, for nearly a minute. And they still have not planted. The bomb does eventually go down 2 versus 2. Let's see what they can do.
There we go, and Zeke just distancing himself now. Needs to stay alive as Rated pushes in. Zeke's all on his own. Is he going to be able to pull this off? No, he is not, and that is going to be another round in the back pocket for Orbit.
3 kills in that round for Rated. Just wait his time. He's going to be just jumping up and down, just looking for those Millennium players, just lingering out around the bomb site, doing nothing. For me, if they get that bomb down quicker, they've got more men to defend it.
Are we going to see another quick attack, though, from them now? Or are they going to switch things up a bit?
No, I think there's going to be another quick attack. I think the fact that Orbit are so confident in this game mode, and so confident in this game in their abilities against Millennium, they're just going to go in there and push through again. I can't say anything different. They're going to keep rushing through, maybe changing, you know, the exact route that they are taking. Grenades do go out, though. On board with Raider, going to drop down.
And
going to go for this pick on the left-hand side, but Millennium
very
choosing something different if you want to go on board with them.
What on earth are Millennium doing? They are very determined to chase down Joe there, sat right back at spawn, but in turn have completely left the bomb sites open.
Yeah, I mean, they rushed through mid. They did a 4-man rush to try and just pick the spots off that they could. Now they're going to push around back to A as the bomb goes down to BC. That's what I mean. Orbit had control. They knew Millennium went in around. They sort of plant the bomb. Urban does get the first kill onto Maxi.
That just seemed a really bizarre strategy.
I mean, it's a good strategy if it pulls it off, but it's a risk every single time. They've getting stomped the last 2 rounds. And they're going to try and do something different, but Zeke is going to have to do something special here. A couple of kills going to come in, though, so last man alive is actually going to be Urban. He's in a 1 versus 3 situation and playing this so smartly. Which is he going to choose to do? He gets the 1 kill. Is he going to get a second on the bomb carrier as well? Yes, he is just about going to get away. That's sensational play by Urban. Taking his time so much, and he's going to clutch up that round. He's going to make the 3rd kill as well. Not quite, but it doesn't matter. There's no time left. And Urban just outsmarted 3 members of Millennium.
That was so clever. And, you know, the kill was right there in front of him like a dangling carrot. And he just held off from it. He just waited and waited. And I thought, part of me was thinking he's going to go for like a really sneak behind the bomb carrier and just kind of play the time off that. But he picked up the kill and then got on the defuse.
Yeah, he went for that first kill because it was opening. I think you've seen that.
He knew someone was there.
They were trying to push away, so as soon as he could get on that, there's nobody going to be there for the trade just as quick if they are already defusing the bombs. So Let's see what Millennium could do. See if we can change something here. They're not as fast-paced. That's the thing. You see Orbit, they're getting in there and they're getting things done very, very quickly. Millennium are sitting way too back. They don't want to push through too much. They need to command that bomb site a bit more. And when they did command it, they didn't really do anything with it. So they really need to change the game here. Raid's going to get the first kill, and they're not really going to want to have to go on a one-on-one gunfights. The shots are going to come in, though. 3 versus 4 in favor of Orbit.
And this is good news once again for Orbit. Very, very fortunate Zeke could clear that one up. 2 versus 2 brings things back even. But that 3-round deficit, that's got to be hurting them now.
Yeah, we can see in the top left corner of your mini-map, all players not really that close to each other.
And the only one that's really going to do something here is Rated.
And they've completely slipped by him as well. But he's going to be in a very good position to jump out as soon as this bomb does actually go down. He is going to see it go down. He should be able to pick up this first kill. Does so. Does now have active camo as well if he chooses to use it. I wouldn't say this is the round to do. He's just peeking out, just trying to bait them out. Now he's getting help from his teammate. If we can go on board with Urban.
And yeah, very, very clever just to go straight for it. But is there going to be time now? Tony's running as fast as he can. Oh, and he's not going to make it.
Yeah, there. Yeah, very well played by Orbit. They knew he was going to have to. I think the position that Urban sat up in covers the area where he can get to quick enough to check that bomb. Covers that, and as soon as he covers that, he knows even if he comes in the other way, he hasn't got time. So well played by Orbit. 4-0 now, looking very strong.
Making very, very light work of Millennium, and that resonates through the hardpoint game originally as well. Uplink could be a similar story if we see a 6-0 shutout, and look at this from Rated.
Active camo has been enabled. Is he going to think about getting that down? He's just trying for a pick. Looks for that pick. Now I'm going to wait for the rest of his team to come over. He has to be careful not a shot in the back. Just backed off there, one of the Millennium players. Is he thinking about this, or is he waiting on the rest of his team trying to get some kills? No, they're going to set up well and truly here. And they're just going to back off on that. You know, this setup is going to be fantastic. You look where he planted that bomb. He made sure he planted it in the right place. He's going to be able to turn around and watch that from this area. You see how they've all backed off towards Shipping Hangar? They're just going to sit in this position. They can watch a bomb from that. Miles does get the kill on Urban. Go on board. Let's go on board with Zero.
There's a very, very evident skill gap between these two teams.
Let's see what he can do from this position.
Well, he's just holding back. I mean, he's got a good sight on there.
I mean, they didn't even need it. I appreciate the setup was fantastic there by Orbit, but they just wiped Millennium out. They didn't even need to set that up the way they did. They wrapped around mid-map, dropped back to their spawn, and suddenly Millennium are really nowhere to be seen. If Millennium push through map to try and wrap behind, then Orbit are there once again. And not one round on the board for Millennium as of yet.
No, and it's...
Maxi is close to the agency right now, 0-5 from him.
Certainly is. It's, you know, these teams are a little bit of a mismatch, and this is something that you quite often see in pool play. As we get into the later stages of this tournament, there's probably going to be some nail-biting round 11s, last maps, I'm sure.
Maxi determined not to die. Straff, is he going to manage to get a kill? Yes, he does get off that donut, but a couple of kills going to come in. Traded away by Urban. He does get one of his own. The second one, is it going to come in for Orbit? Yes, it is. Urban taking them down. 2 versus 2. Maxi and Zeke getting aggressive. Zeke does get the kill on Urban, so the last guy alive is suddenly Rated.
There we go. It is going to let me go on him.
Oh, they just crossed each other underneath, and the board shows the score for Millennium now. 5-1. Getting one back on the board. That was a messy round for both teams, actually.
Yeah.
I think, Orbit just seems to give up control of B very, very easily, and then suddenly Millennium are just running through the middle of the map, and I think it just catches Orbit unawares, and they win the round.
Yeah, both teams kind of lost the setup there, so it did come down to individual skill, and you could just see them kind of lost in the middle and out of place, but Millennium did take it. One round, maybe a consolation round at the rate this has been going.
Yeah, I would say that's probably fair. But let's see. Can we get any more rounds on the board? Again, it's not over until it's over. Miles does take down Joe. Just an 8, actually, surprisingly. But let's see what Zero can do from this position. And suddenly Millennium are getting aggressive. Is that round going to give them confidence? Zero does go down to Zeke. Going to get the kill in there. Urban's going to go down as well. Second round on the board now.
Wow, could we be seeing a little bit of a comeback here? They need 6 on the bounce. They've already got 2. But as you're saying, this is going to help start building up score streaks. Maybe they can get that ball rolling. And maybe there is a slim chance of them pulling this back, Ton.
Very slim.
Very slim, but slim all the same.
Yeah, I think in the next 4 rounds, the thought of Orbit not picking up one of them is somewhat unlikely. But let's see what Millennium can do. If they keep getting aggressive like they are, they need to... The thing is, they haven't actually been trying to match Orbit whatsoever, which in fairness is probably smart, but when they get aggressive, they seem to be winning rounds. So let's see if they can continue that. Thinking about being a bit more decisive, making the decisions in the map rather than waiting on Orbit to do something. But Tony Jess is going to get the first counter hit. Is this going to be the instant wrap around the back? Urban was aware of it, so that's going to shut that down, but does get taken down.
Well, reactive armor is ready to pop for Zeke.
He needs to pop it soon, I think. The shots are being fired on him, goes down without being able to use it. Zero is going to call the rest of his team over, albeit only being one left with him, which is Joe, who's going to take down Tony Jess. Zero does go down, so Joe is left now in a 1-versus-1 against Miles.
Oh, and he's seen him. Miles should have this.
Oh, he's not far off his active camo at all.
This could be an incredibly important point to use it as well. It's almost, he could almost think about playing a time. Not sure how much that'll need to tick over, but maybe not enough. He's going to have to do something now. And Joe.
He's going to go for the plan. Is Joe going to check it?
Is he going to? He's not.
Oh, the bomb's going to go down, but he's going to know he's in and around that area. Oh, the active camo is then popped. Well done by Miles. Catching him off guard there. And
wow.
3-0 in the last 3 rounds to Millennium. So pops the active.
That's got to be frustrating for Joe. Just out of sight. He actually went to check the bomb site, but just not round that corner. And again, just a little bit of COD timing when he stopped aiming down sights just as he peered around the corner.
Well, that's going to be something for Orbit to think about. They've just dropped 3 rounds in a row. And that was all down to Miles. Really well played by him. Of course, planting the bomb to get that final few points to get the active camo. So
look what Millennium are doing again here.
They're doing it again, but they're not pushing it hard this time. Maybe they're just setting up around. They're getting aggressive again, which seems to be working for them. But let's see if it's going to work this round. The grenades are coming over from mid, so they're going to see that. Raid's going to be aware. You can see somebody, actually, it is Joe from Orbit, is watching behind, and they're sitting passive here. They know. Millennium Worm in map.
They want first pick.
Yeah, they're waiting for it. They're waiting for first blood. They're waiting for somebody to peek out, and then everything's going to engage. Let's see if the kill's going to come in. Is it surely? Not yet. Rated does fire bullets with that MV4. Very deadly with it. Tony Jess is going to be the first one to get the kill there, so 3-versus-4 in favor of Millennium. Rated has to be careful not to be caught up from his left-hand side, which could very well happen. He's going to get shots coming in from above. Rated gets the kill on the Maxi. Is going to have help with his teammate as well. Gets a second. 3-versus-2.
Does have that camo to pop as well. And he's not going to use it. You can see them just holding on. I mean, at the end of the day, Orbit have a few rounds to play with here, and they do have the number advantage now.
Oh, the peek's going to come in, but Tony Jess is going to make the kill. Rated in 0, last 2 alive. Against Miles and Tony Jess. Tony Jess does take down 0, so Rated is left in a 1-versus-2. This will be the 4th round in a row for Millennium, but look in the bottom right corner. He does have that active camo available.
Is now a good time to use it, though, on this round. Oh, and he knows where they both are. This is big.
Makes the first kill. Has that active for the second. Surely this is going to be very, very hard for Tony JS to pull off.
He's playing the time.
He knows he's going to be there. He doesn't even need the active counter. 6-3 is the score. Well played by Rated to hold that one down. Always in a hard position for Millennium once he gets that first kill. See him waiting. Goes around to check it. Just lines himself up there. 4 bullets into the chest. And makes the kill. 2-0 to Millennium. To Orbit, I should say. In this series now. And what looked like a really convincing map turned into something for Millennium to think about.
Yeah.
They got a couple of rounds on the board, something for Orbit to think about. Maybe they got a little bit complacent against this Millennium team. I don't think they'll be worried about it, but well played with Millennium to get 3 rounds in a row, though. All players playing well. Maxi dropping 2 and 7, though, unfortunately for him. But 6-3 is the score. 14 kills out of Rated.
Yeah, same amount as the rest of his team combined, having a great search and destroy game. And, I mean, Rated, well known for his search and destroy ability.
Well, get another map on the board. I mean, in terms of what you think, in terms of where they're going to place, or where you predict they were going to place, how do you think Orbit have looked? Do you think they've looked what you probably expected, or do you just think this is a hard precursor to judge it off because
well,
let's who, well, as Brycey would say, probably on a different scale for them?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say at this stage of the tournament, but in terms of the series that I've watched so far, this has been the most convincing 2 maps back-to-back that I've seen from a team.
I think if you watch the Imperial game previously to this, that was pretty as well, but I understand what you're saying. You know, Orbit have looked in command, and they've never really looked. If you look at them in the booth, they're all smiling between rounds. It never really looks stressed at all. That S&D, after losing 3 rounds in a row and being in that situation, if they'd probably lost that 4th round, and that probably would have been something for them to think about. But realistically, they're not really came out of fourth gear at this point, and they're looking good against Millennium.
Yeah, well, let's see what's going to go on as we go onto the uplink game now. The guys are just going to be selecting their rigs, and I mean, we've seen fairly standard rigs used throughout the event so far.
Yeah.
It's been very consistent.
I mean, we haven't seen anything out of the norm. It's been the typical kinetic, overdrive, rewinding, active camo every single time, apart from in hardpoint. But you know, for me, there's nothing. As said though, if teams do have something in their back locker to use, then they're not going to use it today. They're not going to use it tomorrow. They're going to start using it when it comes to double event.
Yeah, when it matters the most. But I mean, it's in some ways, even though it's supposed to add a new dimension to the game, and it does keep things consistent. No one team can say the other had an advantage because of one of the rigs they had.
Yeah, but then I suppose it can come to your advantage and can be part of your game if you got something different at the rigs. I mean, we've seen it last year. I mean, what the NA team said, I think it was Calista said, you know, the Europeans played the specialist draft at the time very, very well. Obviously, rig draft very, very similar. For me, I don't think it's as, there's not as many things that are as useful as the five current main ones that are used. Otherwise, the weapons maybe aren't as powerful as what you would see from Rewind or Overdrive or Reactive Armor. So, I mean, these are the ones that are always going to be used unless there's changes to the current rigs.
All right, well, we do have the teams locked in here, and I have changed the colours now, so we are.
Thank God.
It's going to be a lot clearer moving forward in this map. But could this be the last map? I mean, we've seen how they've played out. I think we're both pretty certain.
It will be the last map. I think, you know, realistically, we've seen Splice destroy Bardo on the first game of the day.
Yeah.
I expect something very similar here.
I mean, what's kind of started to become quite evident as well is when there is this difference in skill gap. Sometimes you can see the lesser skill teams holding their own somewhat in the hardpoint search and destroy. But every time when it comes to uplink, that's when the better team really seems to stand out.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, when you look at the previous games, yes, you're saying the better team does stand out on the uplink. Orbit have stood out in every single map so far. So, I mean, this is going to be really hard for Millennium to do anything with this. We've just seen Orbit look very, very strong. Look what we expected of them, and look as if they're going to be a contender here this weekend. But uplink on Frost is going to be the next map. Of course, expect a lot of the action down the similar sort of side. I mean, we sometimes see wraps around the cliff side, but realistically, it all goes on inside this warehouse on your screen right now.
Yeah, it's a very interesting map, this as well. Of course, on my favourite moon, Sonny.
Your favourite moon, is it?
Yeah, floating around Jupiter, Europa. We're being specific about it, but hey, there you go, just a bit of background.
What's the map intro for this one?
That was it.
Oh, go on, give me a proper. Give me a proper.
The proper map intro.
I want to give you something like, as if you're introducing Orbit versus Millennium with the map.
All right, well, guys, this is the multi-lane research facility atop the icy tundra of Jupiter's moon, Europa. As we jump straight in, it's Orbit up against Millennium. Millennium fighting for their life to stay in this. And Orbit just need this one map to close things out.
Lovely, well done.
There
I
we
like
go.
it. Anyway, first couple of kills are going to come in. It is going to be down to rated in 0 from Orbit. They're going to take down the members of Millennium. But now about 0, a little fighting for control. Nobody really getting in that so far. Tony Jess is going to pick up 2. Zeke does manage to take down Urban as well, so the kills are actually going to go in favor of Millennium in their infamous purple, of course, well.
There we go. Maul's in control of the uplink drone though now, and it does seem to be Millennium making this early push. I mean, we do see some big counters.
Drop. They got a little bit overextended towards mid here. Joe's going to get the kills here, but that should be an easy one. Well done by Millennium. Going to get scores on the board. But now, they actually have been all down. You see, when you make that all or nothing sort of push, then it puts you in this sort of situation where you push back into your spawn, the kills are coming in, the enemy team have got control, so was that 1 point even worth it? This moment in time, I think you need to stay alive just that little bit longer as Orbit are just going to head straight back into the lead. 2-1 is the score.
Yeah, that's it. And I mean, carry captures on this map seem to be somewhat easier in comparison to some of the other uplink maps as well. So you're probably predominantly going to see teams go for that. The uplink center is very close to kind of a corner.
Zeke picking up another 2 kills in the middle of the map there, and another point on the board for Orbit. They just seem to run the short once again. You know, see, Millennium did get that first point on the board. Might have just walking up Orbit. As we can see, Maul pushing down this right-hand side, just wants to try and gain some more sort of control if he can. Does go down.
Yeah, and you can see the uplink drone kind of just suspended midway between this engagement. And this is very, very big from Orbit there, shutting down Millennium. Get control once more. And Zeke, the rising French star, did all he could just to hold them off and did a great job of it.
Well, both. Maxi just trying to wrap around here, trying to do something. E-Ride is out, something we're expecting to see a little bit more this weekend. As things go on, I think, you know, it's probably going to develop. Obviously, I think teams are probably going to play it safe with the K-Bar. As I said, it's the same as the rig draft. If they've got any weapons in their locker to use otherwise, you know, where they think they could be an advantage with. Wow. Could see them in Saturday and Sunday towards the latter stages of the tournament. But on board with Zeke, see if they do anything here. 3-1 is the score. Not too bad so far. Millennium could definitely catch that one up. A couple of kills being traded mid-map though. Mars is going to get a second as well. So is that going to allow them to push through? No, it's not. Urban does take him down. That drone is still in limbo in the middle of the map. Urban gets another one on the Maxi. Is he going to be able to get another onto another member of Millennium? Not quite, but the rest of your team are going to push through. They are going to get control towards the place where they actually do need to be, which is that drone from Millennium. Surely there should be another one going in. No, it's not. Maxi's defending that very, very well. The kills do actually come in as well, so it's going to allow them to push out. Can Millennium get some more points on the board?
Let's have a look. As we are going to surely see it get collected soon. We can see Orbit surrounding the uplink drone, but not wanting to make a push on it. The kill so important with the respawn delay on this. They just want to pick a few off before they make that push.
Well, see when that shot's going to go in. Towards Research does shut down 2 members of the French squad. This could open things up for Orbit. They're going to push through. Miles is the last guy who may be able to do something. Does take down Joe and Rated, so Zero has no blockers here. He's going to just go for the one. He is going to just about get it, but well done by Millennium. That was a definite 2-pointer if Miles hadn't made those couple of kills. They're not going to be able to push out. Are they going to be able to get that mid-map control that they want? Tony Jess has got a free route through. They are making kills inside Warehouse towards his right-hand side, so he's going to push this forward. Throw that just random pass towards it, but Urban says no, picks down 3 members of Millennium, and all that work they just did was for absolute nothing.
Very, very good play from Urban there, and you can see straight away, makes the push, got some great support by his teammates. Things really opened up. There's only Tony JS left who might be able to stop it, and he might have been able to get the 2 points there, but playing things safe while they do have that lead.
Well, with Tony JS, and it just seems that Millennium are always on the back foot, and when they suddenly get on the front foot, Orbit switch on. They just make the kills when they need to. Maxi, once again, slowing down a little bit here. 5 and 12. Uplink isn't really not necessarily about the kills, but you need to make the kills to help you get points. And currently 6 and 13 is not helping his team as the wrap comes in through the other side. And it seems as if Millennium have got a lot of defensive work to do here. Urban gets a kill onto Mars. They're going to have to push through and do something about this, but I think they're going to get caught out. Urban is surely going to get taken down. Does rewind away, but where's the drone gone? It seems as if Millennium have actually managed to get a hold of this one, so they're going to push it down the left-hand side towards Cliffs.
Yeah, and Zeke going right for the big wraparound. He's got some support, but he's just going to come head on to Rated here, who is poised and ready for the uplink drone carrier. I just do not see him being able to push through here. And Rated,
wow.
And dogfight in the air there, did come out on top. Uplink drone's going to go down and reset to the center.
Yep, all the kills coming in once again when Orbit need them. 5 seconds remaining on this side, though. They've got time to put this one in. The passes do come in. Is it going to be an opportunity to get one? Yes, they do. Just about making that 6-1 there. It's a really quick movement by Orbit to get across that map and pass it over when they needed to. 6-1 is the score, and this is a tall order for Millennium now. It looks as if this is going to be a 3-0 victory towards Orbit.
Yeah, and you know, it's not the most convincing score margin we saw. I think Splice.
It's comfortable though, isn't it?
It's certainly it's a notable lead though. I mean, 1 point in a grand total of 5 minutes there from Millennium. Going to have to chain some things together, or you know, potentially get on the counter captures. But they're going to certainly have to pull something out of the bag if they want to stay in this series. Otherwise, it's going to be the, as predicted, Orbit victory.
Just on over 0 now in the mid-map, just trying to get control. Once again, Millennium, they do seem to get those entry kills in the middle of the map as Miles gets the second one at 0, sliding in and taking him down with the K-bar there. But then they don't tend to do anything with it. I think Orbit are a lot more efficient with what the kills they do get. Of course, looking towards the scoreboard, I mean, with the difference between Maxi and everyone else is quite large, but everyone else is relatively sort of in and around the same sort of numbers. So the kill feed, not necessarily in Orbit's favor, but you look at the score, they're doing more with the kills that they make.
Yeah, and it's just the map control that they have. They're making the pushes when it matters. There's always...
Millennium always make the kills when they're on the defense, isn't it? That's the thing. They're never really able to make those kills in an important area where they can push forward and actually score. They're making the points, sorry, they're making the kills when they're defending. They never really had time to push through mid-map. When they get pushed through mid-map, then it's just one member of Orbit always there to clear up.
And that really is the difference between these two teams, and it's just becoming more and more evident. Still no points actually secured on this side yet, as we've seen 1 minute and 15 gameplay elapsed. We are seeing Millennium, though, get a little bit better foothold on this. I'd certainly say better than the first side, and some glimmers of hope, but again, it just doesn't seem to be producing anything.
Yeah, it just seems as if Orbit are just in complete control, though. That's the thing. They never look like they're going to let a point slip. Of course, that first minute or so, we see Millennium do really well to push through and just catch them off guard there. But here we go. Is Maxi going to be able to do anything? Answer is no, it does take down Evan, but goes down very fast. So you can see Orbit are now pushing down the side here now, and Tony Jess has got some defensive work to do. He's going to be at the second, not quite. The shot's a little bit windy. Someone close the windows. Is he going to be able to do anything about this push from Orbit? No, he is not. 7-1 is the score.
Yeah, things just getting worse and worse now for Millennium. As we say, such a big name in esports is Millennium, the big French organization. And these guys, some of the top talents from France, and not putting on the best of displays here. But in fairness to them, they are going up against one of the favorites for this tournament.
Well, now with Maxi, see if they can do anything. It's not out of the question that they bring this back now. Probably yes, but at this moment in time, they're still got a potential there. Zeke's did make a couple of kills in the mid-map there. Miles is going to make another one, and drone is in the hands of an Orbit player. He's just going to run away with that one. I do actually believe it's Zero just causing problems. Is the random passing towards mid-map. Is his team going to be able to pick this one up? Yes, they are. Is he going to get the cover as well? Yes, he is. Zero giving that perfectly, and now this is going to enable them to push through. Surely it's going to be a dunk going in. It's going to be at least the one. Oh, they missed it. Millennium going to be able to get this one away. Surely they're going to reset that. They do. And missed opportunity from Orbit, but this moment in time, I don't think they'll be too concerned about that. It's 7-1 up with 2 minutes remaining.
You can just see Zero here just continuing this kill streak, causing so many problems for Millennium. Finally does go down, and there we go. We see Joe actually get the capture, and that's another point going towards Orbit.
Yeah, looking really good for them now, and I just like the control that they have. They just know when to push through and make those decisive plays. It's like when to pull the trigger, and they just pull it right at the right time every single time. But Zero now just trying to get some control. Zeke takes the kill onto him, but it's just not enough. They're making the kills, but not doing anything with it, as said. Maxi has stepped up his game a little bit, 16 and 25 now. But still, looking at everyone else who's putting up the kills, there's another point going to go in for Orbit, and surely this is curtains for Millennium in this series.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking great for them. Urban with 5 kills back-to-back. It's just holding fast there. It's not really going to come up against anyone. Maxi's finding 2 there, and you can see, I mean, it's great to see Millennium's resilience. They just do not want to give this up. And we've seen stranger things happen in Uplink than this score difference come back from. So it is still certainly possible with the time available, just very, very unlikely.
Yeah, possible, not probable. This moment in time, though, Joe does pick up 2-piece in and around his home portal. Gets the kills where he needs to once again. Maxi gets another one on Joe there. Are they going to be able to push through and do something about this? Are they going to be able to make this maybe a little bit more respectable? Zero just about goes down there. Urban is on it. 7, made that an 8 kill streak currently. Here comes the overdrive from Maxi though. Is he going to be able to be useful to his team? So far, 20 and 26. Not going to happen. Did have to go for that too, as said. Raid shuts him down. Zero teaches Zeke the lesson. Kills are not going to quite come in there for Tony JS. They're just shut down by a flurry of Orbit players with 25 seconds remaining. It's going to be very, very hard for Millennium to come back from this. A very convincing performance out of Orbit from all 3 maps. The S&D maybe a little bit shaky towards the end of it, but Uplink, they really showed the team that they are. The score is 9-2 and may yet rise, but Orbit going into this tournament were expected to be one of the favorites. They've just shown why. That's going to be 3-0 to them. And Millennium, for them, they're going to take away from this what they did. Those 3 S&D rounds, they looked pretty good in. A couple of moments in Uplink, they had a couple of nice points, but Orbit are going to walk away as winners and now.
All right, 9-2, the final scoreline. 3 big rounds there for Orbit, really setting the tone for what we can see from them in the rest of this tournament. We've seen some very strong displays by some top European talent. But let's remember, this is just pool play. That does not mean Millennium are out of this just yet. And they can still certainly fight their way through this tournament. It's a brilliant game, Tony. I would love to hear what Brycey and the analysts have to say on the analyst desk.
Thank you very much to their ton. Well, it was pretty much a clean sweep as we expected. But Jonas, I'm going to start with you. The French just not measuring up.
No, and this is pretty much what we saw from them online, the same kind of things where, you know, they're able to beat the teams that are between top 7 and 16, but when it comes to those elite teams, the kind of Orbit Splice, they're not able to keep up with the pace. They have some glimpses of hope here and there, but overall, they're just not able to beat the level of the other teams.
I just wanted to be known that the French expert here, and Jonas, selected it to be a 3-1 in favor of Orbit, and the American, who apparently hates Europeans, did correctly predict the 3-0. So,
wow, as if you have to rub that in.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
and then you take his microphone out.
Don't rip me out.
Wow. That's
a bully.
Order.
That's
You've changed.
That's like that now.
You've changed.
So we were friends.
We are friends.
not anymore, apparently.
Well, I wasn't invited to your wedding, so.
Which
congratulations, by the way.
Yeah,
everybody
well,
out there.
again, everyone seemed to be upset about that. I should have invited the entire group.
Sorry, that was out of spite. I apologize.
All right, before we get too sidetracked, let's talk about Orbit. Orbit looking strong, didn't really put too much of a foot wrong, and a lot of it, actually, I think they went harder than I was expecting to go up points.
I mean, it's what you expect to see. Both of them now in Orbit and Splice, 3-0 so far to start off this weekend. They're looking to prove why they're the best two teams in Europe. It's no surprise to me here. If you're Millennium, I mean, this is the kind of same thing as Bando that we saw earlier when they faced Splice. It's like you take that match and you go, guys, we're fighting for second in our group. Can we do it? And we'll have to see how they bounce back after a rough one like that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult for Millennium to bounce back. It's not going to be the easiest run for them anyway, but Jonas, do you think they can make it out of the group?
Yeah, I think so. I think the problems of the outside of the British team is always the confidence going into the game. They go their heads down, knowing it's going to be a tough fight, instead of having that winning attitude. And you could tell from the game they were being shy. S&D, they only started when he was playing like good, when he was 5-0 down. So obviously they won 3 rounds, almost went 4. But it was too late, so they need to go in with that confidence that they can finish second in the group. I think it's their goal. Talking to them earlier, they said that they wanted to finish second in the group, get out of the groups, at least get top 8 in this tournament, and I think it's feasible. They didn't play that bad.
No, and I think that's a kind of a good way to sum it up, really. I mean, if you take into account that it is Orbit, and it is one of these teams that, you know, after this weekend, could be very well just saying that's one of the elite level teams in Europe. That's one of the teams that, and if it goes internationally, everybody's going to be an eye out for. And you know what? Maybe some NA teams will kind of look at this and start figuring it out. But we're going to go into this map by map, but not quite yet, because first we are going down to the floor. It's an interview. It's Lottie with Zero.
Thanks, Bryce. So, and hello to Zero from Orbit. Whitewash of a game, that. Amazing start to the series. What do you make of it?
Well, we knew we could do it. It's Millennium. Last year they had a very good team, which consisted of UK players. Now it's got the French players, which I don't really deem that good, really. So, yeah, we knew we could free them.
Were you very confident going into the game, or was it like not really sure?
I was pretty confident going into the game. Pretty sure my team were as well. Never lost to them online, won't lose to them online.
Fair enough. And where do you see you guys sitting in the competition going onwards?
We're going to win, 100%.
Going to win? Very confident?
Yeah, very.
And all your team believe in you as well?
Of course.
Of course, easy peasy. So what is your favourite map in the series?
Favourite map that we just played? Yeah. Probably the hard point. You know, I just like getting kills really. Got killed by my teammate 3 times with streaks, all 3 streaks used. So it's quite annoying, but hard point definitely.
And who is going to be your biggest challenge to face?
Probably Elevate or Splice. I deem them very good teams. A lot of good players in them, so I'd like to come up against one of them and just beat them.
You're going to smash them though, right?
Yeah, of course.
Great, thank you so much, Zero. Back to you, Bryce.
Well, Zero, ever the humble man. But no, fairly confident. I think he's obviously, he knows his position as he comes through into this one. And yeah, they're going to be one of the elite level squads. It didn't really worry him that game too much. We didn't really expect it either, but is there anything you kind of saw from, you know, Orbit that said, oh, you know, well, this is the fire we've been looking for?
Well, it was kind of funny, too, in that I just want to quickly talk about that first hard point, which was similar to Splice, was a little bit of a slower start. It wasn't a completely dominant performance right off the break. You saw really Rated begin to heat up towards the end of it. He brought that then into the Search and Destroy and continued that effort through the rest of the series. It was just interesting to see how both teams had that little bit of a slower pace to that hard point, then were absolutely explosive in S&D, and then just completely dominated the uplink. These teams are ready to go. They're fully practiced, and I'm happy to see that they took it seriously. Right? You say, the great performance you saw. They didn't underestimate their opponent, which I think is absolutely key. That's the only way that I really see this team faltering throughout this entire weekend.
Yeah, I think so too, Jonas. I mean, you were saying that. Let's take your Millennium point of view, because I know you were watching them a bit more closely. What do you think Millennium? Where do they fail in that hard point?
Well, they just felt keeping up with the pace and the gunfights. I think once again, it comes down to that confidence. You can tell that they were very shy. They were almost trying to be too clean, you know, overextend to get those spawn control and not flooding into the hill. And then at the end, when there would be the scrap points, they would like trying to panic and go for it because they would see they were too late. So they were always like tailing back and never in a controlling position. So they would never have those early rotations whatsoever. So it's really been down to that confidence and being able to match the pace of the game. It's really where they struggle. And Outpoint's definitely not their strongest suit, I would say, especially not against a team like Orbit.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's a good benchmark. I mean, obviously, Hardpoint being one of the fastest games, there's a lot of gun skill, a lot of kind of just trading and getting those rotations in. And for some of these players, like I said, they are coming in cold. They haven't played in LAN in a little while.
Oh.
It's where they kind of go, all right, well, okay, this is our settle in, especially for the big teams.
And what I do want to point out is you look at the kill feed there. There were so many times where you just saw the side of Orbit just clean up 2, 3, even 4 dead. And that's what you're talking about, Jonas, where it wasn't that it was a completely unbalanced slaying game for the first half, which is what I go back to before the score opens up to something like this, 219 to 105. But what it really came down to was examples like that right there. 4 kills chained quickly, which gave the opportunity for Orbit to not only get control of the hard point, but then show why they're one of the best teams in Europe at holding it for a large amount of time. You saw there they get nearly 50 seconds off that bottom bike path hill, which is hard enough to do in and of itself.
Yeah.
It's not known as a money hard point on a map like Throwback. It's just a sign of a team being much better at a game mode than their opponent.
Yeah, I think that's exactly how it is. Let's move on to map 2 then, and this kind of reminded me of like the old Infused a lot because we saw some big plays coming out.
This was awesome. This was awesome.
This was great.
This was just Dave Urban.
I mean, he reads it absolutely perfectly, right? You see how long he traces his opponent. He kills him right there because he knows he can see the bomb from that angle. There's no way that the player on bomb is going to get there fast enough, and it makes sense that the opponent would also be watching the opposite side of the map because they have no clue where Urban is at that point. He reads it perfectly. Again, rated here. Another smart play. I talked about how end of map 1 he heats up. He starts up this game 7-2. Already has that defuse earlier on. I mean, all cylinders going for Orbit early on in this S&D.
And it wasn't all bad for Millennium. I mean, we saw that clutch from Urban. That was a 1v3. That was really well played from him, but that was also circumstances. He was in that situation in the end, and Millennium couldn't really know. So they didn't play all bad. They came back in the end. 5-3 was really close round in the end. So if they played a little better and eliminated the little mistakes that cost them the game, it could have gone to round 11 perhaps.
And what I do want to point out as well is both for Splice and Orbit in those search and destroys, there was one player on the opposing team that just wasn't up to par. This time it was Maxi. We saw the same thing happen in the first series. So it just continues to prove really back to what we saw in North America with the likes of Optic Gaming and FaZe really back in Advanced Warfare, where it was like, if you wanted to beat either of those teams, you needed all 4 players to match them in intensity. You talked about pace a little bit too in that first hard point. Many teams struggle to do it, and you saw it here in both first 2 maps.
Yeah, it's always going to be kind of hard for Millennium. I mean, they just don't maybe have the same caliber of players as you do in a squad like Orbit, which, like I said, what a kind of a storied squad. That's half of Infused, half of Splice. Yeah. Both elite teams from last year. So, you know, we're kind of waiting to see who kind of comes out on top. But let's move on to map 3. It's the Uplink.
And earlier we saw what a better team could do on this map versus a team that struggled to slay. I was actually happy to see the boys of Millennium wind up getting out to a first early score with that 1-point throw. Better than what we saw in the earlier series today, but for the most part from then on out, you just saw right there, rated with the dunk, and it continued to pile on from there.
And this is the problem, Uplink. This is where the gap really shows between the elite teams and the rest. And Millennium's far from being a team that doesn't know how to play Hardpoint. They were decent last year with Maxi and Moles in Season 2, but it just shows that Orbit is on a different level. They understand the game better, they're more practiced, they have better players, and all of this shows much more in Uplink than it does in other games.
I actually wanted to quickly bring this up with you because I haven't been able to see it from this perspective, but last year with Millennium having such a UK-heavy lineup, you see them win, but now they're back to having a French team under this French org and that are losing. What are the French fans happier with? Having an org that wins with UK players or having French people to cheer for under the French org that
Answer us, Jonas. What are they happy with?
Easier answers might get me in trouble.
See,
I'm gonna say go with the French team because despite their difficulties in those games, I do wish them well, and I hope they can learn from this game and have a good tournament regardless. They're all good guys. They all want to practice, so hopefully can only get better from there.
All right, guys. Well, thank you very much for that one and breaking it down. We are now going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, it will be Team 3G versus Cyclone.
what you made me do. Guess who? I'm sorry for the wait, I'm sorry for the wait. The Carter gon' be late, so I cooked up a tape. The garden says, homie gon' be straight. And it's that sorry for the wait too. Yeah. I told myself to save yourself, cause I can't save you. I sent my goons to kill somebody, I need head proof. Fuck it, this the sorry for the wait too. I ain't trippin', I got Barbie, I got Drake too. I sent my goons to kill somebody, I need head proof. Then they come through and sit it on my coffee table. Who kept this shit together? Nigga, me, that's who. Who was there when niggas left us? Nigga, me, that's who. Cash money is an army, I'm a one-man army. And if them niggas coming for me, I'm going out like Tony. Now I don't want no problems, I just want my money. Ain't gotta hold no conversation on my luggage. Tell whoever's counting that I'm on 100. Birdman Jr., more like ugly duckling. Taking over, now I'm taking over. Yeah. Think it over, bitch, I'm thinking forward. I'm sipping lean out of glass, nigga. All I got is young money, no more cash, nigga. Ay. And it's that sorry for the wait too. No more in my breath, just keep a cane and label. Young money shop, I'm still eating, I just chipped my tooth. Tell them niggas no love lost, cause I ain't got shit to lose. I told myself to save yourself, cause I can't save. My goons to kill somebody, I need head proof.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the London CWL event brought to you live from the GFINITY Arena. My name is Bryce. We are about to get another game underway. It's going to be Team 3G versus Cyclone. And it should be a good matchup. One team more heavily favored than the other again in this case. But we'll find out just how close it is. But before we do that, let me introduce you to who's on the desk this time around. First of all, Jack.
I'm back. You let me stay.
Yeah, I let you stay.
So thank you.
Yeah,
I take that as a compliment.
Like you know, I've known you for a while now.
Right.
That's a good way.
That was really nice of you.
After all this time and working together, I think I can consider you someone I've met.
You know what it was? You saw me have the right prediction last time, and you're saying he's going to come up here and do it yet again for the next series. And I'm very confident I'm going to be able to.
Well, we've known each other longer.
We have known each other longer.
Right?
Okay, stop rubbing it in.
I don't remember when I met Bryce, to be quite honest with you. I think it was
a long time ago.
One of the COD champs, I want to say, a very long time ago. I was like, oh, that guy's got hair, decent hair, and he speaks kind of funny. I kind of like him.
Matt, where did you go suntanning from?
Listen,
from
so I
New York
got here.
to London.
So I actually got here.
The sun was out.
I got here on Tuesday. It was pretty sunny out on Tuesday.
Really?
Yeah.
Bryce, was it sunny?
Good day on Tuesday here. It was. I went to the local beach here. The Heathrow Beach.
All I know is he kept mumbling, "Making America Great Again" downstairs. I don't really understand. He's got. I think he had a stylist shared a stylist with someone like that. I don't know who it was.
All right. So what match is coming up next, Bryce?
All right, it's Cyclone versus Team 3G. Now, obviously, I brought two Americans onto my desk for two European teams, but fortunately, you know, these two are experts in the field, more or less.
New faces on this lineup, forming a new team. Team 3G, not sure if I'm the biggest fan of the name, but hopefully that gets changed in the future. They're going up against Cyclone and Matt.
I'm a big fan of the Cyclone name, though.
Oh.
I mean, you don't like 3G. I think the Cyclone's a great name. But I don't think they're going to do well in this matchup.
Matt, please, let everybody know what you said prior to us going live.
I thought Jack could play for the Cyclone. No, I don't know. I haven't seen them play. Speaking with Jonas said they're actually a team, a French team that goes and plays.
They're actually a team.
I hope they are.
I brought you up here, and it's gone to anarchy.
No, they're a team that plays in local French tournaments. They do quite well there. They have good skill, but just not great teamwork and strategy.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's have a quick look at the maps. It's going to be Throwback, Hardpoint, Scorch, Search and Destroy, Frost, Uplink, Breakout, Hardpoint, and Retaliation, Search and Destroy. Guys, really quick prediction from the pair of you.
I think that 3G wins. I think the Cyclone team, their best chance is in the respawn game modes. French teams always play extremely aggressive, fast, in your face, usually have pretty good skill, so if they're going to take any maps in the series for one of the respawns.
3G, 3-0.
3G, 3-0. Full confidence.
Pretty clever,
Done.
Jack.
Simple as that.
Simple and effective.
Yes.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's pass this one over then. Let's get this out. I don't think we need to dwell on you two anymore.
No.
I don't think anybody needs to dwell on those two anymore. But let's get this game over to our casters now. I believe it's Phil and Ton.
Thank you very much, Brycey. That was quite a pleasant intro.
I'm actually pretty surprised. I thought something crazy was coming out.
I think it was just because he didn't know who it was.
Yeah.
So he's like thinking on the spot, can't really think of anything. But yeah, good game coming up here, Phil. I think it should be an interesting one. 3G taking on Cyclone. Predictions of the death seem to be pointing towards 3G. I would agree.
Yeah, you've got to look at the experience. Quicker, Nile, Zerg. I mean, even Weeman, I know a little bit about. I look at Cyclone. I'll be the first to put my hands up. I know very, very little about these. You know, first of all, the name's going to confuse me because there's 3 that begin with S. So we'll see how that one goes. But yeah, Quicker, Nile, Zerg. You know, 3 players who all featured in the CWL already. And yeah, be looking at the 3-0, really.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be a one-sided affair. If anything, the last few games that they tell off, I mean, you know, Cyclone, they could take them up realistically because these two teams are in the middle of their group, so more so they're evenly matched too. But realistically, I think 3G are going to take this one. You would expect them to. They've got three players on that team who are well-seasoned veterans so far in terms of how many events they've been to, of course, playing the CWL last year. So they know what they're doing.
And knocking out the ordinary in the rig as well.
Yeah, yeah, looking towards that, yeah. It's all pretty much the same as what we'd expect to see.
Active camo, reactive armor, and rewind featuring pretty much all the time. Centurion, of course, that trophy system.
It's a bit different maybe, but I mean, still, it's...
Nothing really that's going to impact the game too much.
No, he's gone ahead and chose that instead of man-at-arms, so... yeah, it's not too much to read into, of course. I think it's probably not a wise choice. I would say man-at-arms is definitely the most useful out of the traits that you could use on the Merc rig, but either way, he might prove me wrong.
Okay, so jumping into the game very shortly on your screens, though. Let's go with anyone in particular who you want to watch. I want to go with someone from 3G.
Yeah, can we go with Weeman? Because I feel like I've watched Quick and Nile and Zerg a lot, but like, I haven't really seen anything from Weeman. Is this Weeman from way back in the day, or is it a different Weeman?
I honestly, it potentially could be. I know Weeman probably, I think he was a bit too young previously. He's now obviously of age featuring in the CWL pushing forward, but let's see what things can start off, of course. Fighting for this middle half point. Cyclone versus 3G. As we do go down, Weeman falls as well. Jumping on board with Stan. He's going to fall straight away. Everyone does. And Team 3G starting off very strong.
Yeah, great start. I mean, this one, you just want to be getting a hold of that middle hard point, get a few points to the ball. Maybe when it gets around 20 seconds, you want to try and push through, get hold of that bond side, spawn. The kills are all coming in, and they're all on the side of 3G currently. Zerg and Weeman doing the business for their team. And currently Zerg is 5-0, currently staying alive as well. He's going to be able to pick up that kill he does as well. And he's already well and truly on his way to his score streaks, and we're not even at the second rotation. And this is somewhat of a whitewash so far. They've swapped the spawns, and for me, that really just tells how this game is going to go.
Yeah, that was perfect play from Zerg there. He got all the kills in the middle, he's pushed down to Lemon, managed to flip the spawns, and even falling there, he should still get a decent spawn. He should spawn around barn, even to the back of it. So, jumping on board with Nile now, he seems to be the one who's sit in the objective for the longest, of course, racking up those 31 points. And you know what, I'm not going to stay on board with him because he's doing exactly the same. Weeman, though, he should be anchoring at the back.
He is going to be able to try and anchor, but Moscova and Slice are going to come through there and try to cause problems. Moscova's going to get another kill on the board. Zerg is going to defend that very well. Now he picks up the third as well. Moscova picks up his third. He's going to break that one wide open. Suddenly it was only Weeman left to try and do any defensive work here, but some points are going to be picked up here at barn by Cyclone. And 3G looking to contest that down the left-hand side.
Yeah, they've actually pushed it out pretty well here, and with 30 seconds left to go, they can actually pick some points up, but they're giving the hard point away at the moment. Good trades come in, and Cyclone do get a triple first kill on the board for Seiko as well. He started off slow 0-6, but hopefully that first kill can be the catalyst of a few more to come, though. Stan, still on your screen, controlling this hard point. And with the scrap points coming in, should be able to close this one out. There we go. Let's go on board with Weeman, because he should be able to hit the rotation shortly, but he's actually going to wait to block this off.
Yeah, I think he's just going to try and cause problems as we go towards bike path. Yeah, he is going to have this lemon side locked down, causing problems. Streaks do come in here as well, but he is going to just make kills. And he's just that thorn in their side currently. At this moment in time, 3G had a really good start, but Cyclone have really caught up after that barn spawn. They got a couple of kills over towards that. Got the lockdown that they needed to do. Seiko's not doing very well for him. He's currently 1-7, but if he can pick it up, they can definitely get in the contention, which they have done. They're only around 10 points behind by the time 3G get this next few points. Psycho trying to push through here. Gunfight not going to be one quicker than you shut him down.
Yeah, not going to have the best of starts for Seiko Moose. Go over though, he's going to be pushing forward. One's found with the Trinity Rocket and another traded out. But looking at this though, it's a good start here for Team 3G. You can see from the rotations, they seem to be the ones with almost, you know, that kind of knowledge kind of pushing forward. You can see almost, who is it there, Zerg. He's already set up for the next rotation. He's the only one pushing forward. And going into this next one, we're going to see 3G take this hill spawn. Zerg, though, is just backtracking. Grenades flying down to bowling. It is perfect. Tags him, gets the assist. And Cyclone are going to have to start from the back as well.
I had to get my jacket off, man. It's getting warm up here in the arena, isn't it? I mean, this moment in time, though, the team heating up are going to be 3G. Just about to hit that 100-point mark. Cyclone did get a fair few points on those last two rotations, considering they got very little in the first. This moment in time, though, 3G well in control. Looking towards the scoreboard pretty even from everybody. 8, 9, 9, 12 is the only one standing up from Zerg. Other side of things, Seiko really the only one lagging behind. So, you know, Cyclone are there in the same department nearly, but the rotations have always been 3G, and that seems to be the reoccurring theme throughout the weekend so far. What we've seen, the top-level teams just seem to be much quicker on the rotation. Saying that, though, Cyclone are in control of this hard point currently. 3G choosing to back off.
Yeah, nice plays here on the baseball field for Cyclone. It is all about that rotation.
Held it for a while.
Yeah, our first set is done, but they actually broke through. They didn't have it at the start, and you know they're showing a bit of light here. Seiko's picked up a couple of kills, and it's whether they can force this any further. Now, going back onto the middle, a repeat of the first one is we saw Nile pretty much sitting in this middle hard point, soaking up those 30 seconds. Yeah, but Cyclone are putting a few more kills on the board here.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, what we've seen is 3G get a 30-point lead off the first hard point, which is something you don't really see. You don't really see teams get that many points on that first scrappy point. They did so because they outslaved completely. They did really well. But since then, Cyclone have been the better team. They have called that one up. Are behind, but realistically, they're well and truly still in this one. And once again, though, this trend seems to be happening. 3G are winning this train platform hard point.
Well, now it's going to be the one accumulating the points. Going to be tagged from the right. He's going to finally fall in three back-to-back. We do see Weeman finally break the deadlock there. He's going to push through, but he's not going to get much further there. Yes, he is. My goodness, a gunfight that needed to be win there. Needs to be won, should I say. But that's such a crucial gunfight. 5 seconds left. They now have the spawn. The rotation's going into barn. This is really, really good here for Team 3G.
Quick is going to pick up a couple of kills here, and they do have the spawns needed. Quicker holding down the mid-map there, doesn't need to because the rest of the team of Cyclone are pushing down that left-hand side towards the barn. They really need to get this guy off the back here. It is going to be Zerky. He does eventually go down. Streaks are in his hands though. Trinity Rocket has been activated by Weeman. Needs to try and stay alive as long as possible. Only 100 off his bombardment. Gets taken down by Slice. I think that's how you're going to say it. Gets a second as well. Good work by him. Quicker in Zerg, trying to do something about it and make up a few kills of their own. Still on board with Zerg though. Control is in the hands of Cyclone. Currently contested. I realized you picked Cyclone's team the same color as the contestant.
Absolutely ridiculous sometimes what Zerg can pull off. 18 kills to his name there, but a quick triple for him. Secures his place and a few more points on the board. They're going to break 150 now as the rotations will come in. We're waiting for, I'm just having a look at number 6. Nile actually really important gunfighting. Coming into more is Stan. Stan's going to find one. Well, not one, but two. We'll have mid-map control. One thing I think is really underestimated on this next respawn, this next rotation, should I say, is having mid-map control. If you can dominate middle, you can really kind of almost push out the spawns. And Cyclone looking to do that. There's 2 fall. We're going to see the control go back in favor of Team 3G.
Forward now with Nile. They've done much better off those second and third rotations than they had done the last time around. Stan is going to call that bombardment. Not really helping his teammate. He does take down one, but to take down his teammate at the same time, Nile got shots on the slides. To keep this one held down. Nile holding this one well, but he really doesn't need to do anything there. The rest of his team really pushing out, and they're really benefiting from that. They've got a lot of points on the board on this point, which is typically not one that you see a lot of stacking going on at. But 4 kills do come in as well. They got the rotation towards baseball field with 15 seconds to go after picking up the majority of the points on bike path, and that's a really good 60 seconds from Team 3G.
Fantastic play from Quicker, really intelligent there, not to get the kill, but also to back off straight away. He's going to jump back into the action, pick another one off, have the back spawn. Quicker's not only secured himself a triple now, but the one thing that Quicker has done, he's kept that back spawn for his team. Look at the minimap, look where all those orange arrows are spawning. Fantastic play for Quicker. 4 kill streak for him, 21 and 16.
You cannot underestimate how good that player was, really. Quicker played that fantastically well. Currently, his team have been shut down, though, so I was just playing.
Ironically.
Yeah, no, I mean, typically he did all that fantastic work, and then the rest of his team just couldn't follow up. But at this moment in time, though, he's on a 5 streak. He wants to keep that going. He wants to get towards those score streaks. He is going to get taken down, unfortunately. Did push around that corner. Seiko was there just at the right time, though, so Cyclone can get some points back on this board. 3G very, very quickly extended that lead to around 100 points. Cyclone at one going to bounce that one back very, very quick. Well, with Quicker again, let's see if he can cause as much influence as he did just 60 seconds ago. Shot's going to go in once again. Has the rest of his team here as well. So Zerg made up with another one. So that's the third from Quicker. Really good work by him. Is he going to be able to pick up a 4th straight off the bat there as well? Yes, he is. Quicker than you. Really lighting up Cyclone here as 3G are within 25 points of winning this map.
Yeah, Quicker really is stepping it up here. 26-17. A bit of bad time in there as he comes out of bowling. Does finally take him down. That's another 5 kill streak, but 230 to 127. A dominant performance as Quicker finally falls. Niall, though, a man who's excelled in this middle hard point. The active camo is ready. Whether he needs it, that's debatable. Slice trying to push forward. Will find him, but not utilize that. 3 kills back to back. And this is where we do see Team 3G pushing forward, pushing them out, and they are going to take the victory here with Niall securing the last couple of seconds. Team 3G looking dominant in game number 1.
Yeah. But something I was asking the question whether Cyclone really actually had the better first rotation of all the hard points, because realistically, the first hard point isn't you expect 3G to pick up a lot of points on, but they did it every single time. They seemed to pick up around 20 or 30 on that first hard point, and then Cyclone did all right on the first rotation of the rest of the hard points.
Yeah.
But then the second time around it came, it just seemed as if 3G turned it on a little bit, and then they walked away as winners in the map.
Yeah, I think kind of the second set of rotations, Team 3G really adapted. They kind of learned what they were doing, and I think as well, the likes of Quicker, Wee Man were picking up kills where they shouldn't. But that second set of rotations, they were just really working as a team, pushing as a unit. We often talk about kills, but I do want to say Niall there picking up 2 minutes, 38 seconds for his squad. Really good objective work. But we saw, right from the bat, he picked up, 30 seconds, that middle hard point, that scrappy hard point sometimes. So, great plays from Niall.
Yeah, it just showed that 3G really probably do like this map the way that they pushed out. I don't think I've ever really seen anything from teams like that where they're picking up as many points, because obviously we've been playing the same maps through today, and we haven't really seen any teams play that as well as they have done, I think.
Okay, well, the next map, of course, coming up is Scorch, Search and Destroy. If you guys have been joining us all day long, we're going through these map rotations and just asking yourself the questions, and obviously looking at these two teams. I'm not going to ask the obvious of who's going to take this. Anyone particularly standing out as a Search and Destroy player? We've seen obviously some of the CWL guys before. Who are you looking at in this game?
I think I have to look at Quick. I mean, just because of his game smart. I mean, we've seen him play S&D maybe last year very, very, very well. I know Uplink wasn't his strongest, but moving into S&D though, I think just from the back of how I've seen him playing that hard point, and not necessarily based on anything from last year, just how smart he was on the rotation. It's all about smart S&D, isn't it?
Yeah.
We play a lot of S&D, not together because you and Bryce won't invite me to your GBT, but that's besides the point. It's all about the smarts more than anything. And if for me, I see Quickly New does have the smarts that's needed to excel in S&D, and we have seen him do well.
Yeah.
In other Call of Duty titles.
I think across the board, this Team 3G team does have that standout S&D players.
Yeah.
Zerg as well was a person in the very early stages of the CWL Stage 1, where he was in and out. He was kind of drifting between teams, and when I did see him play S&D, I was very, very impressed. So I'll be watching him, but again, Quicker is one who's been consistently shining throughout Season 1, Stage 1, the finals, going, all last year, basically. He was a great S&D player. What Cyclone need to do, I'm not too sure. I don't know if there's a specialist in the Search and Destroy. They need to pick up something. But the one thing I would say is try and trade respawn is very important, but S&D, you need to be pushing together. Don't go on kind of some crazy sporadic run on your own. Don't do something silly. I'd like to think that they will do that, but these guys have been grinding. You know, they've been playing their pro point games, and hopefully they come out with a surprise. Nothing too crazy in the rig setup, though.
No, we're going to see that in just a second. But yeah, for me, I think when you've been watching this map throughout the course of the day, aggression is rewarded, and I've seen the aggression that we all seen in that hard point from 3G, where they looked very, very good. I think the aggression will pay dividends in this map too. Just see the sniper come up my screen, but let's have a look at that rig draft in just a second as we do intro towards this map. It is going to be Scorch, Search and Destroy. My favorite Search and Destroy map. I know a lot of questions were asked on the B-bomb site. Repositioning, but I think the position of it is good, and I like it just because there's not really a lot of messing on. It's literally throw the bodies in and B and see what happens.
Yeah,
it's just an interesting one to watch fall down.
I'm a big fan of the change. It was a change that needed to be done, but obviously you're gonna get those kind of. It's difficult because some people like it where it is, some people don't. So you know you can't please everyone, but I think it's a fair and neutral position of where it is now. I just think it's one of those things that needs to happen, and I just think it will come. A little bit more as a staple of Scorch, Search and Destroy. So going into this one, we are expected to see a lot of pushes onto B, and hopefully we're going to see those snipers come out. I know we saw some of the editing of the classes, but very, very standard rig draft. Nothing too much to point out there. You're just going to see your overdrives come into play in S&D.
Well, here we go. We're going to go on board with Zerg straight from the off to see what he can do here. I think this team should walk away as easy winners in this S&D. Just these teams. Well, just did actually, but let's see what they can do. Albeit throwing grenades at each other, but nice kill by Zerg. Jumps in, gets a second as well. Sensational play by Zerg. Surely he's going to pick up third as well, and that is absolutely sensational. 3G taking that bump with ease. Cyclone are nowhere to be seen. Surely Zerg going to clean up with the ace. What did you say about the S&D play?
Well, I hate to blow my own trumpet sometimes, and you're going to disagree. The one thing I did do then, I was like, I've got to go to the player in the 1v3, and then I was like, no, I'm going back to Zerg, because he's going to clean this one up. No one can predict that. No one can predict someone literally runs through the middle of the map, takes 1, 2, 3, 4. Great play from Zerg, and that is all I have to say. On his way to streaks, doing good, round 1 over.
I mean, you can look at it as the rest of his teammate were there as a distraction as well, and Zerg was in the good positions just to pick up the kills and did that well. But on board now with how do you reckon you say that? Slice?
Slice. We're going to go with it.
Zerg picking up another kill quicker than you pick someone as well. Moskova gets the kill quicker, but they're in bad position. Moskova does pick up a second as well. They're sitting well back here. Knows that they are going to get aggressive, and wow, this could be over quick.
Moskova didn't have a clue what was happening then.
You think it was just a look of position?
you saw him kind of like pinned towards that middle drill, if you like, and he was like, hang on, I'm getting shot from behind, left, right. He didn't know where he was getting shot from. Great plays, great utilization of the wall running. The height, obviously, on this map is so important. And again, you know, this is clinical.
Well, Zerg has got 6 kills in 2 rounds. Well,
he's already got overdrive, ton.
Yeah, I mean, this is really, really bad now for Cyclone. The trophy system does go on. He'll probably pick up some points from that. He's only 150 away from that Trinity rocket. And they've taken that bomb site with ease. I think Cyclone are happy to leave them to do so. Is anyone going to shot the bomb site from that side? Stan does take down quicker, so it's a 4v3 situation in favor of Cyclone, but the bomb is planted. 40 seconds to do something about it.
Man found 1 on the flank, but Zerg's picked up a 7 kill streak. My goodness, he's still pushing on the flank, but Zerg's actually going to back him up on the back. Finds his number 8. Could he do even better? There's only 2 left on the map. Let's go on board with Cyclone, see what he can pull off. We're actually seeing Trinity rockets being pulled in. I can't help but feel that nothing's going to come of it. Zerg,
oh, and he didn't die.
He not? Was that Zerg in the corner?
Yes, it was. He was calling and he score streak, and they covered him fantastically well. Really good work. Weeman just about to save his teammates' life. The dream lives on.
Look at the slither of health there for Zerg. My goodness. I guess Zerg will be saying thank you after that one, even though he's pretty much done everything in this map.
He was using his streaks because he wants to reset them. Let's see, is he any further towards them again?
Let me just cycle through. There we go. He's got his bombardment. My goodness, I've got to go on board with the attacking team, though. We'll keep our eye on that mini-map for the aggressive push over on A. Will Cyclone predict this one, though?
Slice. playing this one slowly, and as I said, I think aggression does reward you on this map. Moscova is well aware of what's going on by the looks of things, though. He's going to get the peek on. It's the player. Yes, he is. Quicker than you goes down as well. Not going to happen. No, Zerg, once again, obviously. Who else does pick up another kill? 10 in all. We've not even played 4 rounds yet.
I just want to point out, he's got more kills than the other 7 people combined right now. We're in round number 4. The bomb, I was going to say, is going down, but hesitation kicks in. Weeman picks up another, and there's only 2 left on the board. It's Seiko and Stan. And they're so literally opposite ends of the map. Seiko is very, very close to them. Stan is absolutely miles away, and the bomb is in no man's land.
I think if you're Cyclone, you want to just try and kill Zed and then see what happens. I mean, like at this point, 10-0. That's a little bit special.
Yeah, that is something I didn't expect. I think he's got overdrive again. I'll have to double check in a second. But with 18 seconds left on the clock, the bomb has been collected and now pushed towards B. It looks like, I tell you what, they've rotated in a way which does pay dividends to them. Nothing which I think they predicted, but as the bomb goes down, let's go on board. I've got to go back with Zed just to see, just to see what he's doing.
Weeman picks up another steal and Zerg's kills. How dare he? Niall does the work as well. 2 men do go down very, very fast, and 3G just all over this. Surely you would give him the...
He doesn't need it. I mean, Weeman's on for streaks himself. Yeah. Weeman's on 4-0.
Played by Weeman, does pick up a few kills. And Zerg really doing work. I mean, this is just absolute utter destruction.
And the good thing about it is when you actually look at the team, obviously they're starting to booth, there's smiles all around. Who wouldn't be? You're absolutely taking this team to the cleaners. And going back on board with the attack round, let's just cycle through. What does Weeman have? He has his Scarab is close to his next streak. I've got to go back with Zerg. Longbow coming out, he's confident.
He's going to look for this, but he knows the beat. Just about misses the shot there. Past the synaptic left-hand side shoulder. Looking for that peak once again. Does have that bombardment. Maybe want to slow things down. Picks up another kill.
Oh my goodness, this is beyond a joke right now.
Just kill everyone else. Zerg will probably still win this round.
Slice and Stan do answer back, and a 2v3 comes in. Zerg, though, as the bomb does go down, has picked up a K-bar. He has actually been able to utilize this, and he can get back now. 35 seconds, though.
Oh, surely he's going to get killed here. 1 man just going to...
No!
2 Zerg, sensational work from him. Is he going to be able to pick up the 3rd as well? Is he going to be aware? Eventually goes down to Seiko. But Zerg, 13 kills before he gets destroyed himself. Wow.
It just shouldn't be happening. To pick up the double there in that position should not happen. Fair play to Seiko there. He kept composed. He took him just from around the corner. If he picked up that triple, though, that would have been astonishing. 13 kills, though, already. And we're only 5 rounds in.
Trying be gutted about dying.
He's one of those where, you know, he's probably a little bit frustrated. However, he's not doing too shabby. 13 kills to 1 death. And Zerg's just used his overdrive, I have spotted.
So where's he going to be? He's going to be all over that B bomb site is the question. Is the answer, sorry. Does get a kill, gets taken down instantly though. Off in that KD, how dare they? Now does get a kill on the Seiko. 2 versus 2.
Well, Moscova and Stan needs to do something. The bomb is down. He's going to spot him. Not good shooting there from Moscova. Hopefully he'll make up for that one. Stan's going to pop out and try and pick up one of the 2. Not going to happen. And as we say that round goodbye, I didn't even get a chance to flip over. A nice double kill coming in combined. I think 1 apiece here as they split the bill. And there we go. Quicker hopping in. And Moscova just turning the back. Bit of back timing goes in there. But 5-1. So dominant here.
Yeah, it's a little bit silly how strong they're actually looking here, but it is a complete mismatch by the looks of things. I think the hard point was closer than it probably should have been, really. I think there's a couple of times where the Cyclone really held their own where you wouldn't have expected it, but Quicker is well aware of what's going on towards A. Not often we see an A push.
No, I mean, this is a little bit different, but if you're 5-1 up, 1 round away, now it's going to pick up another. Grenades going in their abundance there down to the bottom, and now a 4v2 here. Stan and Slice, let me just flick on board as the bomb is planted.
He's going to look for a kill. He's going to get one at the Quicker. Turns his back just at the wrong time. Stan gets a kill on Niall as well. So Zerg and Weeman left alive. See what they can do. Zerg with a drop shot taking down Slice. Is he going to be able to take down Stan as well?
Surely not. Zerg there making a massive influential play towards the end there. The bomb planted and unable to be defused. Sees that round end 6-1. And you know what? I've got a feel for Cyclone. They're getting taken out. This is a very, very dominant performance. Names, players we've seen before: Quicker, Niall, Zerg, and Weeman doing absolute damage here in their first game of, now I'll never get used to saying this, the Thursday here at CWL London.
It's not very often we have big 4-day events over here, is it?
I don't remember the last one.
No, me neither. This is it's gonna be a long grind of 4 days, but I'm looking forward to it. The competition is just gonna get better and better. But I'm gonna ask you a question while we're waiting the next one, because there's not really much to discuss out of that S&D. I mean, it was just a clinic put on by Zerg. But for me, where do you put 3G in terms of the tournament?
It's a really good question, actually, Ton.
I mean, from that performance, I wasn't sure what to expect from them. But I mean, they could definitely beat Imperial. Going up against Orbit, I don't think they're going to be able to make that. But I can't see them not beating the rest of the teams. I think, you know, realistically, if they're going to put Cyclone down like this, they're surely going to do the same to Millennium.
Yeah, that's the big question. Of course, this group is Pool C, Orbit, 3G, Cyclone, and Millennium. My honest opinion, Orbit is probably a step too far for this team. However, we saw Jonas on the desk talk about Millennium and saying, you know, he believes that they can get out of this group. I've got to disagree.
After seeing how well 3G played there.
Yeah, and I don't really think it's how well they've played. I think Cyclone are a team which, you know, should finish fourth, you know, based on seeds, based on, you know, individual skill or whatnot. But I just think lineup to lineup, Millennium, you know, Moles, Maxi, Tony, JS, and Zeke, I just see it being maybe a 3-1, a 3-2. It could go the distance, but I do see 3G coming out on top there. You've got, you know, top quality players like Quicker in the squad, and it should make for an interesting second place match.
Yeah, I think that them against Millennium is going to be the one of the games to watch. I do believe tomorrow, I think, if they play against each other. Realistically, yeah, I think I agree with you. After watching Millennium play against Orbit and how well 3G played there, I'd imagine 3G could definitely walk away as winners in that one, but we're going to go over to Frost on Uplink now. So, I think, realistically, what we can expect is another strong victory from 3G. I mean, they've looked so convincing these last two maps. The hard point, they probably could have done a little bit better in that. S&D was just absolutely ridiculous from Zerg, though, as we do see the map flyover come in. Of course, this is Uplink that we're playing with the two portals. Take the drop, put it in the portal. It's like Call of Duty basket.
Simple as that. We've seen this map already quite a few times today, Ton, and we've seen some dominant performance. We've seen some close games, but all in all, it is that kind of heavy slaying power team that will come out on top. That is Uplink. You know, if you can, you know, put your opponents to bed, you know, you will have that map control. Map control leads to points, and I see this going no other way than, of course, to 3G. Something crazy would have to happen for them to drop this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As we do now look to the rig draft, active camo, reactive armor, overdrive, and rewind, just as normal. What we come to expect in all the rig drafts that we do actually see. But yes, moving into this game now, let's see if Cyclone can hold on in this series. 3G.
Okay,
they could walk away with it.
So, rig draft going down, nothing crazy going in this one. Overdrive, of course, stays. Being Uplink, you want that fast-paced player, and the momentum we saw Shane utilizing it now in the past couple of games. But other than that, nothing to change.
I mean, we have to go with Zerg, don't we?
We have to. We cannot start this game without checking out Zerg. I'm sure we'll switch between it. I hope we switch between it going a little bit later, but we're just going to change those around as we get into the start. I do like the animations at the start of these games. People just saluting, fist bumping. Here we go.
Very respectful towards their opponents, do you think?
I like it. I like it. Team 3G, though, Cyclone 2-0 to the Greater is 3G. Jumping on board with Zergs, just dropped 15 kills in Search and Destroy. Let's see what he can do in Uplink Frost.
Yeah, I'm just going to switch away from him and just look towards where the teams are going to actually be looking for control. The Zerg does push over there quicker, holding down this ridge side here. I like to call it cliffs, as once again Zerg just seems to be picking up all the kills. Picks up 3, moves back towards sub-bit just to hold this down. Gets picked up by Slice. That was a really nice shot from there. E-Rad coming out from Niall, though. Let's see what we can do with that.
Well, good start here as the drone is passed forward. Nothing's going to come of it, but 2 kills, 3 kills back-to-back here for Cyclone. Can they make something out of this? You're going to see Zerg just step back. He knows that they're going to be pushing forward. Stan's going to take him, and now a quick trade should come in. Not going to happen, though. As it is a very, very scrappy. Big plays coming in for a wee man, though, on the defense.
Yeah, Seiko's going to be left alive. Just in sub.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you're in trouble. You should be able to just about get out of this. You can get out, and not going to make the kill, but going to help the rest of your team help them out. Helping his team now with a few bullets being put in. Niall is going to clean up, though, with that E-Ride. Scrappy start to the game.
Okay, so you've had the first minute and a half pass by, a few scrappy kills left and right. No real drone play, surprisingly. I would have thought one of the teams would have taken control of that. However, Quicker seems to have got the drone now, pushing to the outside of the map, going to reset that armor. And he does have his squad around him. Weeman's already picked up 1 kill. There's the second. This should be a play. However, it can be and should be a 2-point play. Oh, no!
Not going to get away with it. 3 men do actually go down, and suddenly Zerg is left all alone in no man's land. He's going to get taken down as well. And Weeman, off the spawn, is going to have to do something for his team.
That's the problem with pushing that way, is you give that kind of spawn to your opposition where, you know, they don't spawn too far away from that uplink. They can get back very, very quickly, especially with the movement of Infinite Warfare. 3 kills go down, and this is a big, big push. Weeman manages to throw that drone forward. Well, which one will be passing it on? Weeman's actually gone straight for the kills here.
Yeah, he's looking towards the spawn. He's going to spot 1 or 2 shots, going to go in, not going to connect with anything though, so I'm going to go above Stan, who's trying to do some defensive work here. Just trying to keep them off the drone. Bullets had already went into Zerg. He dies quickly. They're going to push through here. They've got control of the map here. And they may be able to push on and get something from the slides. They're going to try and push through. Tries to throw the drone at him, but he's going to throw that away and be able to help out his teammate who did go down to Niall. He's going to get away, but again, in that situation, you have to go for the kills rather than try and pick up the drone and just trying to do something with it, because in that situation, it's going to be very, very hard. Slow game here.
Yeah, and sometimes this is the way that Frost actually plays out. You know, it's one of those where you can have a very low-scoring game. When you spawn pretty close to your own uplink path, so you will be able to defend it. However, you need a couple of wave of kills to do so. 2 fall for 3G, and this could be the start of something special here for Cyclone. They've got the drone, they're pushed up, but it's which route they opt to take here. And at the moment, both are blocked.
Yeah, just really good defending by 3G. And I think, to be honest, with Cyclone having the preferred side, 3G will be happy with the score because they're going to have that opportunity to put the points down on that side. And they'll be happy enough at this moment in time. Kill's going to come in, though. Can they get an opportunity to put some points on the board of their own, though? Joan is on the other end of the map where they don't want it to be. On board with Reman. Can they keep the pressure on? Well defended by Cyclone just to push them out there. And Flechette's coming flying in. Slice does take down Weeman as we look towards the defensive side, but there you go. There's the 1 point they're going to come in. They do clean them up, but it's not going to be enough as Niall makes a kill on mid-map, which is actually really important as well. He's going to go to reset that drone. He's going to go for the kills. He goes for the kills and mix them. Drone in hand, though. He's just going to reset that one away down the left-hand side.
Yeah, and a wise one, to say the least now, trying to get some of that map control. It's already 1-0 to the better. He's going to find him. Should find the kill. Tags him. Doesn't secure the kill, but backed up by Quicker. Eventually puts him to bed. 2 answers back, though, and now the drone push forward for Zerg. Can he make a 1-point play? He does so. And with 3 players all falling, a great turnout there for Zerg. Definitely not having the same game as he did in S&D. However, he's putting points on the board.
Sly's putting a lot of pressure in here. Pushed well and truly up. I think he really, in that situation, probably has to drop back in the mid-map to try and help his team out and get a hold of that drone. It's all well and good being that lead blocker that far up, but when the rest of the team are in spawn, it's not really that useful.
Okay, well, 2-0. 35 seconds left on the clock here. Ooh. Disgusting play from Seiko there. Really turned up. Can he find the third? Yes, he does. And the teammates come in to push forward. The problem is that's in his own spawn. Now he needs to push forward and do the same. He's going to get taken down by Quicker. The exchange of the E-Rads. And we're seeing this come in with the new meta, of course, that being buffered. Very good play from Seiko.
Yeah, that was really nice, and you know what? I think that was the first time we've seen them get aggressive and get the kills, but it just didn't pay off for them at all. I mean, they're not too far behind in the slaying department, but it's a similar story to when we seen Millennium take on Orbit. It was a case of they were getting the kills and they were relatively close.
There we go.
Well, there's another third going in. They were relatively close in terms of the scoreboards, but they're not. They're doing it on the defense. They're getting the kills on the defense because they've been attacked so much because they've got no map control. So they need to make the kills that they want in the better positions. Sorry, they need to make the kills that they can get in the better positions to do something with it. But at this moment in time, 3G up 3-0 to the good. They're 2-0 to the good on maps. And they're going to have to just hold out here, but I'd imagine they're just going to extend this to get more points on the board.
Yeah, the one thing that they can afford to do is almost sit back, wait for the kills, then push forward. They obviously have that lead and that cushion ahead of them, but Weeman picks up 1 as Quicker puts the second down. That Slice as we do jump on board with Seiko. He needs to stay alive, doesn't though, and now is all pinned on Muskova. The drone is in play. It's in the hands of Quicker, and there we go. He's popped it in for the first 2-point play, and that's only 30 seconds into this this second round. 5-0. It's looking clinical here for Team 3G.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Cyclone to try and bring this one back now. They're going to be pushed into this spawn the whole time, I'd imagine. On board now, just patrolling through mid-map. So go on board with Zerg. Actually had such a stellar performance in that last map, and of course he dies as soon as they go on board with them. But back to Wee Man, just patrolling around research. Just have a Scarab available as well, although I can't see it. A good time for him to use it on board with Seiko, though, who's got some defensive work to do. The manual pastors come in to research. Seiko holding this one down.
This is the problem here, is Seiko's, he's watching one flank, the drone's on the other side of the map, and yes, we're going to see them actually pick it up, but again, they're in their own spawn, they're fending them off. 2 kills come out either side, and it's just not, it's not meaning anything. We can see Cyclone picking up kills on the defense, but it's really, really hard for them to do anything on the offense. We're going to see another push from them here, but I just see them getting pinched.
Yeah, it just seems as if 3G are a lot smarter on the defense as well. The Scarab did come in, caused a little bit of damage. Should be able to make one, does so. And what with Slice now, is he going to be able to make one himself? Well, the rewind does come in, has his teammate there as well, so it worked out quite nicely. Stan picks up 2, he's going to keep pushing on. Needs to be that lead blocker, that should be...
Oh no, oh, that's not something you do.
No, you need to be hitting them points just there. Those are the sort of points that get you back into the game and maybe swing it back in your favor, but in that situation where you're 5-0 down, 2-0 down in the series with 3 minutes to go, you need to be making those one-pointers.
Yeah, those aren't even the hard one-point plays. You're going over a building or something, I'll let you off, but I'm very critical of players who can't make kind of, the simple one-point plays, but it is what it is, and we do see here Team 3G not only 2-0 in the series, they are 5-0 up here, 2.5 minutes to go, and again, the drone is full control, in their full control here. They're pushing up, they can push even further now. We see trades go down, the drone is dropped. And for once, actually, Cyclone putting up a bit of a fight in the middle of the map.
Yeah, Zerg's going to be there to try and say something about it, though. He's covering down mid, has his teammate to help him down the right-hand side. And he doesn't need to help him as Wee Man wipes out 3/4 of the members of Cyclone here as they push towards for another point on the scoreboard. Is that 1 point they're going to hit? Oh, the interception comes in just in time. Slice gets the kills there to help that lead blocker off. Still only 5-0 now. 2 minutes remaining, though. It's not out of the question for Cyclone, but it's going to be hard.
Not out of the question. Definitely doable in this time, but it's interestingly, pretty even on the slaying side of things. Quicker, you're on +2. Niall, Warren, Zerg, negative a couple as well. But it shouldn't be 5-0. I just think they've really been a bit, they've had a lack of discipline, Cyclone, here, and it's not just in this map in particular, but it's a real shame that, they have that ability to put the kills on the board. Convert it to points has been very, very poor. I'm trying to think of a time during this whole actual map where they've been even close, bar that 1-point play that they should have made. But apart from that, good play for Team 3G.
Yeah, but with Muskova in the mid-map here, they need to do something fairly quickly, I think. Cyclone are going to struggle the rest of the weekend if they keep playing like this, unfortunately, but it's just the gulf and class that we have talked about. More with Niall here trying to cause problems, going to easily make that kill onto Seiko. Pushing down ridge side as well, he's just going to put pressure on in the spawn, but the fight is going on towards sub-bet. We're going to push around, is going to spot one, takes him down easily. 3 men do go down, surely it's going to be another point on the board for the team. The overdrive does come in as well, and surely the point is going to go in. Yes, it does so. Zerg picks up another 2 points for his team. 7-0 is the score. 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we were sat at 3 minutes at 5-0. Now I think it's by them a little bit too much here. Slice you see here, 3-4 kills back to back, and you know what? It just won't equal a point. They're
doing it on the defense, aren't they?
It's really, really hard to see and hard to watch, a team have a little bit of potential and not being able to utilize it.
Oh, we shoot bodies now, are we, Niall?
Do you know what as well with Infinite Warfare is it's not just the shooting bodies, it's not just the crouching, it's the fact that you can start taunting them with it. Look at this, you can see they're saluting in the middle of the air. It's just, it really is showboated, and you can see why. A very, very quick game. Honestly, that's probably one of the quickest series I've ever casted. That is a 3-0. We go from hard point, a lead of, what, 100-ish? Then we go to, S&D, a dominant 6-1, 15 kills. And then we go into the uplink honestly, I'm actually quite interested of what the analysts make of that one, because how do you break that one down? It is just an absolute stomping.
I'm interested to see how 3G do the rest of the weekend, actually, because that was very impressive. Of course, you know, it was hard for Cyclone to really do anything with that one there, but I want to see what the guys on the desk got to say about 3G and their performance.
Thank you very much there, Tan. Well, yes, I think one-sided is the nature of today.
Yeah.
Very few close games with that was maybe more one-sided than some of the others. All right, let's kind of get straight into this one then. Jack, break it down.
One-sided is key. Double the score there we see from 3G back in the first hard point. When we looked at the rosters prior to going into this, as Matt and I kind of touched on, and even you, we talked about a lot of no-names on the Cyclone team, didn't know what we were going to see from them. We roasted a little bit, saying maybe I could play for this team. Gave them the benefit of the doubt. They don't wind up performing too well. And honestly, the #1 team that I think is happiest with all this is probably Millennium, because this now is their opening. If they can obviously beat the Cyclone team, then have a good performance against 3G, I think that's their key to getting into the top 2 to move into the championship bracket.
I thought you saw some kind of, some good skill out of the side of Cyclones. I mean, we saw like flashes where, you saw one player make like a nice 3-piece there, an uplink, but then we saw like the first round of the Search and Destroy. It's like the easiest ace of all time. I mean, the guy walks right down the middle of the map. He shoots 2 people on the side. The other players don't even turn around. Like,
You weren't happy with that. I was sitting there, you said, Jack, you would have done better than that.
I mean,
I got up and walked away.
There's got to be like some kind of communication. Like, telling nobody in that booth was like, oh, he's coming from this way. Like, everybody just got shot in the back. The guy didn't even have to fight one gun battle straight on. Just saw some weird, team play from them. But that's kind of what Jonas said at the beginning. He's like, they have great skill, just not a lot of teamwork, not a lot of strategy.
Yeah, I think realistically, this is another case. Now, 3G maybe not as powerful as some of the other teams, but Cyclone just didn't really have anything to bring to it. But we will go through this map by map very quickly. But before we do that, we are going to go down to the floor once again. It's Lottie with Quicker Than You.
Thanks very much, Bryce. I'm here with Quicker from Team 3G. Can I go as far as saying that was pretty easy?
That was pretty straightforward, yeah. That's pretty much what we're expecting. That was the way we wanted it to go the first game of the tournament, so it's our first game as a team, so that was going on better.
Have you been practicing a lot for this series?
Yeah, we've been practicing every day since we started teaming, so we had a few days off like around Christmas and New Year, but apart from that, we've been playing as much as anyone, so yeah.
And obviously tomorrow and the next couple of days, it's going to get a lot harder from here. Are you guys prepared for that?
Yeah, obviously, like, we want to qualify for the CWL, that's the end goal, so we've been going hard as anyone, as I said, and this tournament, hopefully we can do well in this, secure our spot at pool play in Atlanta, and then that will set us up for the rest of the year, so yeah.
Of course, and so what is your favourite map for this series, yeah?
Probably the S&D, it suits our play style quite a lot.
That's your strong point?
Yeah. A lot of us, we just know how to trade kills, and we just know how to make the first kill and then convert the rounds.
And who are you looking forward to matching with the most?
I want to play Orbit really bad. Everyone's been saying that they're probably the best team in Europe, so going up against them and beating them would be a good feeling. And then,
so showing them they're not really?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Quicker, and good luck for the rest of the series. Back over to you, Bryce.
Thank you very much. Well, wants to play Orbit, convinced he can beat them.
And good enough for him, they're in the same pool, so we're definitely going to wind up seeing that.
You'll see that one.
Yeah, the weekend as we are.
But we'll see.
Oh man,
No,
not on as strong.
I think they did, and for me,